Log 743. Pawn 76 and its player failed. When a pawn fails, it collapses, and those living within it share the same fate. That's why I'm leaving behind these records. I don't know if anyone will ever read them, but I hope you'll be able to avoid the same fate we suffered. No matter what, at any cost, don't go against the players. It doesn't matter how strong your weapon or your skills are. In the end, we're nothing but a single piece on their game board. Everything fades to black. Someone approaches him and finds the record hidden in his armor. They read through the notebook and say the strategies in it are actually pretty solid. Then they toss the notebook to the ground and walk away, saying they already know everything written in there. Someone else extends a handful of dice. There's a twisted smile on their face as they begin to cast a spell. The guy who read the notebook mutters that there's just one thing that other person didn't notice. The creature lunges at him with an attack, but he dodges it. He says the one thing they didn't realize is that players can be defeated as long as you have the guidebook. He adds that he has no intention of just sitting around. It started off as a normal, peaceful day, just like any other. A bunch of guys were hanging out and chatting, and the main character showed up, headphones on, listening to music. Nobody could have guessed what was about to happen. While he's walking down the street, the ground suddenly opens up beneath him. He's confused. That day would be remembered forever. A blinding light appears, startling everyone nearby. Some people panic, thinking it might be a terrorist attack or even an earthquake, but that was their last peaceful day. The entire city is consumed by a strange, bright blue light. The protagonist is stunned and tries to shield his face from the glow. Then he sees something, and it grabs his full attention. He's standing right on the edge of a cliff. He asks himself what the hell is going on. His head is pounding. There are tons of people behind him, all terrified and asking the same thing. The main character starts wondering if this is dimensional travel or transmigration, stuff he's only read about in web novels. He can't tell if it's really happening. Then suddenly, system windows appear in front of all of them. It's an announcement saying the game has begun and telling each person to roll their dice. The protagonist wonders what kind of game this is and what the message even means. Then a woman screams and points up, telling everyone to look. Something terrifying is up there. The protagonist looks and is stunned. It's a die. A giant die falling through the sky, showing the number 3 on top. The system window updates. Pawn number 8 will move forward 3 spaces. A path appears in front of them. A massive base with the number 8 materializes and powerful magic surges around them. Someone yells out that the city is moving. A child clutches their mother and says they're scared. The protagonist starts to realize what's going on. They'd all been summoned into a game, but none of them are actual players. They're the pawns. That must mean the players are the ones who get to roll the dice and move them. The city moves forward, like it's stepping 3 spaces ahead, then it stops. The main character realizes they're not the pawn. The city itself is the pawn. But if the player only needed a pawn, they could have just summoned the city alone. So why did they bring everyone living in it too? Another message pops up on the protagonist's system window. It says they've entered a defensive zone and the difficulty and defense time are being configured. Difficulty, level 1. The die is rolled again, this time showing a 1. A second die lands on 3. Defense time, 3 days. A new announcement is made. A strange dome forms around the city and terrain starts rising up from the ground. Everyone is stunned that the Earth just appeared out of nowhere. They don't know what's going on. Another system announcement pops up saying the defense mission will begin shortly. If all 4 bases are destroyed, it'll be considered the end of the game. Inside the city, 4 locations are marked as bases by glowing arrows. In case of game over, the pawn will die. The main character wonders if the pawn dies, does that mean they'll all die too? People start panicking, shouting that none of this makes sense and that none of it should be happening in the first place. The main character calmly removes his headphones. He reflects that there's no point in making a scene. If communication had been necessary, surely someone would have spoken to them from the beginning. The best thing they can do now is focus on the announcements. A new one appears telling all citizens to roll their dice. The result will determine their class. The main character watches as the die appears. It's a 100-sided die. Someone else yells out, terrified, saying something's heading their way. And it definitely doesn't look like a rescue team. A whole horde of monsters is closing in fast. Suddenly, everyone bolts, running for their lives. The monsters charge at the crowd, catching up quickly. Even the main character runs, and those who fall behind are mercilessly slaughtered. The creatures show no pity. Blood spills all across the city. The main character realizes this is why humans are needed, to protect the pawn. Those monsters are invading the city and attacking the population. They have to defend the city, the pawn, so it can move toward the final goal. A dice-based game played by beings who might be gods or demons. That's what this really is. The monsters fled the city. Many of them are already down, but they just keep coming. Then suddenly, a woman appears behind one of the creatures. She's wielding a massive axe, and it's engulfed in flames. She swings and the monsters are blown away, scorched and wounded. Everyone stares, stunned. Those monsters were taken out in an instant. Nobody knows who this woman is. She's a player character. Her name is Go Hyeju. She's level 1. Her class is ordinary citizen. Her weapon, the legendary class spear that lets her borrow the power of the Imperial Flame Dragon. The white-haired woman shouts for all the injured to run to Namsen. The military and police are setting up a defensive line. Everyone needs to roll their dice. One man asks if she means that weird 100-sided thing. She yells back that when they roll, they'll receive equipment based on the number they get. If you get a common grade weapon, fall back. If you get anything magical or higher, fight. People start rolling. Just like Haiju said, weapons begin to appear in their hands. More monsters appear, approaching fast. The crowd panics, but a woman screams. Do what she said. Grab your weapons. That day, their ordinary lives were torn away, replaced by something extraordinary. On the first day of the new year, countless lives were lost. Haiju fought with everything she had, along with a few others. And just like that, heroes were born. The protagonist, he was one of the survivors of those first few days. He was level 1. Class, ordinary citizen. His name was Choi. On the 8 pawn's turn, he rolled his 100-sided die. It rolled and landed on 100. And just like that, he became someone special. Someone who soon enough would be known by everyone as the worst piece of trash. Right then, the system revealed a magic text to him. He would become the Demon King of Sovereignty. From the Book of Krasna, a mythical class magic text appeared before him. It granted him access to the Demon King Krasna's library. This library allows the user to see all kinds of information, item locations, secret events, monster data, maps, objectives, everything. The moment the mission begins, the book opens in front of our protagonist. The text reveals one more thing. Krasna is an incarnation with a monopolistic desire, which means any reward gained by anyone using knowledge from the book will go directly to the book's owner. And that owner is Choi. 3 hours after the defense mission began, there were 3,102 deaths and 7,023 critical injuries. One of the 4 bases had been completely destroyed. Gasping for breath, Haiju says it's finally over. People cheer, they survived. They actually beat that wave of enemies. Suddenly, a military truck pulls up. It's the Korean army. Soldiers get out and call for civilians and the injured to get inside. They're being evacuated to Namsen Tower. One soldier thanks Haiju, telling her she really gave it her all. But the girl just replies that it was nothing special. The soldier says thanks to the time she bought them, the military and the police were able to organize. And now, they're being sent out to different zones. That character is Ku Xiaoyang, level 1, class, ordinary citizen. He's wearing the Helm of Helden, a heroic class item. Thanks to an unshakable faith, the wearer doesn't fall into confusion, fear, or disorientation. Haiju says that means it's finally over. But Ku responds that phone calls and the internet aren't working, so it's hard to say for sure. They're using shortwave radios to communicate, and they should be getting status reports from the other locations soon. For now, they need to head to Namsen Tower. Haiju agrees, until someone behind them suddenly shouts, "No, it's not over. It's our hero, Choi Yu." He's holding a book in his hand, and even though he's injured, he says a boss will appear soon. He explains that the book has all the mission details, monster info, current progress, everything is written in it. He turns the book toward them and asks them to look. But when they do, Haiju says it's just a blank page. Jaeyoung, the soldier, confirms he doesn't see anything either. Haiju asks if this is one of those manuals only he can read. Jaeyoung thinks so. He guesses it's like an information-based artifact. Choi is stunned. He's the only one who can read it. Jaeyoung, frustrated, thinks to himself, if that's true, then Choi has one seriously broken item. In a world like this, information is power. So he tells Choi to give them everything he's got. Choi is confused, but Jaeyoung says he needs proof of what's actually written in the book. So Choi starts reading. He says the Helm of Alden is a heroic class item. It belongs to a set, 6 pieces total. The current user is Sergeant Jaeyoung. He's got 21 days left until he's discharged. As for Go Hee-ju, her weapon is a legendary class item called Fang of the Imperial Flame Dragon. Surprisingly, the song she likes to sing most at karaoke is Shilgat Mountain. Hee-ju turns red, flustered, and asks him to stop. She says that if the book even contains personal information, that it has to be real. Jaeyoung agrees it really is a data book. If that's the case, then the boss must really be on the way. Jaeyoung gets serious. He says they confirm the artifact's ability and that they're in contact with HQ. Cut to somewhere else, someone mutters that they think about this every now and then. If this world were a game, they'd probably be considered a glitch in the system because everything here feels way too easy for them. It's a guy in a striped outfit with a headband. He says that's why they were made like this, to keep them from going out into the world. He's surrounded by toys and games scattered all over the floor. It's like the system operator found a bug and sealed it off. And if the day ever comes when they're allowed to step into the real world. Back at the city, someone shouts for Choi Yu and the boy snaps to attention. It's Sergeant Jaeyoung. He says HQ has given him the green light. It's a gamble, sure, but they don't have a better plan and there's no time to waste. So they've decided to trust Choi's information. Choi looks nervous. Jaeyoung hands him a walkie-talkie and asks him, please provide as much information and as many countermeasures as he can. Choi nods. He tests the device and asks if they can hear him. Then he says he's going to start explaining the defense mission. This is a defense-type mission. That means they have to protect the bases from waves of monsters, which will show up every 6 hours. At the end of each wave, a boss will appear. This time it's a two-headed ogre. Its difficulty level is 1, and it uses both close-range combat and magic simultaneously. Choi says they'll win if they can defend the base 4 times a day, 12 times across 3 days, and defeat the boss of the monster wave. He has all the data on this mission. If they use that information to form a strategy, they can survive. After that, he says he's going to find a way to return to their original world. Hearing this, Haiju is left speechless. This guy isn't just thinking about the mission in front of him, he's already thinking ahead about what comes after. Choi gets serious and says it's time to begin. But he should have double-checked something back then. Something he missed while he was unconscious. The fine print on the item book of Krasna. The sacrifice of sovereignty's defense. It monopolizes all rewards from anyone with whom the information was shared. It started with Go Hyuju and Kwon Jae-young, but the reach goes far beyond them. Everyone Choi speaks to will be affected. It doesn't only apply to people who heard the information directly from him. It ends up including anyone who heard it from someone else or even just caught rumors or things like it. In other words, any and all information that starts with him causes harm to the people around him. Which means the army trying to defend against the boss and fighting off the monsters could be in serious danger just by knowing. And yet, even with that risk, they keep fighting and winning again and again under Choi's command. But the more they fight, the more danger their lives are in. And more people end up tied to Choi's book. The list of names under the Demon King of Sovereignty Krasna just keeps growing. Meanwhile, the total population of Pawn 8 is 193,256. The number of sovereignty sacrifices has already reached 176,542. In just one day, 91% of the population was registered as a sacrifice. And that was only the beginning of Choi's sins, which would stretch all the way to the final moments of the game. A defense mission works like a tower defense game. Multiple enemies approach from different directions. Monsters head toward the bases, trying to destroy them, while the players have to build up forces to stop them. A wave of creatures starts approaching the population, and Choi gives the command for the army to strike. First, hit them with long-range weapons that cover wide areas. Then, while the first batch of weapons is reloading, begin the second wave of attacks using the other long-range weapons. Level 1 difficulty monsters aren't intelligent, so they're terrible at defending themselves or coordinating. The army fires from behind barricades, unloading everything they've got. It's easy to lure the monsters exactly where they want them. The creatures just charge forward. If they get them injured enough, the monsters will scatter. Then they'll run straight into elite units with high-tier gear that can wipe them out in one go. Choi keeps giving out directions where to maintain formation, which locations need more people. The Book of Krasna updates in real time, tracking everything that's happening. That way, Choi always knows what's going on. He just has to think about the information he wants, flip the page, and it'll appear instantly. As long as he's holding the book, he can access it. With it, Choi relays everything. What kind of gear is good for long-range support, when to hold the line, when to push, and exactly when the monsters will come. Together, with everyone following the plan, they can survive. Smoke spreads across the city. Monsters are getting blasted from every direction. The army keeps pressing forward. Captain Jae-young announces that the area is secure and tells the third squad to begin their sweep. The commander reflects silently at the start. HQ had the final say after reviewing what Choi and Woo suggested. But now, it's pretty much Choi who's running the show. He stays quiet, then recalls what Choi said, that the book only provides information. So if he's commanding an entire city like this, maybe that's something he could already do before. Unless that's one of the hidden abilities of the book. Quota calls for Sergeant Jae-young, who turns and asks what's up. The boy says they're almost done. Jae-young asks if that means the boss of the final wave is showing up. Koi smiles and tells him not to worry. Haiju will finish this once and for all. The girl's asleep until she's suddenly jolted awake. A massive creature stands before her, and she's completely startled. It's one of the bosses, Billy the Giant. He's a level 1 difficulty monster, a giant born weak, big in size but lacking in combat power. Haiju is inside a military vehicle. Choi asks if she's awake. Panicking, she asks why no one woke her up earlier. They fire signal flares at the monster, and it goes berserk, trying to hit them with massive punches. Haiju watches in shock at the force behind its attacks. Choi yells that this is why they brought her out here. If that thing gets to the city, it'll destroy the bases in the blink of an eye. The good news is that the giant moves slowly and isn't that tough against elemental attacks. So if they just keep the pressure on, it'll go down. Haiju looks around and says it's just the two of them out here. But Choi says he's not talking about them. He's talking about just her. The girl's stunned. The monster starts charging, and Haiju wonders what the hell she's supposed to do. Then Choi tells her that items above heroic class come with hidden traits. If certain conditions are met, the item's form can change. Not only that, but a hidden ability gets activated too. Choi explains that to unlock those traits, they need to fulfill specific conditions. And luckily, the book lists every condition for every item, so they have a huge advantage. Haiju stands before the enemy and asks, "Are you really sure about this?" From a distance, Choi yells for her to trust him and the book. Worried, the girl grumbles that she doesn't feel right about it, but she says she trusts him. Then she stabs herself in the stomach with her own weapon. The ogre raises its arms to strike her. As the ogre hits Haiju, Sergeant Jaeyoung shouts her name in panic, but Choi calmly says she's fine. A red aura begins to swirl around both the giant and Haiju. All the conditions have been met. With that, the hidden ability of the Fang of the Empyreal Flame is activated. Choi and Jaeyoung are stunned by what unfolds. An Empyreal Flame Dragon is summoned. It can only be used once per mission. It charges at the giant and unleashes a massive explosion, one that can be seen from outside the city. Jaeyoung comments that if that ability had gone off inside the city, it would have been a disaster. But there's something even more dangerous than that attack. Choi's book. That book holds incredibly dangerous information. If misused, it could lead to the fall of the entire city. Still, Jaeyoung thinks maybe it's a good thing that Choi is the one holding it. Then a system announcement echoes out, defense mission complete. Civilians outside the city will now be transferred back inside. Rewards will be given to all survivors. They've earned 300 points. Additionally, there will be individual rewards based on each person's contribution, how many monsters they defeated, how much they helped defend the base, and their role in the boss battle. Those will be calculated and distributed shortly. The population is amazed that it really works just like a game. Now the point shop is open. There they can buy healing, abilities, equipment, and more. People are overjoyed to have survived. At the healing shop, points can be used to treat wounds, purify status effects, and even regenerate lost limbs. At the hospital, the nurse strongly recommends that everyone choose healing first. Choi breathes a sigh of relief, happy that the injured will be okay. But then, something grabs his attention, and everyone else's too. The system suddenly announces that all reward points are now 0. All rewards have been taken due to the sacrifice of sovereignty effect. Panic sets in. No one knows what that even means, and people start freaking out, demanding their reward points back. Worried, Haiju turns to Choi and asks what's going on. He says he doesn't know either. Then the system explains. The sacrifice of sovereignty works according to how many citizens were sacrificed. The more citizens sacrificed, the greater the total reward becomes. Suddenly, a notification is delivered to each of them, showing who received the points from the mission. To everyone's shock, Choi received 9 billion points. The crowd is stunned, then consumed by rage. They shout at Choi, demanding to know how he got so many points. Kaiju and Jaeyoung try to shield him as the furious mob begins closing in. Everyone is convinced he did it on purpose to steal the rewards. Desperate, Choi pleads with them, saying he didn't know anything about this feature. Jaeyoung tells him to stay calm. First, they need to help the injured. He figures that maybe points can be traded or donated, so if Choi shares the points, it'll prove he didn't do it intentionally. If he doesn't, people will assume it was on purpose. Choi, panicking, agrees. But when he opens the system to transfer the points, a passive ability activates, Demon King of Monopolistic Desire. Krasna denies all sharing or donation of points and items. Choi starts to panic, completely confused. He has no idea what this ability even is. The crowd, now enraged, screams at him to hand over the points. Choi tries to cheat the system by buying healing items and giving them out to others. But the system blocks that too. Frantic, Choi screams to Haiju to burn it. He throws the book to the ground. After throwing it, he reopens the system, hoping something's changed. But instead, the book begins to move on its own, like it has a life of its own. Choi squeals in frustration while Haiju watches, clearly worried for him. All around them, people are in full-blown panic. They beg for points. Some are even dying without them. What once was hope is now turning into rage and resentment. Everyone wants to hunt Choi down and destroy him. The crowd tells Sergeant Jaeyoung that the death toll is rising and the citizens are furious. Choi mutters that there has to be a way, something he can do. So he picks the book back up, but suddenly, a rifle is aimed at his head. It's Sergeant Jaeyoung who tells him that's enough. What he's doing is for the greater good. Jaeyoung announces that Choi is under arrest. The population erupts. They scream that arrest isn't enough. They should just kill the scammer. Haiju tries to calm them down, but the people are too enraged to listen. Meanwhile, Jaeyoung quietly steps closer to Choi and tells him to run. He has to get out of there and find a way to fix this whole mess. It's the best they can do right now. Choi clenches his fist in frustration, then opens the system window. The crowd shouts. He's trying something again, but he's faster. He spends points and buys agility. In an instant, he vanishes, gone in the blink of an eye. The crowd explodes in fury, shouting that he escaped. Then the system announces, time until next turn, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The people panic. That's nowhere near enough time to recover. Jaeyoung yells for everyone to move to the safe zones immediately. The injured must be transported by car. Meanwhile, Haiju stares up at the sky, deep in thought. The people scramble to get organized, separating into those who will fight and those who will evacuate. They're told to watch their system windows carefully and stay inside evacuation zones. Everyone must memorize the locations of temporary bases and safe centers. And if they run into Choi, they are to run away immediately. They must report his location and flee as fast as they can. They are not allowed to follow any advice or guidance from Choi. If someone becomes a sovereignty sacrifice and hides it from the public, it will be treated as a crime punishable by law. Jaeyang and his squad begin developing new strategies for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Heju also gets ready. Most of the population evacuates, trying to escape what's coming. Fights break out, and the people's faith is tested. 24 hours later, the system announces, a new turn has begun. All players, roll your dice. Pawn number 8, their city is moving forward 4 spaces. They arrive at the Demon King's seal square. The demonic pillar guardians will now appear to protect the pillars. The population's job, destroy all the demonic pillars. If the pillars aren't destroyed in time, the Demon King will be summoned. A die is rolled to determine the mission's duration, 5 days. There will be 3 pillars, each with its own guardian. The first pillar has a level 1 guardian, the aimless fallen angel, a fallen angel wandering in search of its lost purpose. The second pillar also has a level 1 guardian, Mad Brains, a creature that can't stop creating. The longer it lives, the more dangerous its inventions become. But the third pillar's guardian is level 3, that catches Haeju and Jaeyang by surprise. It's a goblin sword master, a being who reached the peak of martial arts and surpassed physical limits. Now he's trying to break the seal, to challenge the Demon King himself. Meanwhile, Choi lies low inside an abandoned warehouse, surrounded by scattered papers and mystical symbols. He smiles as if he's completely satisfied with how things are unfolding. Through the walkie-talkie, someone reports to Jaeyang. The people are already attacking. They've gone after the fallen angel. They tried to stop the crowd, but they're totally out of control. Concerned, Jaeyang says they should head out too, and asks if Hyeju is ready to go. But one of his men replies she already left a little while ago. The captain sighs. It's chaos now. The smooth coordination and teamwork completely fell apart after just one day of battle. Haeju went alone to face the final guardian, that level 3 monster. Her goal, take it down before anyone else dies because of it. As soon as she strikes, a burst of flame erupts. But when the smoke clears, she realizes she didn't leave a scratch. The swordmaster spins his blade once and knocks hers far away. Then, a strange blue light appears. The swordsman looks confused. His attention shifts. Someone is approaching, quiet, measured steps. He catches Haeju in midair and gently sets her down. The girl stares, stunned. You're back, she asks. Choi nods and asks if she can still speak to the others. He wants her to deliver a message. All the rewards will be used for me alone. Haeju is caught off guard. She doesn't understand what he means. Then Choi says it plainly. Tell everyone never show up in front of me again unless they want their rewards stolen too. There was no way to return everyone's rewards. No way to get rid of that curse book. So Choi opens his status window to level up. Smiling, he says he wants to max out all his stats. Haeju is stunned by how fast it's happening. All over the city, citizens receive notifications that Choi is maxing out his stats, and they go ballistic. Choi rolls the dice to get the highest quality equipment possible. If he's stuck with this, then he might as well use it. He plans to take full advantage of the rewards earned through blood and tears, along with the power of the Demon King. Choi stands before the Pillar Guardian, glowing with a red aura. He's made up his mind. He's going to protect this city from the game and return to his real life. That's the only way he can atone for his sins. So he doesn't care if people throw every insult they can at him. The Goblin Swordmaster smiles, excited to see a worthy opponent. But Choi says he doesn't have time to play around. Then he activates Airborne Magic Sneakers, a heroic class item. They allow the user to jump and float with a force that mimics flight. Choi tells the Guardian, I'll be back. Just wait for me a little longer. Haeju is shocked. He just left like that. The Swordmaster calmly sits back down, waiting. Haeju can't believe it. He's really willing to wait. That Guardian isn't in any hurry. Choi leaps between rooftops. The Goblin doesn't attack first, meaning he only fights back if provoked. Choi dives in and strikes the fallen angel in the head. His strategy is to deal with the other Pillar Guardians first. When the people see him, they scream in rage, accusing him of using up all their points. But they fall silent as they witness the aerial battle unfolding before them. Choi versus the Pillar Guardian. Each Pillar Guardian has a unique trait that can be unlocked under certain conditions. Some of those traits reveal weaknesses, but if you trigger the wrong conditions, they might become stronger or worse, gain an extremely troublesome ability. The fallen angel fights with everything it has to destroy Choi. Once this Guardian kills 100 humans, it evolves into a version that will wipe out humanity. Right then, it becomes significantly more powerful and abandons the Pillar, focused now on hunting humans instead of guarding. Choi chose this one exactly because it has the most annoying trait, and he plans to unlock it the right way as part of the mission. He manages to rip off its wings. As it falls to the ground, Choi thinks to himself, the most important thing isn't completing the mission, it's how you complete it. Over the walkie-talkie, Jaeon warns everyone to stay at least 500 meters away from the pillars until they figure out what Choi's real intentions are. He wonders if Choi really couldn't find a way to return the rewards, or if he just chose not to. Choi didn't seem like a bad person, but someone with that much power shouldn't be acting on guesswork. Someone that smart and that powerful could probably take control of the entire city if he wanted to. Even Haeju, who Jaeon thought might be able to help keep Choi in check, is losing control. Jaeon questions whether they're really going to be able to complete this mission. Choi darts through the sky, fighting, attacking, flying across the city. From a distance, Jaeyoung watches. Suddenly, a red light appears beside his vehicle, and the entire car flips over. A soldier rushes over and asks if Jaeyoung is alright. Dazed, he looks around confused and sees the fallen angel, defeated, lying on the ground. Standing on top of it is Choi, holding its wings. He's in a heroic pose, gripping a weapon called Divine Divider. It's a legendary class sword, a fragment of the blade that once split heaven and earth and created the world itself. It has the power to convert amputated monster parts into items. Jaeyoung mutters that Choi just took down the Pillar Guardian. Choi smiles and vanishes without a word. Jaeyoung notes Choi didn't say a single thing. Maybe it's because of the sovereign's sacrifice. It doesn't seem like he has any bad intentions. One of the soldiers confirms the Pillar Guardian is gone. Jaeyoung nods and tells them to report it to HQ. But then, the angel starts to move again. It's still alive. Apparently, the condition to unlock its special trait was fulfilled. They were supposed to remove the wings and the halo of the aimless fallen angel. The special trait unlocked is corruption. The angel begins to mutate. It transforms into a completely different being, the Beast of Corruption, a level 2 enemy, a creature that lost its faith and fell into sin. Jaeyoung's eyes go wide. He mutters that military service really is hell. The soldiers move in. Jaeyoung reflects, there are only 3 monsters in this mission. That means each of them is as dangerous as a full-scale invasion. He wonders, is Choi really going to leave the rest of these monsters for the people to deal with alone? The beast knocks over the soldiers trying to stop it. Everyone starts running, screaming for help. Their status is unstable. Basically, they've lost the will to fight. They're fleeing from the enemy. Jaeyoung starts to worry at the sight of everyone falling into despair. So he turns toward the monster and opens fire. He needs to lure away from the soldiers until reinforcements arrive, but the beast is focused entirely on killing him. Jaeyoung wonders if he'll be able to hold out until then. The beast slams down on him. From afar, Choi cheers. He says finally took control of one. A green light suddenly appears under the beast's foot and hesitates. Then, boom, an explosion goes off. The Helm of Helden has a hidden ability. Its activation conditions were fulfilled. It triggers when the wearer is on the brink of death from a darkness or corruption type attack, and is the leader of a group of 5 or more. At that moment, the Ghost of Helden ability is activated. It lasts for 10 minutes. All of Jaeyoung's gear and abilities are now infused with divinity. His resistance to corruption skyrockets. His powers spike as well. The beast stares, confused, not understanding what's happening. Then the ability fanatic activates. Every soldier nearby starts losing their minds. The fear that once paralyzed them is gone. Now they fight with everything they've got to survive. Choi watches from a distance and mutters, okay, this is way darker than I expected. Earlier, someone had told Jaeyoung they'd give him a vehicle, but he'd be on his own. He joked, asking if that wasn't too much privilege for a mere surgeon. Kim Song replied, that courage. I like the balls on you, Jaeyoung. At first, Jaeyoung didn't know how to react. Then Kim Song said they barely had any intel on the current situation. And in times like that, what they needed was a calm observer, someone rational, someone who doesn't lose their head, someone capable of making logical decisions under pressure. A cold, level-headed sentinel, now possessed by Helden's spirit, Jaeyoung shouts, everyone, attack the enemy. Kim Song had been right. Jaeyoung was perfect for the role. With that, everyone joins in, and together they annihilate the corrupted beast. The system announces, the Beast of Corruption, Guardian of the First Pillar, has been defeated. The highest contributing group, Independent Escort Squad, Squad Leader, Sergeant Jaeyoung. Kim Song reads the message in silence. Choi cheers in victory, grinning. Told you I was right. The Guardian's HP had dropped just enough for Jaeyoung's squad to finish it off. Even after becoming corrupted, its reduced health didn't reset. Plus, because the monster had evolved into something new, Choi's earlier contributions against the original fallen angel were wiped. So Jaeyoung ended up being the top contributor, meaning he gets all the rewards. Excited, Choi turns to the person standing next to him and asks, so what do you think? It's the Swordmaster, who looks completely dumbfounded by Choi's rambling. Choi thanks him for listening. He says he's been dying to say this stuff to someone. He just couldn't talk to anyone else before. Then he looks the Swordmaster in the eyes and asks, wanna make a bet? If I win, and you lose, you break the Demon King's seal. The Swordmaster looks stunned. Meanwhile, Hyeju is struggling with the anti-human machines. They're only level 1 in difficulty, but they just don't stop coming. She keeps taking them down one by one. After the rescue call, she went to the second pillar, but it feels like this battle will never end. Worse, the machines keep evolving. She has to end this with a finishing move before they get too powerful. She yells out, telling everyone to fall back. But the citizens have no idea what's going on. They scream that they need the points to save their families. They're not about to give up this fight. All the while, the Pillar Guardian keeps creating more machines. 2 people are hiding, trying to ambush the Guardian. They decide they'll finish it themselves. But before they can attack, the creature detects them and fires a laser beam. Right before it hits, Hyeju leaps in front, creating a shockwave explosion. She screams for them to run, but by the time she finishes the sentence, the pair is already long gone. Hyeju gives a small smile, but the Pillar Guardian isn't done yet. It starts scanning her, identifying risk factors. After a full scan, it produces a specialized unit, anti-Hiju machine. She's shocked. Now she knows she has to end this. But suddenly, all the other machines begin charging straight at her. She's startled to see they're all targeting her. But to her, that's actually better. She unleashes explosions and destroys as many as she can in front of the Guardian. She screams for everyone to get as far away as possible, then fires a ranged attack straight at the massive brain. The blast is huge, so powerful it even hits some nearby citizens. Still, Hiju is thrilled because she did it. She sighs, then thinks to herself, yeah, there's no way this world is anything close to easy. Suddenly, an anti-Hiju machine appears. It's resistant to fire, equipped with a Dragon Slayer, and deals bonus damage specifically to Hiju. She's stunned to see a machine that was literally designed to eliminate her. The creature appears behind her in a flash, launching a vicious strike. She barely manages to defend herself, but her vision begins to blur. She starts to lose consciousness, and that's when she sees Choi approaching. He flies straight toward the Pillar Guardian and tears off its head. Just before blacking out, she sees him holding that massive brain and wonders what the hell he's doing. Then, she loses consciousness. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield. The specialized anti-Hiju unit marches toward where she fell, but now there's only a pool of blood on the ground. The target is simply gone. The machine initiates tracking mode. Even without its head, the Pillar Guardian is still alive. The condition for unlocking its special trait was met, destroying the collective brain of the Insane Brain's host. The new trait unlocked is Insane Order. Now it continuously mass produces the last item it created, doubling its manufacturing speed and output. It won't stop producing until the main body is destroyed. Waves of enemies start flooding out, heading straight for the people. The pillar took longer than expected to fall, and many civilians are now hiding in fear. The population realizes the first pillar is far tougher than they thought, and they don't have enough firepower. Meanwhile, the second pillar is surrounded by monsters and panic spreads. People scream, yelling for the wounded to be evacuated immediately. Finally, military reinforcements arrive. Choi watches and reflects. He could easily take them all out himself, but that would be pointless. To win this whole game, not just the mission in front of him, Choi needs the entire city to get stronger. And to do that, the first thing he needs is a capable commander. In this case, that's Jaeyoung, and he needs a champion unit, someone the people can rally behind. That's Haiju. She suddenly wakes up blinking. Am I alive? She asks. She turns her head and asks if the person there saved her, but then sees it's the Swordmaster right by her side. She gasps and screams, but the swordsman tells her, keep your voice down. Haiju quickly apologizes, saying she was just startled. Then she gets even more shocked, because the Guardian is talking. He says he treated her wounds, but they don't have much time, so they need to get started. He tells her, you said something once, after a huge loss, it's always the same cliche. Find a great teacher, train hard, and rise again. Haiju stares blankly, unsure of what's going on. Meanwhile, the anti-Haiju machine successfully reacquires its target and rockets toward her location. As soon as it locks on, it begins the annihilation sequence. It launches a devastating blast at Haiju, but unexpectedly, Choi intercepts it, laughing. He managed to fool the machine using the Insane Brain's head, now a heroic class artifact. The machine's targeting system is locked in, so Choi redirects its attack down a different path. There's a massive explosion. A glowing blue blast tears through a building and slams straight into the first pillar that the citizens couldn't destroy. Everyone freezes in disbelief as the pillar collapses. Choi watches and calmly says, yeah, that level of damage should take care of it. Then he smirks and says, thanks for the help, machine. You really saved us there. Meanwhile, Haiju is training with the Sword Master. He tells her to try using that power. She nods, ready. The swordsman lowers his hat and says softly, just don't forget what matters most. Since that power doesn't belong to her, pushing too far could hurt her. So instead of borrowing too much of it blindly, she should only draw as much as she can handle. As she tries to attack without exhausting herself, the Sword Master tells her, power shouldn't control you. You should be the one controlling it. With newfound determination, Haiju leaps forward to strike the Guardian. But after attacking him over and over, she collapses to the ground, exhausted. Panting, she asks, did Choi make a bet on me that I'd beat that machine? The man confirms. Haiju stares at him. Is that even possible? The Swordmaster goes completely silent. She sighs. Yeah, staying quiet right now isn't exactly reassuring. Then he asks her, why did you let me train you? Why do you trust Choi? Why do you even want to get stronger? Haiju slowly stands. Honestly, I don't know. There's so much I don't understand about the game, the missions. I'm not smart enough to figure everything out just by thinking. So I have to strengthen my body first. And maybe, if I keep doing that, I'll start seeing things more clearly. She stretches. This is how I live. The Swordmaster smiles. He thought Choi was using her, but no, it's completely different. She's a martial artist walking her own path. He grins, baring his teeth. Then it's time to get serious with your training. 3 days later, the population is still hiding, cramped together, exhausted, injured. Those who evacuated wonder if they should go help those still outside. Someone says they might lose points if they do. Another replies that if they don't help, they might fail the mission altogether. Then, a loud noise. something breaches the shelter. It's the anti-Hiju machine still hunting her down. It scans the area and locks onto its target. Then it starts attacking everyone nearby. Panic breaks out. People drop to the ground trying to avoid the deadly machine. Suddenly, something catches their attention. Someone is descending through the entryway. A woman looks up squinting. Is that an angel? No, it's Hiju, and she's far stronger than before. The system chimes in, special event conditions fulfilled. Hiju became the apprentice of the Goblin Swordmaster and inherited his martial arts. Her reward, heroic class gear or higher. Now she's wearing heroic tier armor. Koi looks over and asks the Swordmaster, so what's the deal with her gear? The man replies, that's what I used to wear. Choi nods. What are the odds she wins? The Swordmaster answers 50-50. That machine was literally made to counter her. But Hiju has new martial arts now. The machine charges at her at full speed, intending to end it in one strike. The Swordmaster comments, if the seed I planted blooms at the right time, that thing won't be her enemy anymore. Hiju now has a new ability, Apprentice of the Swordmaster. Her skill with close-range weapons is rising rapidly. Day 3, 15 hours and 34 minutes into the mission. Only the first pillar has been destroyed. Soldiers inside the van are furious. Day 3, 17 hours and 21 minutes in. The second pillar's guardian is finally defeated. Day 3, 21 hours and 1 minute in. The anti-Hiju machine is taken down. Everyone is shocked. Day 4, 0 hours and 3 minutes in. Hiju reappears, leading a group of citizens behind her. Most of the population has returned to the fight. Day 4, 3 hours and 44 minutes in. The second pillar is finally destroyed. Seeing all this, people start to feel hopeful again. They begin to think, maybe we can actually finish this first mission without Choi's help. But that was just what they thought. The Swordmaster tells Choi, my apprentice one, time to keep your promise. The people, alongside the military, start organizing. They're gathering weapons and supplies. Kim Song radios Jaeyoung, half-joking, I sent that guy out just to scout the area, and now he's back acting like a general. Then he sighs. Whatever. Leave the injured to us. Go do what you need to do. He's willing to take full responsibility. He even radios again. If you pull this off, I'll promote you myself. But that's not what Jaeyoung wants. He just wants to go home. Then Hiju walks up and says, come on, Jaeyoung. We need to move. Yes, sir. Are you sure you'll be okay? She nods. I promise my master. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Jaeyoung blinks, confused. He mutters to himself, why does this feel like it's turning into a completely different genre? Jaeyoung wonders, can I really win this? This is a level 3 monster, one that not even Hiju could defeat. People are going to die. No matter how it ends, a lot of them are going to die. He asked himself what Choi could possibly be thinking. Suddenly, Jaeyoung and Hiju both look up, alarmed. There's a massive rift opening in the sky. They have no idea what it is, but flying straight toward it is Choi. With a powerful kick, Choi strikes the massive circle in the sky. A thunderous boom echoes through the air. Then the system announces, the Demon King's seal has been destroyed. The mission objective is updated. The seal breaks open, and countless creatures begin pouring out from it. The system issues a warning. New mission, kill the Demon King. Failure means the end of the game. The population breaks into chaos. People start panicking, screaming at Choi, calling him a lunatic. Jaeyoung is stunned. What the hell is Choi doing? The Sword Master watches from afar. He didn't think Choi would actually do it, but there are some really interesting humans around now. He speeds toward the Demon King's seal, ready for battle. The moment he arrives, he launches into action, cutting down every fallen angel that emerges. One after another, he wipes them out. Watching in awe, Jaeyoung and Hiju are speechless. The Swordmaster says, consider this both a gift and an assignment for my apprentice. Then he turns to Hiju and tells her, you better take this seriously. He says goodbye. We'll meet again the next time our fates align. And with that, he vanishes into battle. Meanwhile, Choi obtains a new item, the Angel's Halo, a legendary class accessory that protects its wearer in demonic and hellish realms. Standing beside the Demon King, Choi mutters, getting here was easier than I thought. He calls out to him, hey, are you the Demon King of Sovereignty, Krasna? The creature rises and growls. I've never heard that name. Then it asks, how did a human get in here? This is Kitambaba, the Demon King of Authority, a difficulty 6 boss who takes pleasure in crushing things with his bare hands. Choi is confused. Wait, I thought the Demon Kings knew each other. He turns his back to the monster. This might take a while. He turns back again and says, sorry for the trouble. Your opponent's on the way, so hang tight. The Demon King scoffs, this is humiliating, and swings at Choi. Kota turns around just in time to see the hit coming, and his eyes widen. At that moment, the Swordmaster arrives, only to find something unexpected. The Demon King is bleeding, and Choi is dodging every attack effortlessly. The King's hands are raw, shredded, and torn apart. Choi shrugs with a smile. Sorry about that, instinct. The Demon King stares in disbelief. How is a mere human doing this? Choi bows lightly. My bad. That was an accident. The Demon King is enraged. You dare mock me like this? Choi gets nervous and turns to the Swordmaster. Aren't you going to switch with me now? But the Swordmaster starts speaking calmly. He's not interested in me anymore. He's focused on you now. Troy realizes everything is flipped. The plan was simple. The Goblin Swordmaster was supposed to fight the Demon King one-on-one. That was the only way to complete the hidden event, Martial Artist's Fate. In that event, the Swordmaster would aim for mutual destruction with the Demon King, sacrificing himself to take the monster down. If that happened, the reward pool would skyrocket and all citizens would receive massive point bonuses. But now it's ruined. Koi crashes into the ground at high speed. He receives a new piece of gear, the Hare's battle jacket, a legendary armor. He sighs. What am I even supposed to do with this? He concludes he needs to wait. Let the people gather points by hunting monsters and end the mission before anyone else dies. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster watches in silence as the Demon King tries to crush Choi. Winged creature corpses begin piling up around the battlefield. Military squads yell for civilians to retreat indoors. They'll intercept the monsters. Jaeon is exhausted. The monsters don't hit very hard, but there are so many of them. People are getting injured fast. Jaeon notes bitterly. Choi became the enemy of the entire city the moment he broke that seal. And if someone dies today, everything will collapse. Hiju is being driven toward a shelter that requested backup. Midway there, she takes flight, burning every winged monster in her path. She calls to the crowd, urging them to evacuate. But the citizens are furious. If that lunatic Choi hadn't broken the seal, we'd already have finished this mission. Haiju listens silently. Then someone steps beside her and says, "You're just gonna let that slide. Honestly, I thought you'd explode after hearing them trash your boyfriend. But I guess you're colder than I thought." The speaker, Kang Ji-woo, level 1 class, ordinary citizen. Annoyed, Haiju asks who said Choi was her boyfriend. Kang just shrugs and says, whatever. Then he tosses his bag of cookies to Haiju and says it's for saving his life and escorting them. She looks inside the bag. There's only half a cookie left. Suddenly, the Swordmaster steps in front of Choi and tells him to get back. He smirks and teases Choi. "Are you getting attached to me now?" Choi, flustered, replies, "If we'd met in another world, maybe we'd grab a drink together." Without another word, the Swordmaster heads into battle. Choi feels a bit guilty. It's already too late to trigger the martial artist's destiny, but even if it wasn't, he'd still feel guilty. Then the system suddenly announces, friendship with Goblin Swordmaster has reached the maximum level. A hidden ability from Krasna has been unlocked. Choi is confused. He didn't even know that was possible. He smiles down at his book, amazed at what it can do. The goblin, now worn out, says the Demon King is stronger than he expected. But now, it's time to use his ultimate move, a technique that risks his life, all for his friend and his student. But Choi moves faster. He charges at the Demon King and defeats him first. The Swordmaster is stunned. Even the Demon King himself can't believe what just happened. Suddenly, the enemy explodes and a system alert appears. Demon King defeated. Top contributor, Choi. The Swordmaster is speechless. He doesn't even understand what just happened. Another alert. All summoned monsters have been eliminated. The goblin begins to fade away. But Choi rushes over, beaming with excitement, holding his book. He's unlocked a new ability. He can now recruit 4 sovereign masters. He's allowed to form a spirit contract with a creature. The system asks, "Do you wish to form a spirit contract with Goblin Swordmaster?" After all that, Choi falls from the sky. He thinks to himself, he's hated by humans and now allied with monsters. Now he's bound by contract to the Swordmaster. Choi realizes he's drifting further and further away from being human. A new announcement comes through. Surviving citizens will be rewarded. The general reward is 800 points. The top reward goes to Choi, 200,000 points. Once again, everyone is furious. Haiju takes a deep breath. Kang watches from a distance. He looks at Choi falling from the sky and wonders, is that guy a golden hero or the fuse to a ticking time bomb? Jaeong reflects. I don't know much about games, but this one feels like a base defense with massive troop deployment. He questions whether a max-out unit is even meant to exist in this game. Could someone really exist who could even beat a Demon King? Or is Choi just a glitch? The system suddenly reports, an abnormal unit has been detected. Target, Choi. He has max level and max stats. Now a decision must be made. Eliminate, reset, subjugate, or summon. The player chooses. Eliminate the unit. Something catches Choi's attention. He wonders if he's imagining it. He feels like someone's watching him. The system responds, error. Command could not be executed. A full inspection of the selected unit begins. Choi's profile is displayed. Then his unit is set as hidden. Other players can no longer see him. From now on, Choi is invisible in the system. The player may now return to the game. Meanwhile, the citizens are celebrating. They're spending their points in the shop. A messenger activates a magical item, a magic class accessory, to announce the results of the reward data analysis. There are 7 types of dice, each with different numbers based on type: 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 20, and 100-sided dice. Most are tied to specific classes. Items, weapons, tools, and gear are generated at random. Jaeong, for example, receives a Destiny Spork, a heroic class accessory that always returns to the user, never gets lost, and is always clean. He looks at it and mutters, I guess high-class gear doesn't always mean it's something good. Meanwhile, the people are overjoyed with the items they received. They start trading, selling, and negotiating. The population begins organizing. Some are recruiting attackers for the next mission, others are seeking defenders for evacuation zones. Jaeon turns to Haiju and asks, "Are you really leaving?" She nods. "Yeah, I don't think the military's for me. There are still so many people hiding in fear. I want to help them." But she adds, she still plans to support the missions, so Jaeon doesn't need to worry. He watches her go, thinking to himself, little by little, we're getting used to this crazy world. From a distance, Choi watches silently. The citizens are off to a good start. The champion, who will be essential to future missions, and the military, both have taken their places. How they move forward from here, that's what will matter most. If the plan Choi sets into motion from here on out fails, the city will fall at the hands of his own people. Choi takes a moment to reflect. Then someone taps him on the shoulder. He turns around and is surprised to see a girl greeting him. It's Kang Ji-woo. She's level 5, a regular citizen. Choi's shocked she suddenly showed up like that. He asks how she even got there. She casually replies, "I just climbed." She steps closer and Choi tenses up. Then Kang says, "I thought you'd be sad being all isolated up here, but it looks like you're actually used to it." Choi frowns. What's that supposed to mean? But she doesn't answer. Instead, she says, "There's no fixing anything today, but I'll come back later." Choi blinks, confused. Then, "Why'd you even come up here to find me?" Grinning, Kang teases him. "You're not going to figure that out staring at your book." Choi replies, "Unfortunately, thoughts don't show up in the data." As she turns to leave, Kang adds, "That's good. I just wanted to see your face." The face of the idiot who could have taken over the whole city, and still chose the hardest path anyway. Then she jumps off the building, attached to a rope. Choi is caught off guard. That whole encounter, and her sudden exit, it left him pretty rattled. A citywide announcement pops up. The city's experience level has increased. The city is now level 1. Citizen features will be improved. They can now customize their interface windows, block or add friends, and message others directly. Some parts of the city's infrastructure will also be physically upgraded. Choi realizes that the city's experience goes up whenever citizens spend points. He feels a little frustrated because his own points don't contribute to that total. Then a thought hits him. Where exactly are the points I'm spending going? He figures it's probably being absorbed by the demon that owns the book and wonders if it's really okay to keep using it. Elsewhere, Jaeon receives a new badge. He's now a second lieutenant. Kim Song celebrates the promotion, though Jaeon just looks completely drained. From a distance, Kang watches it all. She mutters, "They're doing great, but where exactly am I supposed to fit in? A fragile citizen like her, in a city this dangerous." Meanwhile, Choi sits silently in front of his book. Then a new system message appears. A new turn has begun. They've reached the house trap of the Golden God. The city has been captured by the Golden God, and if they don't satisfy him within the time limit, it's game over. The Golden God's greed level is 2. There will be 4 maps. The mission will last 2 weeks. Jaeong studies the details. He hadn't expected the units to change like this. They have to find treasure hidden across the summoned maps and bring it back to the city. The treasure's value directly affects the Golden God's satisfaction level. But here's the catch. The treasure can only be appraised inside the city. Everyone starts looking around confused. This time, there aren't any monsters spawning in the city, and if someone else completes the mission, everyone gets the overall reward. Then another announcement appears. There won't be a general reward this time. Each player's reward depends solely on how much they satisfy the Golden God. That news really frustrates people. Some of them don't even have proper combat gear. Hyunju watches everything unfold. She notices how long and complicated this mission description is, so she decides to skip all that for now and head straight into the mission. She's determined to explore the entire map on her own. Choi watches from a distance. The researcher's been incredibly lucky with dice rolls. If everything goes well, they'll complete the first level of the city's development plan with this mission. Until then, he plans to keep using the Book of Christina. After that, he'll figure out how to get rid of it. Suddenly, a sword bursts out from inside the book. It pierces straight through Choi's chest. He's stunned, no idea what's happening. The book slips from his hand, and a system message pops up. The number of sovereignty sacrifices in the last mission 0. Choi clutches his chest, the pain unbearable. Then the system declares, this is the Demon King's punishment. Demon King Christina chastises him for being idle. Until the user offers sacrifices of sovereignty, they will suffer extreme pain and their HP will continuously drop. If no sacrifices are made before HP hits 0, the individual will die and the Book of Christina will choose a new owner. Sector A, the jungle. A group arrives and finds a dungeon. It looks like an unregistered one. One guy says it's great, they'll have the whole place to themselves. Another suggests reporting the dungeon's location to the military and earning 50 points each. But the first guy asks what good 50 points will do. He's carrying a weapon called Black Flame Dragon, a medium fire damage weapon with bonus power when held in the right hand. Their team name is Kangs and Roses. Their leader is Kang Doyop, level 3. There are 4 members in total, and they're determined to make a name for themselves in this new world. Suddenly, a dark and eerie figure appears at the dungeon's exit. The group is startled. Someone wonders if it's a gatekeeper monster. Another guy remarks how easy it is to spot the patterns now. They used to be raid leaders and guild masters. To them, this world's just a playground, until they saw something strange. The thing that walks out of the dungeon is Choi. He casually says, "The cripple's the boss." He starts rattling off dungeon details, how to get rid of the enemies inside. The team tries covering their ears, desperate not to hear it, but Choi just keeps talking. Later, Kang complains, "We became sovereignty sacrifices on the damn first day of the mission. They can't believe how unfair it all is, and they're furious." Someone says something has to be done about that guy Choi. But another replies, "What can we do? He's max level with a mythical grade weapon." So they decide to abandon this mission and keep quiet. They're stuck now, inside the sovereignty sacrifice isolation zone. Inside, people are talking, trying to figure out how Choi's been picking them off. One person was caught in the jungle group, another in the canyon. They're fed up, saying Choi looked like a demon. There's no way someone like him is a good person. These were his true intentions. People got so creeped out by his face that honestly, they were about to give up on the whole sovereignty thing and just go treasure hunting instead. But in the end, they didn't want Choi to benefit, so they came back to the isolation zone. Everyone there is seriously stressed out. They're tired of being manipulated by Choi like they're pawns in his game. The system announces that the number of recorded sovereignty sacrifices has reached 2,000. The Demon King is slightly satisfied, so the punishment has been slightly reduced. Koi notes that the pain is now a bit more bearable. He reflects that this part wasn't mentioned anywhere in the item description. He had no idea there'd be this kind of punishment from the Demon King. Clearly, the book isn't revealing everything about itself. Still, Choi's relieved. This level of pain is manageable. It's within the margin of events he expected. The Demon King might think he's got Choi under control with this punishment, but in reality, Choi is the one in control. In Sector B, the canyons, a winged creature soars overhead. It's the Emperor Griffin's nest. The Griffin is a level 3 monster, but if you fight it inside its nest, the difficulty can increase drastically. The creature flies directly toward Choi. Meanwhile, Hyeju is fighting another monster, a stone troll, a level 2 creature evolved to survive in canyon environments. She remembers something the Goblin Master swordsman Jack once told her: power wasn't made to be controlled. She defeats the monster and thanks her master. The swordsman's apprentice is now even stronger. Then, out of nowhere, she spots Kang Juwoo beside her, cheerfully opening a treasure chest. Hyeju's baffled. "Why are you following me around?" Without hesitation, Kang grins and says, "Sticking close to you comes with perks." She says it without an ounce of shame, and with so much pride that Hyeju is left speechless. Teasing Hyeju, Kang asks if she'd really leave a fragile civilian all alone in a dangerous place like that. Hyeju says she would, but first she sends a message to someone, letting them know where the treasures are located. From atop a canyon, a monster silently watches them. Hyeju then points out that Kang Juwoo's bag is awfully small considering she's been following her around all day. Kang just shrugs and says her motto is quality over quantity. You can't actually tell what the treasure is until you take it back to the city and have it appraised, so she's just grabbing wherever seems cool. Hyeju raises an eyebrow. What filter are you using to decide that? Kang, blunt as ever, replies, "My eyes." Hyeju chuckles to herself. Kang's a little weird, but honestly, still pretty awesome. Then Kang brings up Hyeju's friends. Hyeju says she dealt with the monsters on the way here. Kang goes quiet for a moment, then asks if she really doesn't know anything. Monsters aren't the real enemies in this mission, and this isn't some peaceful treasure hunt either. It's a free-for-all, a solo mission where everything's on the line since there's no shared reward. Treasure isn't claimed until it's been appraised, so of course someone's going to get the idea that it's easier to fight people than monsters. Meanwhile, in a motel, the police are gathering. A detective arrives. It looks like they've got another case of stolen treasure. His name is Seo Unsuk and his partner is Kang Dushik. One officer reports that the victim suddenly blacked out during the appraisal, and when they woke up, all the treasure was gone. Seo Unsuk mutters that they should have handed it over directly to the Golden God. Appraising treasure takes time, anywhere from 1 to 12 hours randomly. It's almost like the system wants people to steal it if they can. Annoyed, the detective asks why Kang Dushik is interpreting that as permission to rob people. Dushik shrugs. Feels like a pretty human interpretation to me. The other officers are stunned by how casually Dushik talks to his superior. Suddenly, one of the officers yells, "It's Choi." They turn and see Choi riding in on a griffin. But before he can land, Detective Seo Unsuk covers his mouth. He's equipped with the phone back gloves, a legendary grade item, one of the 3 divine relics. They allow him to strike with wind and control the air around him. Seo Unsuk launches an attack, slamming Choi hard into the ground. Kang Dushik quickly orders the officers to issue an alert on Choi and evacuate everyone in the area. He watches the fight quietly impressed, rushing straight at Choi despite being outmatched in both gear and level. That's the kind of professional instinct you can't help but respect. Seo Unsuk glares at Choi furiously, but then he notices something. Choi isn't dodging. He's not even surprised, so he demands to know what Choi is scheming. Notifications start pouring in across the city. Apparently, Choi's been arrested by the detective. The citizens go wild with excitement. Everyone scrambles to grab their gear and go treasure hunting. Back in Sector A, the jungle, we reach the Goblin Village. Adventurers are storming the place, hunting monsters for all kinds of treasure. One soldier, Wang Minwu, level 3, charges and wielding a heroic-grade axe. Another soldier joins him. His name is Li Wujin, and he's using a heroic-grade bow. They start clearing out the goblins one by one. Wang and Li begin arguing. Wang wants to know why Li brought a bow instead of a rifle, since the bow is clearly less accurate. But before the last goblin can escape, a sharp strike hits it right in the head. It was Sergeant Park Shankyu. He grumbles that those two idiots will need to redeem themselves later. He radios the platoon commander, reporting that the area has been secured. The commander is Jiayong, who confirms they're done on their end too. Meanwhile, a goblin casts a spell. He laughs and says that soon, his god will descend upon them, and no one will be able to escape death. He locks eyes with Jiayong and says his end will spread like trees in a forest. But just then, a soldier activates the explosion ring, a magical class item. A soldier using it is Kim Kwang-soo. A massive explosion erupts right where the goblin was standing. Jiayong watches and mutters that attacking something while it's in the middle of transforming or summoning is kind of cheating. But they're soldiers. Life isn't a cartoon. The military storm a compound. They report that they've located the target. It's the 18 missing civilians. Most of them are injured, so they request reinforcements. Meanwhile, back at Military Command HQ, Kim Song says he's sending backup and that the engineering unit is on the way as well. They plan to turn that goblin village into a forward operating base. He then gets on the line with Jiayong and says he heard Choi was arrested. He asks if Jiayong has any idea what Choi's real plan is. Jiayong replies that the scariest thing about Choi isn't that book filled with information. It's the way he knows exactly how to use it. But he's not the enemy. The griffin groans and slumps down in front of the officers, clearly worn out. Looks like it's Choi's now. Choi digs into a well-served meal like he's been starving for days. Kang Dushik watches and says that apparently even high-level people like him still get hungry. Detective Siu Unsak walks in and asks if they're just having a nice little chat. Then Siu Unsak announces that Choi is officially being treated as a criminal, charged with theft, fraud, and even murder. Raising his hand, Choi says he acknowledges it all and takes full responsibility. Smiling, Siu Unsak says he's been in this business for 20 years, and all it takes is one look at someone's face to know if they're a criminal. He adds that Choi doesn't seem like a bad person. Everything that happened looks more like an accident. The guy approaches, saying this would be like the Good Samaritan law, but it doesn't exist in Korea. Smiling, Siu says he will clear up the misunderstanding people have about the protagonist. Dropping a spoon on the table, Yol says he wasn't acting to seek help. At that moment, the detective doesn't understand. But the conversation is interrupted when a soldier arrives with urgent news. A person with a heroic class item is trying to commit robbery and murder. Since there aren't many strong people, the team is struggling. They immediately head to a bus to go to the robbery site. Dushik says that when missions have no rewards, there is no cooperation. And that's how it should have been from the beginning. Great chaos for a new order. That would be fitting for a world of superpowers. Seo complains, saying the guy should think like a sane person. Besides, he doesn't understand these things from another world. But anyway, they're still humans. A person is about to die and then calls for help. The attacker doesn't care about anything, but the detective appears to intercept the blow, then says he will arrest him for robbery and attempted murder. And if he tries to resist, things will get a bit violent. Scared, he quickly surrenders. Seo takes him to the bus. Dushik says that the laws of the land no longer have meaning. The best choice would be for them to become the kings of the city, and with his help, it wouldn't be difficult. The detective says that's why he always keeps him close, as the most dangerous person in the city is him. In his thoughts, Dushik says something is strange. No matter what he does, he can't guess what Yul is thinking. But he quickly realizes something. Looking at Seo, he says that from today they will be busy. Since the protagonist is imprisoned, it's a golden opportunity for others. Dushik thinks Yul's true goal is to cause destruction, but Seo defends him, saying the boy is good. The guy says people are not laughing but hiding. In the cell, we observe the protagonist sitting, sweating. He says it's now a battle of patience. The system says Christina is still unsatisfied and needs more sacrifices. Our boy uses an item to multiply himself. Smoke appears around him. Soon his other self appears in front of him. Using the invisibility cloak, Yul hides, asking the clone to do a good job, and lasts as long as he can without being caught. After the protagonist leaves, the clone awakens. A soldier arrives, questioning why Yul is taking so long to come out. Turning around, the clone doesn't have a friendly face and intimidates the soldier a bit. As if it would help, he says there are reinforcements, so it's better not to try anything. Suddenly, Yul's clone leaves the cell. Calmly, he says he won't try anything. The griffin outside starts behaving strangely. For some reason, it begins to fly. People are confused. We see that the real protagonist is still invisible. He says that stage 1 of his plan is complete. Now begins stage 2. The army split into 2 groups, those handling the inside and soldiers handling the outside. Additionally, citizens can also choose one of the 2 groups. Humans without combat skills found their functions. Since then, the mission has been progressing smoothly. Inside the outpost that was formerly the Goblin Village, Quan says they finished a sector of the size in just 2 days. But if humans cooperated, it would have been much easier from the start. The sergeant recalls his superior saying that the city's atmosphere isn't very good. More and more treasures are being stolen and human greed only grows with time. The people protecting the city are struggling due to a lack of equipment. Quan asks if the army will act, and he responds that they won't because it's dangerous. If the army handled the police tasks, civilians would think the situation is critical. Their duty is to act when necessary. Quan remains silent, thoughtful. Then he says that even if the world changes, people will never change. And he adds that knowing this causes terrible affliction. Later, somewhere else, a guy is being taken over by something dark. The bandit is using the person as a guinea pig to test his poison combinations. We see that the item he uses to cause this is the abandoned magic pearl. This equipment evolves every time you use it. The poison around the guy starts to disappear. With a macabre smile, the unknown person says he won't kill him yet, because he still has to test several other poison combinations. The civilian says he will hand over all the treasures, begging for mercy. Like a lunatic, the guy says experience is the greatest treasure. The last thing heard are screams. Later, the detective arrives at the crime scene. Dushik says this weapon is very convenient. Both notice something ahead. Observing the body, Siu says the killer didn't even touch the treasure, and it's unclear whether it was just one person or a group. Dushik states that something dangerous has emerged. When the Demon King Yule was imprisoned, something else took his place. Happy, the detective says the boy isn't a bad person, yet he acknowledges that all this is happening because of him. So later, he will need to have a deep conversation with Yule. Dushik asks if he thinks the protagonist will say what he thinks, and C replies that in times like this, of course not. But he will do something more efficient, which is to question the people close to him. On the griffin, the boy sneezes, then wonders if he has some kind of cold. The system indicates that the satisfaction of the golden god hasn't even reached 10%. This worries Yule a bit. Going to the desert sector, he says there's nothing to be done. Ahead, there's a large sand tornado. The griffin is already tired from so much flying. Our boy says they've arrived, so he tells the bird to rest a bit. No matter what the citizens do, he has already taken all the valuable treasures. Smiling, Yule tells the creature to eat and fatten up a lot. Surprisingly, our boy is creating his own golden god. Elsewhere, the three corporals say to leave the mission to them. Quan asks them not to be so dramatic since he's only going to make a statement about Yule. Like children, the soldiers shout for him to bring ice cream when he returns. When the surgeon is a bit far away, the three are happy because now they'll have a day off. Another surgeon observes their attitude, but then says there's no problem taking a vacation. The three goofballs dance happily near him, shouting they ask for a beer. And meanwhile, the surgeon thinks he can't leave the idiots alone. A hand hovers in the darkness. 4 blows are struck at the protagonist. Then he falls to the ground stunned. Jack says it's done. Now that he has pierced all your pressure points, the pain should have subsided. Our boy thanks the goblin, since he has helped a lot. Currently, Jack has become one of Yule's 4 sovereigns. There are many questions the boy wants to ask, but it's better to wait until the situation stabilizes. And now he will take advantage of the moment that Sergeant Quan is in the city to rob the houses in the jungle sector. Something happens to Quan. He quickly orders the soldier to turn the car around, because now they are in an ambush. The enemies take potions to keep attacking them continuously. Quan questions if these guys have lost their minds by attacking the military. Even so, if he retaliates, it will be chaos because, like it or not, these guys are civilians. The sergeant decides to flee until reinforcements arrive. They flee at high speed so the people cannot catch them. Keeping calm, Quan notices that the crime rate is worse than he imagined. The stronger humans went treasure hunting, leaving the non-combatants in the city. Thus, the best environment for criminals was created. If a powerful bandit appears, the city will become dangerous, and meanwhile, the soldier shouts, saying something is following them. And besides, that thing is very fast. The city is in chaos, and our boy is currently fighting a lizard. Its difficulty level is 3. There is not just one. There are several preparing to strike the protagonist. But of course, none of them stand a chance of even scratching him. With just one blow, the monsters evaporate. Yul says that because of Jack, his body feels lighter. By his side, he tells him not to overexert himself, and adds that this place is similar to the demon dimension. In the demon realm, the monsters get stronger and the boy's pain also increases, because Christina is the demon king, making the punishment worse. Yul says he would like to finish this quickly and leave with the treasure. In fact, his most important goal is not to satisfy the golden god, but to complete the mission in the easiest way. That means getting many treasures, and then obtaining the maximum rewards he can. The protagonist says that the chaos happening in the city is because of his plan to get treasures. A monster made of poison attacks the soldier and Quan. The two are not scared and have already called for reinforcements. Before being there, the sergeant earned a promotion reward. His superior said he got on a mission and also gave some items to his subordinates. Quan didn't say much, only that he still couldn't get used to it. The item is heroic class, providing momentary shelter for the user. A safe area is created with a range of 3 meters and lasts for 3 minutes. The sergeant tells the soldier to stop because if they act hastily, they could suffer. Before doing anything, someone jumps onto the moving car. The guy catches their attention. Quan asks him to call the leader because he has no intention of talking to lackeys. The man starts laughing, saying the sergeant is good at offending. Pointing his hand at them, he says he is the leader and orders them to obey if they don't want to die there. The entire car is enveloped in poison. Things start to melt. This scares the soldier, but Quan remains calm thanks to his helmet. In his mind, he notes that this smoke is corrosive and the area the poison covers is wide. Moreover, if things go wrong, their fate will be no different from the people outside. For now, they are fine since the item is protecting them. Quan says he can surrender if he listens to his conditions. Fearlessly, the sergeant tells the guy he can become his subordinate. This way, he can also make him more human. The bandit asks if Quan is in his right mind. Beside him, the soldier becomes desperate, questioning the attitude. The guy notices something behind him, but it's too late, and the sergeant says he did it just to distract him and give an opening for the reinforcements to attack. And then the bandit was taken up. He says he ended up playing too much, and because of the wind, he cannot control this poison. He adds that he doesn't know who it is, but he is definitely at a disadvantage. Trying to counterattack, the guy makes a ball of poison, and then takes a slingshot in his hand to shoot at the individual. The projectile is fast and heads towards the target. Before the shot hits Seo, the sergeant moves him out of the way. Like a beam of light, the poison bullet hits the ground. The wind tornado dissipates, and where the projectile hit, the ground started melting. The detective tries to take the lead, but Quan warns that the enemy is not alone. Seo says he can't run away, but the sergeant asks him to consider it a strategic retreat. The two begin to argue at the worst possible moment. While they bicker, the criminal has already escaped. Several explosions occur in the city. The humans on the ground are criminals complaining about being in the outer area. They soon question why they had the misfortune of running into Haeju. Quickly, both try to flee the scene. The girl shouts for them to stop running, but the guy throws a bottle at her. Haeju doesn't seem to notice the danger, but the old woman warns her not to get close. Before it hits the ground, the girl catches the beer bottle, and with a skillful maneuver, she manages to prevent the explosion. The old lady is relieved after seeing this. Haeju questions who those people were. The old woman informs her that they are bandits, but she has never seen them so organized before, and adds that some of them have poisoned bottles that currently have no antidote. Luckily, thanks to her, everything was resolved. In her subconscious, the girl remembers what Kang had said about humans. Haeju decides to put treasure hunting on hold for now. Since something strange is happening in the city, we see someone watching our boy's clone. Apparently, Kang had already figured out the deception. Eating a cookie, she wonders what Yule is planning, because without him, the city will soon be destroyed from within. Elsewhere, Jack warns that a big battle is about to begin. The protagonist says he expected chaos, but didn't know there would be such crazy people. Defeating the monsters, the goblin suggests that the boy could just cut them down, but Yule refuses, because he needs something more chaotic, and these people who have appeared will only speed up the process. Jack says it's very hard to guess the protagonist's thoughts. Our boy asserts that soon he will understand, and for now, they will clear this dungeon. The large door opens for the two. Inside, a monster says it's been a long time since a human descended so deep. The creature is another demon king who resides at the edge of the abyss. Moving forward, Yule asks if the boss knows Christina. The monster says he doesn't like the protagonist's tone. Without giving him time to react, the boy charges. A barrier stops him from hitting. The boss calls him a fool for thinking that would scratch him. Quickly, he says he despises that kind of attitude and launches several boulders. Immediately, the protagonist is thrown back, saying that this is a magical barrier that nullifies all physical damage. This demon king is a mage type. If Quan brought his platoon here, they would be exterminated in seconds. Jack and Yule dodge the boss's attacks. Besides the demon king, there are also other dangers to face, both cursed items and plagues. Wielding a large axe, the protagonist says he will defeat Ensign to alter the dungeon's difficulty. The monster creates several barriers to defend itself. With the axe that transforms physical power into magic, our boy manages to kill it and adds that he will leave all dangerous areas easy for the citizens. At the West Police Station, inside the meeting room, Seo is talking about something. The topic of conversation is about the poison bandit called Inuji. Dushik says the best thing would be to arrest him, but with their current strength, it won't be possible. The detective plans to carry out a joint operation with the police, the army, and good citizens. Haeju fully agrees with this idea. Quan knows that the longer this lasts, the worse it will get. If they lose the battle, everyone will die. Since the superiors plan this, they must know the risks. This means they are confident in winning this fight happening within the city. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the Demon King has not yet been defeated and says he has brought suffering to countless people. And for a long time, no mortal has been able to hurt him, but Yol managed to do it easily. Again, the protagonist asks if the boss knows Christina. He questions if this is related to the convocations. Yol doesn't know if the monster is talking about the missions. The creature explains that they also receive missions just like humans, and usually, it's to destroy them. Perhaps some monsters have different convocations, and meanwhile, the boy wants the boss to say more. But he says it doesn't matter, because the more he tells, the closer the user of that book comes to finding death. At this moment, Yul realizes the monster knows something. Laughing, the creature says he won't be able to see the destruction this will cause. The protagonist tries to do something, but Jack stops him, saying it's better to leave. Before disappearing, the boss says it's good to see your anguished face. Yul shouts for him to wait, but it's too late, and an earthquake begins to shake the ground. A lightning bolt emerges from it and illuminates the entire area. The voice of the Demon King resonates, saying he will wait for the great condemnation of pawn number 8 that will be induced by the protagonist. The goblin asks if Yul is okay, and he responds that he is, but in his mind he thinks about his situation and the secrets that reside in the book. Jack asks if he wants to search for information, but the boy says no because it's enough to know that there is a Demon King who knows Christina. For now, he will work on his goal of adjusting the area's difficulty, which will take at least 3 days. Jack doesn't know if humans will be able to survive for so long, so he cares for his apprentice and friends. After 3 days, there is already a great commotion in the city. There are many injured due to the battle, and there is no medication to treat them. There are more victims in fights between humans than from monsters. Seo and Haiju are being attacked by poison smoke. What will they be able to do to get out of this situation? Someone wanted to see them give up hope. The masked man with his dark power stated that their legendary items wouldn't be enough for his downfall. According to him, none of the soldiers wanted to pour their efforts into this battle but wanted to make an easy profit instead. All of this was due to the absence of a chief. This world needed an emperor who could rule humans, and no one should be as strong as this absolute ruler. The girl suddenly claimed that the title of strongest belonged to Yul. Yet the masked man affirmed that Yul didn't come to face him as he was aware of his inability to win. The villain was even disappointed since he had prepared a secret weapon to face him. When suddenly, the man was targeted by gunshots, and he managed to use his powers in order to remain unharmed. His barrier, which is able to stop bullets, is also an automatic defense, meaning that the antagonist was gaining new abilities as the fight went on. With that, the masked man decided to counterattack. As the soldier evaded the attack, he realized that this man must be vanquished as soon as possible. The masked man claimed that unlike Yul, he could aid in completing missions and would share points and items. They just had to execute his orders for him to do that. As obscure intentions filled his mind, the masked man claimed that they just had to accept. All they had to do was execute his every desire. But the detective began to charge up his gauntlets, before attacking with all his might, stating that the serpent should just raid a dungeon. But the masked villain managed to shield himself from the wind and claimed that he had already adapted to such a fence. Yet both the spearman and the police officer seemed startled as something began to approach them from underground. Suddenly, multiple slime snakes began to rise from the ground, before engulfing both of them in a giant sphere of poison. But luckily, Haiju managed to create a barrier just in time to protect herself and the inspector. The serpent then stated that Seo and Haiju's abilities were rendered powerless against his own. With that, he decided to spare whoever's scream would bring him the most joy after being victims of his poison. The serpent then asserted that there was only one type of agonized scream he wanted to hear. With that, the barrier was shattered by the snakes. So Inspector Seo decided to cover Haiju and use himself as a shield against the venomous bites. The Dragon Warrior claimed to be of a higher level, but the police officer didn't want to hear any of it, as it was his responsibility to ensure her safety as a police officer and the eldest of the two. The serpent claimed that this scene displeased him, yet he was about to express what he truly desired. A sudden blow of wind blew his poison away. This left the dragon, the bear, and even the serpent confused. As he sheathed his sword, he stated that he expected more from his student. Jack was disappointed to see Haiju struggling against such a weak foe. Both Seo and Haiju were surprised to see the goblin swordsman. The serpent recognized him as one of the monsters who guarded the pillars on the last mission, which left him confused as to why he didn't vanish ever since. Jack wanted to teach the young one a lesson, but they were running short on time. An emergency notice popped in the system. A rumble could be heard near an immense pile of gold and what seemed to be an empty pig shell. Another golden deity that competes for the head of the herd spot has been discovered after reaching adolescence. With that, the city's mission was altered. The citizens were now able to choose which golden pig they would like to gift their treasures to, and the deity with the most riches would be crowned the winner. All were reading carefully as another notice popped up stating that those who chose the future winner would be rewarded handsomely, but those who chose the loser would receive none. The citizens began to blame the protagonist after seeing that the golden deity of the desert had a much more impressive wealth compared to the one in the city despite having only one participant. Even the serpent's underlings began to discuss how this all might be Yul's doing, when something surprised the masked man. The whole city joining forces to take down one villain was a very old play. Yet a simpleton that relies only on his epic item could never possibly fill that role, as stated by the protagonist arriving on the back of his griffin. The civilians began to talk about how Yul would never surrender himself and how he looked like an evil person upon seeing him on the scene. With that, one of the men proposed to head back to the city, yet another decided to argue that the serpent was there. Yet they didn't care about the small villain when facing the demon lord of greed's servant, who even made the serpent shake in anguish. With that, the masked man immediately attacked the protagonist. He unleashed a colossal venomous snake on Yul. Both Seo and Haiju were surprised to see the giant snake eating their friend. The serpent decided to execute the wielder of the book for ridiculing him. Yet Yul seemed unfazed by the situation, unlike his griffin. Suddenly, the magic beast caught the serpent's projectile with his beak. This confused the masked villain. When witnessing it eating his power, he was surprised to see the Emperor Griffin, who diets on venomous creatures, swallowed a special poison bomb that he created to take down its master. Suddenly, Yule appeared right behind the villain. The serpent was startled when the book's wielder asked him if he knew why his poison was ineffective from behind his back. Yet Yule refused to tell him why and decided to let him search for the answer alone, before flicking him on the head and asking him to stop harassing innocents. Seo and Honeydew were left shocked, and just like that, the serpent was defeated. After that, the protagonist claimed the golden deity of the desert as his own, and stated that anyone who tried to offer a treasure to his giant pig would be a victim of the demon greed lord on every mission. And with an evil face, he challenged the city to find a solution before the end of this mission, before flying off on his griffin. This left all shocked at how pitiful of an actor he was. Even Jack had to comfort him after such a pathetic performance. It was now sunset, and a gigantic tornado was spotted in the desert near the city. At the treasure hunt mission urgent meeting, the attendants were discussing how they should gather enough treasures in a week in order to beat the book wielder. Haiju asked the citizens to join forces with the rest of them. Seo affirmed that Yule was the city's greatest enemy, but they had other urgent matters to attend to. The inspector proposed to face the problem in the same way they did in their original world. Cooperation was the key. Haiju stated that it was teamwork that always allowed humanity to overcome its challenges. Today's main concerns were to vanquish the wielder of the book, finish the upcoming missions while trying to return to Earth. And with that, Haiju ignited her spear and requested the citizens' help, leaving them all on fire. A blonde person was left behind the bars. This person had the orb implanted in his hand, and great anger dwelling inside his mind. A new morning began to rise on the trapped city. The first mission guideline was procured by the city union. Firstly, the lair referred to the habitat of all hostile monsters that didn't live underground. The layers were easy to deal with since the monsters could be spotted from a large distance. It didn't offer much to loot but could potentially contain a rare and valuable item. Secondly, there were the dungeons. Dungeons were defined as every biome that couldn't be discovered without entering them. This place offered the most valuable loot, but it was prohibited for someone to enter a dungeon alone, seeing how dangerous it was. It was recommended to seek the help of an experienced fighter of the army or the police before entering a dungeon. An old man was organizing the treasures before escorting the loot back to the city. With that, multiple loaded trucks made their way into the city, when suddenly a horde of flying monsters appeared from the skies, and so the adventurers tried to repel them until they could reach the city. The humans were almost home, where some other adventurers waited for them. With that, the humans in the city began to attack the monsters in order to protect the trucks. The third place was the Treasure Evaluation Center. The loot's value was estimated inside the Treasure Evaluation Center's walls, while the forces of order protected the adventurers inside. An epic treasure called the Idol of the True God that was made after the deity himself and was also valued at 1,000 was discovered. The hunter was overjoyed by his precious discovery. Meanwhile, someone was writing numbers on a blank board. Yuchoi was still far more wealthy than the city itself, even though they had conquered most of the jungle and the canyon. Only one place remained undiscovered, and that was the desert where the book wielder was hiding. The citizens had been avoiding such dangerous, mysterious areas until now, but now they had the power to explore it. A shiny hair was on the table. Seo was just informed that this hair was the replica of Yule they were detaining. His partner then stated that if Yule had talked about the desert's deity from the start, most people would try to avoid it since they were all scared of him. Yet the book wielder decided to play the villain in order to force people to take action by letting them overcome their fear. Yet the angry inspector broke the table in two as he rejected his idea. At this rate, the mission's outcome wouldn't matter in the end, and the poor young man would always be seen as a villain. His partner stood there in silence, thinking about it all. He was starting to grasp how Yulchoi thought. The protagonist wasn't only trying to accomplish the current mission, but strategize for the rest of the game. The young man was aware that the rest of the city needed to work together and to be constantly evolving and leveling up. He probably had a plan to make them win their treasure hunt, pushing the civilians beyond working together to loot some pricey objects. A giant tablet of stone with scriptures on it was found in the jungle. The blonde woman examined it carefully. She thought of making a nice profit out of it as she discovered a new way to beat the treasure hunt. A great battle was occurring in the desert near the tornado. It was now the final day of the treasure hunt, and Detective Seo was facing the protagonist, Yule, who just blocked Seo's punch, and his golden deity amassed a fortune of 38,552,895. But our protagonist was surprised to find himself sent flying into the air. Seo stated that he would remain heavier than Yule, no matter his level. Once in the air, our protagonist was attacked from both sides by the serpent and the dragon warrior, who were part of the citizens whose pate amassed a fortune of 37,001,970. But the wielder of the book managed to swiftly evade all the attacks directed at him, and the race for the best deity ends in less than 25 minutes. Yule then pointed out how little time the city still had to beat him. He then called his opponents the allied forces of the city and stated that they needed to work harder against him. 4 days ago, Haiju was surprised by the serpent's true identity. The mighty villain turned out to be a level 24 teenager named Sungwon Kang. The arrogant boy wanted Haiju to leave him alone and stated that he would call her when needed, which angered the hero who was tasked with surveilling him. But just as the serpent was about to make his move, he was interrupted by something that flew right next to him. That was Haiju's spear, which was quicker than the villain's orb, separating him from the average person. The dragon warrior obtained that information from Sungwon's gang, who quickly betrayed him, making him look like a bad leader. But the serpent didn't blame his traitorous underlings, who would lick his boot once again after he taught them a lesson. The high schooler claimed it to be their essence as humans. This made the hero call him a teenage edgelord. Sungwon's wishing orb, which was also an epic item, but the only reason he lost to the epic book's wielder is that the orb wasn't at full power yet. But once his strength reaches its zenith, even Yule would be no match for him. Haiju grew worried when the serpent claimed that he would eventually rule the city. The villain was right, since the wielder of the demonic book was the only one responsible for his defeat. This made the dragon warrior think that the city should take precautions regarding this young man who hasn't unlocked his full power yet. At the Treasure Evaluation Center 4, 2 hunters were talking about how one of them experienced a dungeon for the first time. A little bit further, a police officer wanted to find a hunter for walking with a shed sword. Jayu was annoyed since she needed Discord in order to make a big profit out of her intel. That's where she decided to call someone saved as Miss Jackpot. Miss Jackpot turned out to be Haiju, who expressed how worried she was about her friend. But while the dragon warrior was talking on the phone, the villain was discreetly adjusting the settings of his power-hungry serpent's wishing orb. Jayu asked the spear maiden if she knew anyone who would be interested in buying information, but she just gathered all the important figures. The helmet wearer had a question before commencing the meeting. He wanted to know why the young villain was attending their meeting. It was no other than the man next to him that asked for his presence, since the high schooler was a talented individual. It was also a waste of talent in those times of need to ask Haiju to be his warden. But just as the inspector was angrily expressing his opinion, he quickly changed his tone after being interrupted by the level 1 Chiolman Lee. According to the blonde girl's data, a golden deity could be eliminated before it became a full-grown adult. Despite Yule being an obstacle, there was still a chance for them to win, which is why someone's help was required. Just like he said, the city would eventually scream for him before proposing a deal to the rest of the table. Yule and Jack were sitting on a building's roof near the massive tornado. The swordsman wanted to know if his master needed more victims for the demon lord of greed. He noticed that Yule was still under demonic punishment, but the book wielder stated that he wanted the people to get as much treasure as possible since he found the solution for the victims. This time, the protagonist targeted those who were about to enter a lethal dungeon and those who were about to stumble upon a cursed item. Yule claimed that he had to put some individuals into isolation for this mission, which left the swordsman intrigued. With that, someone came to them. A team composed of the lieutenant, the inspector, the high schooler, and the spear maiden was getting close to him. There was also a truck escorting soldiers meant to help them fight Yul. Jack wanted to face them, but the wielder of the book stopped him, as it wasn't his time to take action since he should be sending his weakest servant to battle first. A giant shadow was above the military trucks. The Emperor Griffin attacked the allied forces of the city. Both Siu and Haiju were surprised to see poison roaming around them. The serpent ordered them to leave. The young man decided to distract their first foe. This behavior greatly annoyed his 2 teammates, who immediately attacked the beast from above. Meanwhile, the lieutenant ordered the units to find a secure spot and use their weapons to help the heroes. The soldiers immediately executed the orders. Meanwhile, the serpent, who didn't want to fight Yule's minion, stayed hidden since the griffin wasn't his goal. He wanted to outplay those who tried to manipulate him into killing the golden deity of the desert. The gray-haired man observed from afar. He assumed that the book wielder wasn't open to the negotiation he recommended to the team. With that, he and his men began to make their move. The operation to eliminate the golden deity of the desert was just a distraction. The mission could be cleared by slaughtering the giant pig, yet it was hopelessly out of reach. In reality, they planned to go to the desert and loot as much as possible. Therefore, they must deploy as many units as possible to loot the place, since they only had time for one trip. Which is why they had to distract the serpent with the task of killing the desert deity, since it would be too risky to leave him in a weakened city. The car suddenly stopped. The man was shocked at what he'd seen. He and his men stumbled upon a ruined city from Earth in the middle of the desert. The soldiers observed the place in silence. This led him to think that they weren't the only city trapped in this game. Yet he wasn't expecting to see his theory come true in such a way. This city was ruined by its citizens killing each other, not by some outside monstrosity. The place was filled with treasure. The corpses began to decompose a year ago. This led the soldier to think that this city had years to complete this mission despite them having much less time. But then he was shocked when the man with the hat theorized that both cities started the challenge at the same time, but the flow of time moved differently for each city. There was no way to prove it, but if this turned out to be true, it meant that the players behind this game could control even time. Claws began to slash. Siu was face to beak with the Emperor Griffin. The inspector attacked the beast with a well-chained series of punches, greatly damaging the great beast, when suddenly something startled it. Kanju, who was ready to strike it down, managed to sneak her way onto its back. She apologized to the griffin since they had no choice but to win, before using her power to burn the poor beast. Jack was left impressed. Seo and Hiju's main weapons were some of the finest in the game, which also gave additional stat points while granting the user great firepower, which explains why those two were impressive from the beginning. But their attack range was too large, making them a danger to anyone near them, which is why Yule forced them into joining forces in order to learn to control their powers. But training them would only be possible alongside an experienced party of fighters who were used to working together. The griffin was now defeated, which is why the inspector and the dragon warrior were surprised to feel it move behind their backs. It was Yule carrying the creature and praising them for completing the first stage. Seo wanted this whole masquerade to end and stated that he wasn't here to slaughter the pig of the desert. Yule was surprised when the man claimed to be coming to rescue him. Seeing that man working to get him back to the city put a smile on the protagonist's face. Yule then challenged Seo to put him under arrest, before flying away, leaving him and Hiju alone on the scene, when suddenly something caught her attention. She got in front of the inspector, trying to defend him. Keiju had to repel a powerful attack. She was successfully able to protect all her allies. Jack stated that his student was the only one to repel his attack. This made him realize that he had to do his best to restrain himself before accidentally killing one of them. The lieutenant recognized him as the strongest out of the 3 pillar guardians during the last mission. It took great numbers and countless hours to take down the weakened pillars. This made the man wonder if they could face the goblin swordmaster with such a small unit, especially after the serpent disappeared. Meanwhile, at the Griffin Emperor's nest in the canyon sector, Yule was praising his weakest minion and recommended him to rest well as it healed. He then apologized to the creature, who could quickly regenerate, for sacrificing it like a mere pawn. As an apology, Yule used the legendary Tool Weather Orb that would change the weather in a small area for one time. The wielder of the book summoned a thunderstorm in order to protect the Griffin's nest until the end of this mission. With that, he headed back at an impressive speed. On the way, he remembered the inspector's kind words. He expected the city's strongest fighter to come and face him, but was surprised by his good intentions. Yule could predict others' actions, but not what was on their minds. Smoke began to rise in the sky. Only Seo and Hiju were still standing in front of the goblin sword master. The inspector couldn't think of a way to win against that Jack, who looked invulnerable. Hiju begged her master to grant them access, but Jack didn't want them to earn their pass with a conversation, but with a fight. The lieutenant, who turned out to be alive, proposed to retreat. They still had some time ahead of them, so they should use it to strategize since the goblin only counterattacked. Jack was standing on the top of a ruined building. When Yule arrived, the sword master stated that Jiang Guan thought wisely. Meanwhile, inside a military tent, the 3 of them were analyzing their opponents. A party needed strategic thinking in order to thrive since strength alone wasn't enough. Yule wanted to take advantage of the mission in order to make them more experienced in beating dungeons. It is also crucial to make multiple and diverse groups work together, to avoid seeing a single entity rising to power alone. As for the serpent, the protagonist decided to keep an eye on him for the moment. After all, he was just a boy becoming a man. Someone stated that the sandstorm in front of him made Siu look powerless. He planned to eliminate the golden deity of the desert, while the others were distracting its protector after passing through the sandstorm. Meanwhile, back in the city, the young man was surprised by the result he got and asked the inspector how he figured it out. The man stated that Yule never followed the mission's rules but used them to earn as much as possible. This made the man wonder what he would do in their place, which is how he found out how to successfully increase the value of a treasure before offering it. With that, the city had to amass greater wealth than the desert deity, or hope that the sent unit eliminates it first, making the man wonder what way Yule chose for the city to win. The uprating and organizing of the city treasures was proceeding like clockwork. A policeman and a soldier were worried about the sandstorm in the desert sector that would slow down the upcoming trucks and their lack of equipment, but the inspector resolved them quickly. With that, they decided to quickly execute their orders. Yet they were both surprised to find themselves calling him boss. Inspector Siu was asked about his partner. Haiju assumed that he must be powerful since his partner left him to lead the citizens, which Siu confirmed. But Dusik was more known as resourceful. Yet that's what makes him a threat. Siu wouldn't have left him unsupervised if it weren't for the current situation. He thought of how he had no other choice as he swallowed his meal in one go, surprising Haiju. The serpent was going all out, but he was still being overpowered. He was vanquished and launched far by the enormous sandstorm. This left the boy confused since the level of his wishing orb didn't get any higher after use like it should have. Yule had his book open. He thought of how the serpent was wasting the chance he offered him. In order to master his wishing orb, the young boy had to fight a stronger foe every time. Yet it was expected to see his poison being useless against elite monsters since he was only using it on weak monsters and humans while hiding. Yule decided not to tell him that he would have progressed further if he fought alongside the city's heroes. Yet the protagonist found the immature serpent to be currently a good asset. Someone was traveling at an incredible speed. It was Jack, who landed on the roof of a building. when suddenly the structure was blown up under his feet. The soldier gave Siu the green light. The detective put all his power into his punch. And with the swordsman blinded, the soldiers were free to make the bullets rain. They then had to take cover as the missile entered the eye of the tornado. This resulted in a huge explosion. One of the soldiers decided to celebrate early, but the other one shut him down since it brings misfortune. Hiju was standing in the rubble. Her master used her as a shield and stated that this attack wasn't enough to penetrate his barrier. The lieutenant realized that they needed more power. Yet the goblin was impressed and decided to let them pass. He stated that they had learned to fight in this world. Jack then turned to his disciple and stated that teamwork was one of the many ways to make one more powerful. The lieutenant was still impressed that these two were in a story of their own, as the master stated that he expected more of his disciple. With that, the allied forces of the city went on their way. Jack also walked away with a smile on his face. This made the man with the glasses wonder if the enemy was training or testing them, making him wonder what would have happened if he wasn't pleased with their performance. He then ordered his forces to stay vigilant since the wielder of the book was expecting them. The allied forces were discussing a way to get past the tornado, but the detective seemed to have an idea. With that, he decided to try something. In that moment, he went to his limits. In order to open up a pass through the tornado, everyone was surprised by this impressive feat, but all were startled when someone stated that wearing these gauntlets didn't grant such power. According to Yule, this meant that Punbake started to respect the detective. Keiju was surprised to see him, when suddenly she and the detective mysteriously disappeared. It was Yule's doing who declared the start of the final act after using the heroic tool-free warp tickets, which allowed him to teleport someone to a certain place. This tool can forcibly teleport a citizen under the condition that he wasn't stronger than the user. Haiju and Seo assumed that they were teleported far from the battle, when suddenly someone approached them from behind. It was the serpent, who was impressed that they survived the griffin. Both looked at the villain in silence, yet the serpent found something odd about them. He wondered how these two changed so much within a day. Heiju wanted to know if Yule also teleported him here, but he claimed to have woken up here, making him wonder if Yule really did it. The serpent assumed that he sent them away in fear that they might slay his giant pig, but the protagonist affirmed that it wasn't his intention. Yule claimed that the final clash had always been hosted in a special place. The serpent started to mock him for having such an idea. Yule dodged his attack and was surprised to see him knowledgeable about the matter. But the young man claimed to have heard it from those he harassed. The more you get the target, the more it gets involved in the role and performs it perfectly, which is why the boy remembers it well. Now Yule was sure that the serpent was the perfect antagonist. The soldiers lost contact with the rest of the team and were now short on ammo. Even though they successfully got the high schooler out of the city, they were still unsure if the citizens would gather enough points in time. This led them to resume the operation by finding the dragon warrior first, since the race would end in 2 days. They only had time to proceed with the current strategy without coming up with new ones. Haiju and Yule clashed together, yet the hero wanted to negotiate. The protagonist then stated that his pride would cause his downfall like every other villain. Battle stated that everyone here could slay the deity in one attack since it was full of health with no defense. And with an evil laugh, he decided to let the first one to hit him pass and kill his pig. But while the serpent was getting into this set mood, Siu and Haiju were impressed by how he became even worse as an actor. The little boy clearly understood the mission, but his bloodlust wouldn't be satisfied by one hit. With that, he launched an attack that targeted Yule from all directions. But with a swing of a sword, the protagonist repelled the poison, before hitting the teenager on the forehead. The serpent was defeated once again by getting hit on the forehead a second time. With that, Yule asked Siu and Haiju about their next move. There was no room for argument. Although they opposed the serpent, the bear and the dragon warrior decided to confront the wielder of the book. The truck was loaded up. The soldier stated that since the cars were full, there was no place for the adventurers. So he told the old man to return home with the guards and the non-fighters. He and the rest would carry the rest of the loot on foot. Meeting them midway after delivering the treasures would be a time saver. The soldier looked back one last time. He gazed at the ruined city and paid his respects to its fallen citizens. Back to the fight, Yule swiftly dodged Hiju's flames when Siu decided to take him by surprise, but the book wielder suddenly disappeared. The anti-hero reminded them that he was stronger than his monster friend, stating that they should do better than that. Despite not taking them seriously, Yule's air shoes made him unpredictable. Keiju was trying to remember the goblins while someone tried to get her attention. This made Guan yell in her ear via earpiece. She apologized, stating that she was too busy to respond, but the lieutenant told her that it's fine since they were able to find them. Suddenly, the communication was disrupted. The call was ended, so Hiju decided to call Guan back before seeing a message on her phone. It came from the man with the helmet, stating that the girl should just listen when he called her back. The lieutenant wanted to talk about Yule's speech about the golden deity. According to him, those words were clues to finish the mission. This meant that they were all victims of the Greed Lord, which made Hiju grow confused, but Guan was more interested in a full report of the battlefield. He wrote everything down. Guan ended the call after asking the girl to buy some time while he came up with a strategy. But Hiju was already worried about keeping up with him, so she decided not to give it a thought and dove into the battle instead. It was now sunset. The serpent had finally woken up. But to his surprise, his allies were all knocked down, making him laugh seeing how predictable the outcome was. With that, he went to confront Yule again. The protagonist stated that the serpent's weapon was abandoned by the power-hungry serpent, which made having increase its power the most crucial part. But using it carelessly would end up corrupting the teenager. But the serpent didn't want to hear any of it as he attacked the anti-hero. The villain was now warned but was more interested in defeating him. Someone was trying to communicate with the spear maiden. The lieutenant finally came up with a plan. By night, the golden deity of the city had almost amassed a wealth of 16 million. It was a long night for those who tried to come back from the desert on foot, but finally, a new dawn had risen on them. The old man finally came to pick them up. With that, the city had almost gathered 27 million in treasure with 116,554 participants. It was now the final day of the treasure hunt. The golden deity of the desert had amassed 38,552,895, surpassing the cities by 1.5 million. The serpent was irritated by the situation and was eager to level up at the end of this mission. Seo got a sudden message when 21 minutes were left. With that, he told the spear maiden to get in position. It was now time for the final move. Yule swiftly escaped the rising tornado, but the detective wasn't done just yet. It was becoming more difficult for the book wielder to evade them. With the pain coming back, the protagonist was losing control over his power. With that, the serpent decided to go for the kill, but he was surprised to see the detective dashing out of the battlefield, and was even more shocked when the soldier gave the signal. The man was startled by the tall Seo landing right in front of him. He advised the soldier to hold on since they were about to depart. The confused teenager jumped in their direction, before creating a claw made of poison that targeted the boat. The soldier wanted to see if they had escaped Yule, so Seo advised him to keep his eyes on the road. They were now short on time and were down to their last 15 minutes. Yule's sword slashed through the tornado. He wanted to chase them down, but Haiju, who was heavily consuming recovery potions, stood behind to make sure he didn't follow them. She reminded Yule of how he revealed to her the Fang's secret power. It was true that she could use prominence, but there were conditions. Haiju stated that she only had to stab herself with the Fang if full health unleashes full power. But Yule tried to warn her that the most vital condition was missing and what could happen to her. But Haiju was ready to stab herself. Trying to unleash this power now would result in her death. Haiju's spear is a weapon containing the power of the Fire King, allowing the user to use its abilities and summon the Dragon of the Sun prominence once all the conditions are met. But this power could only be used at dawn or sunset. Yule knew that Haiju was aware of the requirement, but she stated that it was the lieutenant's idea. The man stated that it's impossible to predict Yule's strategy, but he wasn't invincible, since it was easy to guess what type of soul he had. With that, Yule admitted defeat. He could chase them down, but it wasn't necessary anymore since his goals were all achieved. 7 minutes remained and they were getting ready to engage the enemy. Seo was pushing the boat at an incredible speed. Once again, the man was lifting the wind, creating an opening for the others to enter the storm. But the detective was surprised to see the serpent emerging from behind with a crazy laugh. His snake almost hit the soldiers in his way. The villain was trying to seize the golden deity of the desert. He wanted the pig to stop struggling. With that, the serpent extracted the golden deity from the eye of the tornado. Wong and his squad attacked with their rifles. At the same time, equipment was being upgraded. The armor was now tailored and ready to be offered to the giant pig. Less than 5 minutes remained and the lieutenant decided to use a grenade, further damaging the golden deity of the desert. At the same time, his shield with a ridiculous design was refused by the golden deity of the city as the child crafted something. His creation was finished, yet he thought of it as unworthy and ugly. But his mood quickly brightened up when it started to glow. Only 1 minute and 35 seconds were left. Yule decided to ask his friend for a favor. He predicted that the citizens would soon turn on each other and plunge themselves into chaos, since this was the essence of humanity. This shocked Haiju. The time was almost up. All were doing their best when something began to happen with the golden deity. 4 seconds remained. Jayu was admiring the people as they worked as 2 seconds were left. It looked like the giant pig was about to explode, when it suddenly became relieved at the end of the race, finishing the mission. The golden deity of the city had won the race as the serpent laughed like a maniac on top of the deity's corpse. He assumed that he was going to level up, but to his surprise, all his points were stolen by the Greed Lord. All those who were outside the city were being teleported back. Seo and Guang congratulated each other and agreed to have a drink together later on. With that, they were teleported back to the city. The reward points of the citizens were doubled. Haiju landed in the city, confused, wondering where Yul was. As for the high scores, Jiyu Kang took 3rd place with 33,442 points, just behind Gyeong Seong, who scored 45,455 points. As for number 1, it was no other than Wong Park with 324,432 points. The citizens began to toss the old man in the air out of joy. The humble top scorer stated that it was Haiju and her treasures that deserved all the credit. Yet he decided to celebrate his success by inviting everyone to a dinner that he would pay for, earning him even more cheers. The sun shined on the celebrating city. The lieutenant received a notification. He was informed that all the members of his party were rewarded with the Golden Deity Equipment 12-faced dice for killing the rival deity, increasing their chances of getting heroic items. Wong found the Golden Deity's gifts very generous, even if their reward would ultimately be decided by fortune. The Golden Pig also rewarded the city. Until their next mission, it would be earning a 10th more experience points than usual. With that, the Golden Deity departed happily from the city. They now had a day until the next mission, and Yule was quite satisfied with this outcome. The protagonist managed to stop the Greed Lord's punishment after being down to a 10th of his health, as Jack stated that the city considered them enemies, but Yule denied it. The swordsman quietly mocked him as his master declared himself the city's greatest catastrophe. Yule was happy that the citizens were able to overcome this challenge on their own. It would now take an amazing disaster to break the city's morale. But when Jack stated that Yule guided them to victory, he realized that his master was lost in his own thoughts. The city had all the points it required on top of being energetic. A new city number 8 would be rising after this break between turns. A crowd was gathering. Many citizens were trying to offer their services to one park. But the humble top scorer affirmed that the true hero was Haiju, who his company just helped. This left him confused when two blushing men stated that they wanted to work for him for this reason. The citizens saw the Spear Maiden as an angel of the flames who kept fighting for them despite becoming a victim of the Greed Lord and the most popular warrior in the city. This made the two men obsessed with working with the Dragon Warrior. Haiju observed the crowd in silence. This made her remember Yule's words, and how he wanted her to be a ray of hope in the upcoming dark times. Haiju would become a beacon of hope for the city at the right time. Finally, she decided to approach the crowd. She denied being the special someone they referred to. Yet Haiju invited them to fight with her by forming a guild. In the Middle Ages, guilds referred to groups of artisans or merchants in Europe. But in gaming, a guild is formed by individuals who share the same goal. This made the detective compare them to social clubs. Dusek confirmed and stated that there were many types of guilds, so Siu asked if there was a guild option in the system. The guild option had always been part of the system, but none were created yet since no one could afford to pay 100,000 points, which resulted in the creation of 3 official guilds and some others that remain unregistered. The first and most popular guild, which focuses on missions and keeping the city safe, is the Delanix Guild with Haiju as guild master and One Park as deputy. At first, the members wanted to call it the Haiju Guild, but their guild master was so embarrassed that they decided to name it after her most relished flower instead. Since Detective CO trusted the Flame Angel, he assumed that her people wouldn't cause any trouble. The second guild, which thrived based on the colonel's leadership and the lieutenant's abilities on the field, was the Armed Forces of City Number 8, also known as Armed Forces. CO, who acknowledged the two men, could expect only the best for their guild, and as for the third guild, the detective was shocked after hearing about the Serpent Guild, also known as the Kingdom Guild. Although defeated, the serpent with his wishing orb drew a lot of people who were mostly greedy criminals into his guild with the one goal of ruling the city after slaying its greatest enemy. CO stated that they needed to gain power in order to beat the egotistic serpent, who will stay hidden until they can kill the wielder of the book. Yet the police were still unable to create their own guild since they were occupied with catching outlaws and protecting the city. If nothing is done, the police would become powerless. CO looked through the window and asked Dusek if this was his solution. Many men greeted them in a single voice. They all expressed their desires to work under Dusek by becoming police officers. This made the detective curious about his partner's activity while he was in the desert. Dusek then affirmed that he wasn't gathering troops in order to overthrow the current police. So Siu thanked him as a response for gathering all his followers in one place. The tension had risen once again between the fox and the bear as an officer tried to get their attention. He stated that they spotted something strange while listing the most recent victims of the Greed Lord. Siu decided to take a closer look. Most of the victims were registered as criminals back in their world. This made Dusek realize why the serpent was the only villain that showed himself in the city, making him state once again how powerless the police forces currently were, making his partner burst in anger and finally accept to hire his followers. The detective then walked out, giving his partner the middle finger, insisting on the new recruits following the police protocol. The serpent wasn't the only troublemaker scared of Yule. This would take a long-term plan, which the fox excels at. Papers were dispersed into the air. They were all flyers inviting the people to join the armed forces and inviting them back to the military. The colonel was confused as no one wanted to be a part of their guild. It was due to the word re-enlist that scared people, according to Wang. But on the other hand, this also meant that only serious adventurers were applying despite being only a few. It seemed like the lieutenant had something to tell his superior. The guild was almost out of fuel and ammo. Their food was also getting rare despite having electricity, which meant that they would soon have to rely on the available items and return to a life that lacked technology. But it was unlikely for the citizens to complain with their currently raised morale. The colonel then threw something on the table, calling it an asset. Those were archives that belonged to City Number 4. The citizens of the ruined city of the desert left records behind before going extinct. And these notebooks are summaries of their adventures. By combining their knowledge with the experience of City Number 8, a new mission manual should see the day. Meanwhile, Yule was lost in his thoughts. The person next to him stated that he looked pretty happy, which he confirmed. Yul was startled to see Jiayu sitting next to him. She then offered him some chips while stating that Yul's action allowed her to earn some points. Jiayu then asked him if he was going to start his own guild, which he denied since all the members would end up as victims of the Greed Lord. She then leaned even closer to him and asked him to promise to make her his first recruit if he ever forms a guild. With that, she suddenly stood up, leaving the city's greatest villain intimidated. Her hook was firmly planted. Jiayu offered her help to Yul. She then proposed to become a victim of the Greed Lord. Before jumping off the tall tower, Jiayu was a strange girl. She left him a bag of chips. Yul started to think about how the Demon Lord's punishment and the victims of the Greed Lord were becoming obstacles in accomplishing missions. Yul started to confront Krishina on this mission while making the mission easier for the citizens. The Greed Lord didn't receive any reward since Yul didn't get any points by betting on the losing golden deity. This was a way to warn the Demon Lord not to stand between Yul and his goals. And so the protagonist decided to repeat the same strategy until the entity responds back. And he felt that he would get his answer soon based on his title of Greed Lord. Krishina was fully aware that Yul could get him what he wants, when suddenly something caught the protagonist's attention. He was now in a vast white empty room. In that room was a mysterious person surrounded by flying books and seemed familiar to our anti-hero. Yul quickly charged with his sword at the man after recognizing him as the Demon Lord of Greed. But to his surprise, he was suddenly sitting in a chair. The entity was now behind him holding a plate full of fruit. Yul tried to strike the book's owner once again, but he was magically back in the chair with a new, more formal outfit in front of a table. Yul was suddenly having a tea party with the Demon Lord of Greed. Krishina felt different from all the other Demon Lords. For the first time, Yul felt powerless as he faced Krishina, the Demon Lord of Ultimate Greed. The entity was quietly sipping tea. Yul decided to keep a cool head since the Demon Lord didn't seem to bear any hostile intention. And so he decided to converse with him, but he was left surprised after opening his mouth. Yul realized that he was unable to talk when Krishina claimed to have answered his call out of curiosity. The Greed Lord then gave him a choice between becoming someone crucial to him or staying someone interesting. Yul thought for a short while. He then cracked a smug smile upon hearing that Krishina required something. So the entity advised him not to get over his head since he could easily replace him, but not the other way around. This made the protagonist assume that the Demon Lord could hear his thoughts. Yul was now confronted with the choice of remaining a curio or walking a more promising path by becoming someone the Demon Lord needed. The presented books were identical but would morph in order to adapt to his choice. Yul wanted to know if walking this new path would put an end to the victims of the Greed Lord and the punishment of the Demon Lord. But Krishina affirmed that he was only offering him to become someone that was crucial to him, and Yul might not be able to fulfill his new task. The protagonist remained silent. Yul then stated that those needs would put pressure on him. But this is why he picked Krishina's curiosity from the start, since the price would be worth the opportunity. By accepting this new mission, Yul would be able to alter the destiny of all captured cities. This left the anti-hero shocked. The city had now reached level 3. It was able to jump 2 levels when its inhabitants started to use their points. The player was selecting his reward as his city was partially restored and making Jiayu realize that the player had more options than what the dice offered. This entity barely acted up until now, yet the player of city number 4 caused their downfall. This meant that the player of city number 8 was just being lazy and letting events occur or simply lacked interest in the city. The player chose to summon an NPC known as the Summon Helper whose look and equipment were randomly generated. The citizens were advised to be cautious around it since it would treat its attacker as a hostile threat. Seeing how high her attributes and level were, some of those pleased by her appearance began to run away. Jiayu compared this new ally to a powerful village guard. But since the player made his choice, it meant that he was active. Or perhaps he decided to play with more dedication. The player received a notification. After detailed analysis, it turned out that Yul was a perfectly designed unit, but since the presence of an error was still possible, the player had to choose between 3 choices. This made the player opt for the invasive analysis. Yet this option proved to be a threat to Yul's life. Finally, the giant hand made up its mind. Yul was plunged into a deep slumber. The protagonist wondered if Krishina meant other cities when referring to units. The Demon Lord confirmed as Yul realized that he was able to talk once again. This was unexpected since the owner of the book had the power to impact all the game. Krishina was far more powerful than the other Demon Lords. It was now time for Yul to choose. The protagonist was more interested in knowing the reason behind Krishina being summoned, but the entity denied being invoked. Krishina affirmed that he wanted to steal everything that belonged to the player down to their last possession, making the human realize how much the demon loathed these entities. Yul now had to choose. He recalled how other Demon Lords regarded the players as deities who invoked them as pawns for the sake of the mission. With that being said, the protagonist reached for one of the 2 books. This put a smile on Krishina's face. As he faded away, he stated that his chosen one chose the right and most obvious path. Yul was left shocked when he learned that he would forget about this encounter since it should stay a secret for now, leaving the man disappointed and unsatisfied. Krishina then stated that it was crucial to keep things as they are for now as Yul began to fall. The protagonist began to wake up. He assumed that he had just given in to slumber. Yul sighed in disappointment, thinking that the demon lord didn't answer his call. Krishna stated that the book would guide the protagonist. The sun began to set on the city. Someone was running as fast as they could. It looked like Jayu was in a hurry. She wanted to know if she was able to shake her pursuers off, when suddenly a hand was slammed on the wall. Jayu felt uneasy as this person's voice was full of love. Haju tracked her friend down in order to invite her into her guild. Jayu denied and told the Angel of Flame to stop acting so childishly. This adventurer worked solo, and so she advised the Spear Maiden to invite someone else. Haju, with her blazing hair, then threw herself on her friend, comparing her to a little kitten that she would keep by her side. And so Hiju kept insisting on Jiyu. The armed forces were training for battle. They should use the recovery function that cost 10 points after half an hour if they weren't harmed. But they should also use it for the others' sake in order to restore their stamina. Not only does it restore the body, it also allows it to perform at its peak as if the body slept for a full night. This particular function incredibly increased one's work ethic. Recovery allowed people to fully use the 24 hours ahead of them while working tirelessly. Yul was training with Jack. The master swordsman corrected his friend's stance. As for the serpent, he ordered his servants to amuse him with a bloody riot since 10 points could bring them back to their full health. Someone promised to make the strongest of his subordinates his second in command. This recovery function that could replace sleep would be a key factor to survive the next mission. That being said, the player threw the dice once again as a new turn arrived. The dice landed on 4. City number 8 was now on the Cannon Tower Square. Since this challenge was called Joint Mission, how did you assume that it would require the citizens to work together? Hyul's book started to act oddly as the system looked for a partner for the city. The system would randomly teleport 1, 2, or 3 cities that landed on a similar square. With that, city number 17 had appeared. Haiju assumed that this city, whose population is most likely alive, must have also been invoked into this game. City number 17 didn't look like Earthlings at all, but if it were, its inhabitants must have been through a lot. The dark night of this mysterious game piece gazed into ours. City number 8 and city number 17 were now face to face. The map began to generate, and just like that, the two cities were now connected. The map was almost empty, with just a small cannon in the middle. This mission's difficulty is determined by the player's accumulated sum of dice rolls. The cannon tower's difficulty was set to 11. Suddenly, something began to rise from under the small cannon. With that, the cannon tower that randomly targeted the cities was in place. The mission would be considered complete once the time is up or the cannon tower conquered. Yul counted 11 floors, with 1 for each difficulty. The duration was also determined by the dice rolls, and it turned out to be a total week. With that, the cannon tower began to move. The cannons were now pointed at the cities, and opened fire as soon as the mission began. With that, cannonballs began to rain on city number 8. Hadiju and Sia went to intercept the massive projectiles. The Spear Maiden tried to destroy the first one, but the cannonball was almost indestructible. Haiju failed to incinerate the first cannonball. The detective advised her to be careful, and if the cannonballs were indestructible, they'd only had to ensure everyone's safety by redirecting their course. The cannonballs caused great destruction upon impact. Haiju was worried about the city, but Sia assured her that its inhabitants' well-being was more important. But Dusik disagreed, since the mission's goal was to protect the city and not the citizens. With a tenth of the city's health gone, Yol realized that they would lose the game if the city got ravaged. So the wielder of the book decided to observe. He wanted to analyze city number 17's power. Its inhabitants began to mumble. It looked like its citizens were happily praying. They were worshipping their player as a deity. With that, the citizens of city number 17 asked for their player's protection. Yul couldn't believe his eyes. A spell called Hardened City created a shield to protect city number 17. With that, their city kept most of its health. The cardinal recognized the card as one of those mentioned by the Fallen City's archives. This meant that the players could either roll a dice or use a card to intervene in the game. But seeing them in reality was just a reminder of how they were just pawns in a bigger game. The small cannon at the top of the tower began to move. The ultimate cannon selected the city of the protagonist as its target, but it would take an hour for it to finally strike. Since the cannons stopped their ravage, the military of city number 8 decided to get closer to the tower. But unidentified objects seemed to be moving in front of them. Smaller towers began to rise from the ground, and so they decided to accelerate to evade this trap. With that, the vehicles did their best in order to evade the incoming bullets. The lieutenant lost 2 vehicles, with 1 man injured yet willing to keep the fight. So the soldiers told their superior to keep going while they took care of the trap. Wong ordered them to come back alive no matter what. He realized why the map only contained 1 structure. The map had the ability to shape-shift and create constructs and monsters if needed. The driver stated that the Angel of Flame should have been with them, but his superior denied it. Putting Haiju on a fence would leave the city defenseless, which is why she and the detective would remain inside the city for the whole mission. The soldiers needed to study the tower in order to come up with a plan. But just as he claimed that they should join forces with city number 17, the lieutenant noticed the serpent flipping him off from the window. Wong then noticed the villain on top of a red speeding sports car while talking about making a good first impression. The serpent and his guild rushed headfirst into the obstacles, and so the masked man decided to use his powers to clear the way. With that, he used his venom to destroy the many towers. The soldiers observed as the young maniac advanced ahead of them with his crazy laugh. Wong hoped that this immaturity wouldn't lead to conflict with the other city. 47 minutes and 30 seconds remained before the ultimate cannon struck city number 8. Cannonballs were once again launched into the sky. Each cannon of the tower had a cooldown of its own, and the Kingdom Guild was already inside the tower, when suddenly someone surprised the soldiers from the back. This person assumed that city number 8 was still a first generation based on its design and its citizens' outfits. This intrigued the lieutenant. The mysterious mate was a level 62 elite citizen who introduced himself as Robel von Lexus. Robel was the head of his house who had been called by the Divine, and in order to protect his city, asked the lieutenant to form an alliance. Yet before forming an alliance with this medieval city, Wong found it necessary to inform Robel that he represented a guild called the Armed Forces of City Number 8 and not the city itself. The knight then understood that City Number 8 had yet to unite itself, just like his city in the past. With that, Von Lexus decided to reschedule their alliance but asked the lieutenant to deliver a message to his city. Robel called on a Pacific Pact where neither of the cities would behave violently, and the aggressor's punishment would also be chosen by the attacked city, meaning that it would be possible to kill in order to defend. Robel clarified that he only proposed this pact in order to protect his city, and so he offered a manual for clearing out his mission to the other party as a symbol of goodwill. Robel stated that the cannon tower was the first mission that his city cleared. This meant that his city was able to go through the same square multiple times. With that, he gave the unspoken order to his soldiers. Wong thanked the knight for his kindness and offered to give intel on those who would be an asset and those who may pose a problem. Robel was satisfied with this first interaction and proposed to schedule a meeting at the same time tomorrow. The curious lieutenant was intrigued since the knight wasn't interested in scouting the tower, but he assured him that it was impossible to force the entrance. It was useless to try to open it by force since it required a special ritual. The closed door was frustrating the serpent, and therefore they needed to make some preparations first, since city number 8 wasn't blessed with the one's protection. Yul was surprised to learn that city number 17 had been in play for a century and a half. Jack was intrigued since Yul was sitting on the side. The anti-hero was making himself difficult to obtain. The book's power was activated. Seeing this made Yul smile. He was tasked with offering an object from the world in exchange for sparing 100 victims of the Greed Lord. Yul was intrigued by the odd side quest and was unsatisfied with the proposed reward. This task was a personal request of the Demon Lord. Yul assumed that Krishna, whom he pictured as a hideous monster, would try to meet him in person. Suddenly, the anti-hero slapped his own face. He was aware that the task ahead would be difficult, yet he was still happy that Krishna responded to his call. With that, he decided to fulfill his demand. Yul was sure he would meet the Demon Lord one day by keeping the same approach, and if not, he would force him to manifest. The citizens felt alarmed as they saw their greatest threat moving inside the city. Everyone was in an alert state. Suddenly, the NPCs started to act oddly. Yul was targeted as the object of invasive analysis. The time was up, and with the ultimate cannon activated, Kuiju jumped headfirst in front of the attack in order to stop the blast. And so the Angel of Flames clashed with the immense cannonball. Haiju then remembered how her master advised her to use her power with modesty. Yet this time, she would need to use all her strength to protect the city. Sia was rendered powerless in this situation. Yul decided to use Taflum, the legendary thrown weapon that was said to have pierced the eye of the demon god. The item could be used 10 times per mission, but it could become more powerful by using fewer projectiles. Yul only needed one throw for this mission in order to pierce the giant cannonball, spending all Taflum throws for this mission in one go. The giant cannonball began to fissure, before leaving a titanic explosion behind. Seo congratulated Hiju, but the girl affirmed that it wasn't her doing, meaning that the anti-hero intervened once again. The explosion was so powerful that the Spear Maiden realized that they couldn't possibly counter this attack by themselves. The ultimate cannon suddenly began to rotate. It would be attacking city number 17 in an hour from now. After the use of the ultimate cannon, the map would start to change. The once plain surface was now covered in solid walls that the soldiers could use to protect themselves. The lieutenant began to grasp how the map works. After reviewing the data provided by their new ally, Wong could come up with a strategy. With that, he ordered his men to regroup and get into the vehicles. But the engine was destroyed by the rising walls. The jealous man wished to ride horses like the forces of city number 17. A red streak appeared in the sky. The defense towers were easily taken down by Yul's sword. Yul arrived at the right place according to the book. The protagonist had to take a 16 square feet section from the ground beneath him. He was given specific and detailed instructions on how to cut it. Yul would have to finally place the design piece on his book. Suddenly, the piece of ground disappeared. With that, the protagonist received his small reward. But while he was left intrigued, the carved piece arrived in the Demon Lord's hand. Krishna then crushed his received gift. He seemed satisfied. The powerful demonic entity was now in possession of a fraction of the key that holds great havoc. And so he decided to protect his worthy servant until his services were no longer needed. Suddenly, the NPC appeared behind Yule to do the executive analysis. Its presence outside the city intrigued the anti-hero. Suddenly, the NPC attacked Yule, who assumed that it must be malfunctioning. Yet the protagonist felt alarmed when it was regulated to match his strength and suddenly became level 600. And for the first time in a long while, Yule began to bleed. The NPC began the physical checkup, the first part of the invasive analysis. Yule was shocked to see its incredible rise in level. With that, Yule and the NPC entered the quarantine zone. He desperately tried to fight back, trying his best to escape the quarantine zone. But the NPC gripped his leg just before he could reach the exit, stating that he was forbidden from taking part in the mission. Yule would remain detained until the end of the invasive analysis. This analysis intrigued the protagonist. Yule was suspected of being a defect in the system or a hacker for acquiring such power with such a low level. The anti-hero grabbed the flying book and summarized what the NPC just said, and in a burst of anger blamed it on the Demon Lord's book given to him by the system while throwing it at the NPC. Yule would now be tested and would be considered normal if he managed to pass, but would be immediately terminated in case of failure. This deaf ear turned to him by the game's developers made him compare them to those present in his home world. Everything was prepared. And with that, the new guild of adventurers called the Raiders went on their way. Its members were using bicycles in order to economize the precious rare fuel left in the city. This guild wasn't looking for a fight. The Raiders' purpose was to explore this new map ahead. Cannonballs kept ravaging the city. Its health was now almost down by 20%. Seo stated that the city was constantly taking damage, but Heiju claimed that it wasn't a problem, leaving the detective intrigued. The Flame Angel stated that it was not the same city anymore. With a smile on his face, the police officer agreed. The old man kept his calm. According to Dusik, they only needed to defend the attacked area of the city, and the Spear Maiden could even use the wall as a platform while it was being built. One of the raiders desperately requested assistance while his guild master was in awe in front of a wall. Meanwhile, Wong Park kept giving firm instructions to his men. Some of the citizens wanted to use the cannonballs in order to produce gear, seeing how sturdy it was and effective against Heiju. While a hooded figure examined the cannonballs, it seemed like it found something. Jiayu decided to sell her newfound data to the highest bidder. Yet elements like Yule, the Serpent, Dusik, and many other variables were still elements of chaos. But someone was spying on Seo and Heiju's conversation. The spy wore the heroic protective gear called Shadow Fit, making its wearer invisible while hiding in the shadows. City number 17 still hadn't lost 1% of its total health. Robo was impressed by City number 8's potential despite entering the game a month ago. Level 33 Hank Sith, who was an elite citizen, was worried that the knight gave them too much intel, while the level 47 Emma Hilt thought that it would be for the best if City number 8 gained power. As for the level 50 Kane Bjork, he thinks that they could have simply obliterated everything if it wasn't a droid mission. Robo told them to be patient, since everything would go according to their players' will. The Swift Citizen card had been activated, making City number 17's inhabitants faster for a duration determined by the rolling of a 6-faced dice. With a blessing of 3 hours, Robo ordered his troops to charge forward. And just like that, the citizens of City number 17 followed him into battle. The knight thought of his city as the player's chosen. He was convinced that they were relished by the entity. This knight wielded the legendary one-handed sword Stormbreaker, a powerful relic that could summon lightning. He then used the granted skill Chained Lightning to annihilate the defense towers that stood in his way. Without their players' goodwill, City number 17 would be unable to claim victory in this gigantic game regardless of how powerful their equipment is or even how high one's level could actually become. Yul tried to free himself from the non-player character. The NPC managed to dodge his sword unharmed. The wielder of the book assumed that it had obtained max level just like him. But by fighting someone as strong as him, he came to a realization. Yul realized how poor of a combatant he truly was. He was still a rookie, but he had started to learn martial arts from the goblin swordsman as a precaution, which is why the wielder of the book was struggling so much. This made him wonder about the invasive analysis duration. According to the NPC, it was almost certain that Yul was cheating the game. It also decided to try different approaches in order to detect a bug in him. This made Yul realize that the guardian of the city wasn't prioritizing his life during the analysis, so he decided to summon his only overlord in order to assist him. But to his surprise, nothing happened. The quarantine zone forbade anyone inside from resorting to exterior assistance. Yul's situation was getting harder since he had to face a powerful opponent on his own. He was determined to get back in the game before the ultimate cannon targeted City number 8 once again. With a kick to the face, the non-player character decided to continue the invasive analysis. Yul was aware of a simple solution to vanquish it, but Yul had to win the fight first. The NPC's powerful kick sent the protagonist flying into the air. Yul started to lose hope, when suddenly Karishna decided to help him. Yul couldn't believe his eyes. The non-player character decided to continue the physical checkup after seeing that the wielder of the book was still breathing. With that, the entity charged at the man, yet was left shocked upon clashing with him. The system notified the protagonist, who managed to block the claws of the NPC, that he obtained a new skill from rid of Krishna. Yul unlocked Overlord Possession, which allowed one Overlord to possess him in exchange for not summoning the said Overlord for the rest of the mission. With that, Yul acquired the Goblin Swordsman's sharp skills. He didn't like the owner of the book for this reason. But now Yul prayed to not attack the Demon Lord upon seeing him to thank him for his precious aid. With that, Yul and the NPC were now truly fighting on equal grounds. As he gained new powers, both of them prepared to clash once again. Yul was now able to keep up with the guard. A unit's power isn't directly relative to its stats or equipment. In all games, it is very common to find someone with a pitiful level and equipment easily dominating the other players with gameplay alone. Following that logic, Jack's fighting skills, the Goblin Swordsman's fighting skills, would be the peak of performance. But just as Yul was thinking of the accomplishable feats by combining Jack's skills with his maxed out stats, the Swordsman Ghost stated that it was useless. This sudden astral appearance startled the wielder of the book. Yul then assumed that it was normal for Jack to appear as a soul when possessing him, yet what the goblin said left him intrigued. He feared that the non-player character was more combat-oriented than his overlord, but Jack denied it, stating that he was just criticizing his pitiful fighting skills. After that, Yul was given the option to let the overlord control his body. Suddenly, Yul's face completely changed as his eyes changed colors. He then took his stance. The NPC was ready to defend itself, but its arm was suddenly severed by the Master Swordsman movement skill Superior Wind Movement, a storm which allowed the goblin to quickly move in a straight line. After that, the non-player character tried to strike the swordsman down, but Jack quickly dodged its sharp claw, before knocking the NPC off the ground. With that, the Goblin Swordmaster decided to finish it off with the battle art named Celestial Wolf-Fang Technique, Wolf-Claw Moonstrike. But at the last moment, Yul restricted the Overlord from terminating the NPC, so Jack opted for striking it with 3 waves of Sword Aura. The non-player character was left damaged but not destroyed. Jack scolded Yul for not telling him to spare it earlier, but the poor man didn't have a chance to speak. And as the goblin spirit left his body, Yul decided to attend to the most critical matter first. By using 50,000 points, he could use the Make Peace function, initially made to spare those who harm the NPC by accident, and send it back to its spawn point while removing its hostility. But the problem is that the non-playable character needed to be neutralized first. This made the wielder of the book wonder if he passed the first part of the invasive analysis. But the empty silence in the room made him grow anxious, when suddenly, a mysterious voice informed him that he passed the physical checkup. With that, the system began the final analysis. This made Yul wonder if he had more challenges ahead, and if the mysterious voice came out of the void itself. Meanwhile, the lieutenant was reviewing the books offered to him by Roble. With that, he decided to check the provided intel. Wong summoned his shield and stated that he and Minyu would go first while the rest of the men covered them. The soldiers were in awe in front of the item given to their lieutenant by the Golden Deity. Some items were constantly present while others could be summoned, like Wong's shield, whose owner was happy with its functionality. Since the heroic shield, known as the Shield of Helden the Inquisitor, who had the ability to perform miracles, would be problematic when trying to enter a car. Minyu and the lieutenant then charged forward. The Shield of Helden created a divine-type energy shield in front of them, whose power was proportional to Wong's friendship with his party in order to protect them from the bullets. With that, they charged to the first requisite to enter the cannon tower. In order to enter the said tower, one must first use the side door of the mini tower. There the lieutenant found a goblin in command of the tower. The goblin was then quickly shot in the head. By taking control of his desk after eliminating the green monster, the attacker gains a low-level ID card. And after gathering 100 of those cards, one could obtain a high-level ID card. Collecting 100 of those high-level cards in order to obtain one master card made Guang realize how much effort this mission required. But this particular card would allow a team of 10 members at most to enter the cannon tower. With that, the objective was to create as many master cards as possible in order to infiltrate the necessary troops into the tower. The annoyed serpent found himself powerless in front of the main door, when suddenly, someone came to greet the villain. Jiayu decided to sell her intel to the serpent. The level 17 ordinary civilian Solju Wu recognized her as the number 2 of the last mission. The teenager wanted to replace the negotiation with threats, yet the girl seemed unfazed. Jiayu stated that this bargain would determine how they should treat each other from now on. She then reminded him how she ended up in second position in the treasure hunt and found the heat intel to win it despite working alone as proof of her talent. Solju Wu proposed to hear what she had to offer since Jiayu approached the serpent despite his status as a dangerous villain. Admiring her daring personality, she stated that they should spare her life if the information provided turned out to be useful. Jiayu stated that Solju must be wise according to her old age. This led to some tension rising between the two of them, leaving the serpent in the middle of it, to the point where even the great villain felt frightened. Meanwhile, someone gathered multiple low-level ID cards. They all began to shine in Roble's hand. A high-level ID card had been acquired. City number 17 was now in possession of 12 high-level ID cards after losing 42 men and having 123 injured. The troops were all advised to be careful on the battlefield, yet they were all excited to fight for their player. But because of this, city number 17 was now in possession of more cards than city number 8. Suddenly, Robo began to pray. Seeing this, his archer friend also began to pray. The royal knight didn't want the citizens to sacrifice their lives for the player, but to dedicate them to him. With that, they charged onward. Robo then recalled how Yule Choi is supposed to be the most powerful in their city, yet the man had been absent from the action for a long time. He thinks that Yule refused to contribute to his city's well-being despite being a powerful unit. In other words, he was unworthy of the power that dwells inside him. Meanwhile, inside the sphere of the quarantine chamber, the system had removed all active effects in order to proceed with the upcoming test. Yule found himself paralyzed by those odd rings, and so the inspection began, and with it, Yule Choi began to panic. The system began to carefully analyze the man's memory in order to determine if he was truly a defect that had met an unusual entity. And so the game began to dive deep into Yule's tormenting memory regarding the victims of the Greed Lord. This made the man cry, but the system, unable to find anything, decided to investigate further. And so began the inspection of Yule's past life before the start of the game. The astonished young man found himself sitting at his desk. It was almost like he and the entire city hadn't left. The protagonist was now on the phone with his mother. He was also using his tablet, all at the same time. The genius man who began to ask about his father had now won 1,000 consecutive games of chess online. He then took out his phone to execute yet another task. Yule had just won $150. Before reassuring his mother that he was alright. Yule then asked about a mysterious person. The mother's words seemed to have worried her son. Yet he was certain that this person would be just fine, since he had always been the smartest between the two of them. With that, Yule decided to go to his part-time job. Suddenly, the memory of Yule began to glitch. The furious man strictly forbade the system from looking into his past life back on Earth. With that, the system decided to stop the analysis to prevent any material damage from the revolting unit. In the end, the system deduced that Yule never had any odd encounter with any entity and finally labeled him as a regular unit. And just like that, he would be sent back to the game. Yule was now back to the Cannon Tower map. This encounter with the system left the man completely exhausted. His wounds were finally healing, but Yule didn't expect the system to be able to disable his recovery, which usually drops by half during combat. Yule found himself in the same position as when he was struck with the punishment of the Demon Lord. In the end, his mighty power was just what the game allowed him to have. And so Yule decided to surpass this power granted to the pawns of the game. The ultimate cannon attacked city number 17, which was protected by the shield of black steel knights that protected it from all physical damage and partially from magic for one time. And just like that, city number 17 came out unharmed by the ultimate cannon, keeping the far most of its health. Yule was determined to be one day able to rival or surpass even the players. When a group of hunters passing by saw the overpowered unit lying on the ground, they assumed that he was just slacking off. And so one of the citizens proposed to head back before falling prey to his curse, yet one silent hunter didn't seem to agree. Kim suddenly raised his sword and went to Yule. And just like that, the man decided to stab the wielder of the book in the throat, leaving his comrades terrified. Yet Yule, who remained uninjured by the man, wanted to know why he tried to take his life. But Kim returned the allegations towards Yule by calling him a charlatan. The man used to put his absolute trust in Yule's book and even defied death for him. But in the end, Kim had nothing left, and not even the necessary 10 points to save his daughter, he declared as he raised his sword. The blade broke as he claimed that his late offspring was just a 7-year-old child. But the unharmed Yule decided to remind the man what happens when someone crosses him. The terrified teammates implored the man to Yule. But in an instant, he used the power of the Overlord to immobilize the men with pressure point nerve paralysis. And so Yule declared that Kim should come and seek his head once he maxes out his stats. With that, he decided to turn them into victims of the Greed Lord, leaving the father's eyes filled with unsatisfied bloodlust, before reminding them that he will also curse other innocent citizens as well. And just like that, the new victims of the Greed Lord were isolated in a truck. Kim apologized to his teammates for what happened, but the men understood his grief, before reminding the man that he should level up and better his gear, just like Yule said before facing him. At his current level, Kim would never be able to seek justice for his dead child. And with that, the level 9 Yujin Kim swore to become more powerful in order to eliminate Yule Choi by his own hands. With that, he began to picture the moment of his revenge. Meanwhile, Yule was watching the new victims from afar. The Goblin Swordmaster was confused as to why he punished those men instead of retreating. But Yule affirmed that Kim would have been overcome by rage if he had just left, leaving his teammates prey to danger. The wielder of the book also had another reason. Suddenly, a massive robot emerged from the ground. Yule wanted to save the men from the boss monster known as Doom Machine Octopus that was created by the combination of multiple mini towers boosting all its abilities. With that, the monster immediately opened fire. Field boss monsters spawned at a regular rhythm in this mission, but killing one as strong as a raid boss would grant Yule an immediate master card to enter the cannon tower. A much easier way than collecting 10,000 low-level cards. Yet this shortcut was also more lethal, and so Yule activated Jack's powers as he summoned his sword. And just like that, the protagonist charged forward. His target was the giant robotic octopus. The wielder of the book slashed the creature with ease by using the battle art known as Celestial Wolf Fang technique, Descent of the Black Wolf. And just like that, the level 5 threat fell to Yule's blade. But Jack scolded him for executing so many unnecessary moves that lacked focus, making him waste his energy uselessly. The swordsman then stated that Yule should keep a focused mind in order to not fall to Precipitation's problems while seeking power. The wielder of the book then thanked his overlord for his wisdom. Yet he didn't want to use his MasterCard just yet, since once inside the tower, the only available exits were either victory or death. And so Yule decided to attend to the other problems first. Jack was left shocked. He didn't expect to see Yule breaking into city number 17's castle. The king called the young man arrogant for barging suddenly into their city, demanding an audience with their player. Yule came all this way to threaten the king. The wielder of the book was aware of city number 17's betrayal, yet the king kept denying it. But Yule asked him to drop the act, as he was aware of the citizens' state. All citizens of city number 17 picked up their weapons. In addition, Yule was already aware of the many spies crawling inside his city. The king planned to betray his allies right before completing the mission. With that, the old man got off his throne, stating that he could just change the subjects. But all would be pointless in front of the book's omnipotence. And so Yule gave him an ultimatum, stating that the king would be killed if he didn't cooperate. The royal man stated that Yule's power made him prideful and arrogant, that he still hadn't fought a real player. And so the card duel was activated, allowing one to make his unit fight with an opponent in single combat inside a coliseum where the strongest level becomes equal to the weaker unit. With that, the level 99 city mayor Remulus von Lexus claimed that his player's plans would remain hidden once he had silenced his opponent. The king, armed with Upiter, the epic great sword named after the sky god that controls lightning, charged at the young man, stating that this book was the cause of his downfall. And just like that, powerful bolts of lightning filled the arena. According to Remulus von Lexus, his opponent was no different from a newbie without his immense level. The old man was sure to win when they were both at the same level, yet he was shocked to see Yule dodging his blade so swiftly, before suddenly striking him from the back. And just like that, the city mayor was ejected into the air. Unlike him, his overlord didn't rely on a high level. With that, it looked like a powerful dragon just penetrated the old man. He all stated that Remulus von Lexus' defeat should serve as a warning for his subjects, while Jack couldn't help but admire the old man's strength. With that, Yule and the defeated king were teleported back into the palace, leaving the guard in a state of panic. The scared soldiers took out their swords, but the wielder of the book stated that they should just work together on this joint mission. This unexpected defeat of the king even made the player of city number 17 shiver in fear. Suddenly, all soldiers felt alarmed. The odd behavior intrigued Yule. All the guards had a sudden rise of bloodlust. The once hesitant soldiers now charged without any hesitation. This behavior even confused the lieutenant who was on the field. Even he was left confused, as he saw all the units of city number 17 quickly retreating to their city. This city was now under the effect of Frenzied City, which increases the power of all the units of the player, while making them hostile towards any alien presence. A sudden explosion occurred inside the castle. Yule theorized that Frenzied City was the trump card that they were planning to use to betray city number 8 later on. Jupiter's power was once again activated. The surprised Yule immediately evaded the lightning bolts. He didn't expect city number 17 to use this card so soon. Upon landing, the young man was left surprised. Someone was waiting for him. In the end, those citizens weren't the player's relished units and were nothing more than obedient little puppets. And so the Green Ham used his cards to increase his citizens' attributes and make them all target Yule at once. Conquering the cannon tower to clear the mission would take him a whole day, and sparing the units of city number 17 meant leaving them to fight the units of city number 8. Jack proposed to do the dirty work for his master, but the young man declined, and so he decided to summon his sword. Multiple citizens charged at him all at once. The protagonist decided to accept this sinful burden of his. After that, a huge magical explosion roared through the city, and so the frenzied units were slashed to pieces. There was no more coming back from the current carnage. Yule lifted his gaze to the sky. The player of city number 17 began to panic upon seeing that the system was unable to show him the attacker. With that, multiple explosions emerged through the city. Suddenly, Yule was attacked by bolts of lightning, but he was able to block them with ease. With that, father and son charged at him. Yule was unsure if his words could reach them, but he promised the fallen city to avenge them for their 150 years of slavery as he killed their prince and king. Romulus couldn't believe it. The severed head looked at his player one last time. The streets were now tainted in blood. Yule single-handedly butchered the citizens of city number 17 until nightfall. The protagonist was now covered in human blood. Jack came to check on him, but he affirmed that he was unwell. Even when mentally prepared for this inevitable butchery, the guilt was still too bitter, and so he decided to shake off the subject. Since the citizens of city number 8 wouldn't be able to clear this mission on their own, Yule had no other choice but to do it himself. When suddenly, he received a notification from the system. Player number 17 was left without his units, and if they could be resurrected, the player was doomed to be degraded into a city eater, a maximum level raid boss. Yule was shocked by this sudden discovery. This made him realize that the players weren't the greatest force in this game. The player of number 17 was now banned from the system and robbed of his status, and so the entity was now a city eater. Suddenly, his eyes turned red as he received his final notification. With that, the city eater decided to crush city number 8 under his massive hammer, leaving his player hesitant. With that, he decided to take a look at his deck of cards. One of his cards would allow him to use a die to move his city away from danger by abandoning all the rewards won during the current mission. The protagonist charged at the massive entity. Their player was now about to use his card. Haiju and Seo also tried to save the city. All seemed to have lost hope as a giant hammer began to descend upon them. Suddenly, the golden hand stopped. In the end, it decided not to use his card, resulting in the massive hammer destroying his city. City number 8 was now shredded into pieces, but Yule woke up to his book glowing red. He was surprised to see himself alive when his city fell. But Yule was even more shocked by the presence in front of him. With that, he immediately attacked the demon lord, who stopped him with just one finger. Yule began to regain the memories of their first and last encounter. The young man now remembers it all. The owner of the book judged him worthy and so decided to give him a chance as promised. A cold silence filled the empty white room. Yule was concerned about the other citizens. The demon lord affirmed that they had all met their end. With that, the survivor fell to his knees. According to Krishna, simple units couldn't possibly defeat a city eater. Their city was destined for doom since only players could stop them. This made Yule burst out in anger while asking about the game and its players. He also wanted to know why he was the only survivor. The demon lord had all the answers, but now was not the time to give them. Yule had little time ahead of him to bring his fallen city back to life. These words shocked the very soul of the young man. Krishna summoned a glitched item, confirming his own words. Reviving city number 8 was possible. This intrigued the young man. Yule was no longer questioning the owner of the book. He had lost everything after all, and so glitching fragments began to cover his sword. Krishna gave his power to Yule in order to eliminate the city eater, and only then would the greed lord revive everyone. He admired his sword as it started to glow purple, but he found the idea of defeating the massive entity with a simple blade ridiculous. When he suddenly found himself in space, Yule was now face to face with the fallen player number 17. The city eater immediately swung his giant weapon, and was even able to hit the protagonist. This strike resulted in a powerful blast that blasted the young man away. Yule could still feel the strike dwelling in his bones despite surviving it. Krishna informed him that city eaters were the strongest creatures in the game and that even players try to avoid them. By reaching the limits of his power, he was able to make Yule as strong as a city eater. This made the young man angry as the demon lord insinuated that he would be the only one responsible if he loses. But the protagonist was alarmed to see the fallen player using a card. The entity used summon meteors to invoke a number of meteors equal to the number of the 12-faced dice. But Yule managed to parry and evade all rocks coming his way. According to the owner of the book, Yule was currently equal to the player, and even his gear and abilities now equal the cards employed by players. Yule had now fused with his overlord, landing a devastating attack on the city eater's face. This made the mask of the fallen player crack. With that, the entity fell to the ground. Yet Yule felt startled. Giant tentacles appeared out of nowhere and tried to crush him. But Yule managed to cut 2 of them. He wanted to ask the Greed Lord a question. His question regarded players. Yule wanted to know if they were all this hideous. Krishna denied, stating that all players were different when it comes to appearance, thinking, behavior, and even cards. With that, the City Eater decided to use Thunderstorm, which made lightning bolts appear in a wide area. And so, many lightning bolts began to descend from the sky. Thunderstorm successfully hit the protagonist. This made the young man realize the existence of City Eaters superior to the one he's facing. Yule found it disappointing. As he parried the lightning bolts, he thought his task would be much simpler if all players were like this City Eater. This statement intrigued the Demon Lord. As he summoned the swords of the King and Prince of City number 17, using telepathy to harness them, he boldly claimed that their old player was a weak opponent. Despite having many cards in hand, the fallen player was keeping his distance from Yule. This meant that the entity feared an up-close fight with the unit. The City Eater also kept using wide-range spells like Bombardment, which summons non-elementary shells to take out a small target like Yule. The protagonist started to move his fingers in order to command his other 2 swords as he realized something about the City Eater. This creature had never attacked another opponent head-on, which is why it is only using powerful cards so hazardously. The monstrosity had a wide arsenal of powerful cards along with its titanic size. Yule slid to his right, before a giant explosion occurred. Yule used the free warp ticket to save himself at the last moment. The Demon Lord noticed that his unit was taking his time getting close to the City Eater instead of going right at him. This tactic aimed to mentally mess with the monster, and also to empty his hand. After all, it was futile to relentlessly attack mindlessly, said the Greed Lord as Yule prepared to end the fight. Just like that, the fallen player was stabbed with a heroic sword. Yule then activated Chain Lightning. With that, the entity suffered as it was struck by lightning. Yule then asked the creature if it enjoyed mimicking the divine, while manipulating their lives as he held the legendary Tool Weather Orb that could change the weather in a small domain for a short time. The protagonist also decided to use Jupiter's unique skill, Overcharge, that absorbs any nearby form of lightning, but would also damage the user when overcharged. The creature began to tremble. Yule didn't have the heroic sword in his hand since he was using telepathy to control it remotely. This allowed him to employ a new form of attack, and so a massive bolt of lightning was launched by the protagonist, inflicting massive damage to the vile abomination. That was quadrupled by Overcharge and the combination of Jupiter and Electric Shock. In addition, the special skill Rage of the Thunder God allowed the heroic blade to unleash all accumulated power at once. With that, the fight came to an end, and the player found himself with his very guts exposed. Yule was surprised to see the monster still alive. He wanted to turn him into a lab rat, but the protagonist had to terminate him in order to bring his fallen city back. With that, he stabbed the City Eater, and so the creature began to crack. But Yule didn't expect the mass of the monster to accumulate itself around his sword. The owner of the book asked the young man to step a little further since he still had work for him. With that, the City Eater's flesh began to change shapes. The confused Yule found himself in front of a perfectly spherical egg, when it suddenly began to hatch. A man with horns came out of the egg. Yule wondered if it was his plan all along. The man began to breathe again after Ian's. The Greed Lord Krishna affirmed that it smelled as vile as ever. But Yule was more interested in him fulfilling his side of the contract, and so the Demon Lord activated his red magic. So Yule prepared himself for combat. But to his surprise, the remains of his fallen city began to move. All the pieces were coming together. And just like that, city number 8 was fully restored. The amazed young man couldn't believe his eyes, yet the streets were empty of people. This made Yule assume that the Greed Lord, but the entity stated that it should just be patient. The power that he absorbed from the City Eater could only restore the structure of city number 8, but in order to revive the citizens, Krishna would need to absorb other fallen players. But Yule was convinced that the Demon Lord was hiding his true power, judging by all he consumed until now. The entity seemed surprised. The city must gain experience from units trading their points, making it go to the next level, which most likely gives players a form of currency used to buy cards. That was the only logical explanation for the cycle of resources in this game and how the players could get their hands on plans and cards. But Yule was curious about all the points that he had spent without making the city evolve. According to the young man, there could only be one explanation. This made the Demon Lord burst out in laughter like a madman. He couldn't help but admire Yule's genius intellect. Krishna was amazed by the young man's ability to see the bigger picture after losing everything and fighting a fallen player. This made Yule speculate that the entity had encountered their player before, when suddenly his glowing sword appeared right in front of him. The Demon Lord confirmed that he has the necessary strength, but it would be saved for later use. But he asked Yule to trust him as he assured the young man that he would fulfill his promise to him while releasing a massive blow of wind. This disturbed the protagonist, who suddenly found himself above his newly restored city. The Demon Lord then asked him to observe, as he pointed to the real appearance of the game. Yule was shocked as none of this was present while facing the City Eater, but there was a simple reason. The game would only allow one to see what he is supposed to. Suddenly, a new perception was open to Yule. He was now in front of yet another colossal entity. Yule looked like a pebble in front of the giant mountain of flesh. The Demon Lord needed to consume 3 more fallen players. All the units of city number 8 would be revived once all 3 were slain, just as promised. With that, the city would be fully placed back in the game. And with that, the Demon Lord of Greed would become its new player. The City Eater used one of its cards to bless itself with flight. With that, it was able to close the distance between itself and the human. Yule was amazed by this speed. Suddenly, multiple heads emerged from the City Eater. The creature divided itself into multiple parts. This made Yule worry that he would face 3 fallen players at once. But he was even more astonished that the creatures used 1 card to summon 3 non-elemental shields to protect the 3 of them and absorb a part of the damage, which meant that the 3 are 1. Suddenly, 2 of the monstrosities collided with each other, with Yule in the middle struggling not to get crushed by them. As for the 3rd one, it equipped itself with a blade using a card. Yule was intrigued by the fallen player's strategy, seeing how its 3 parts shared buffs, but not the longsword. The Demon Lord claimed that just like humans, each player is unique when it comes to their abilities, before asking Yule not to let him down since City Eaters had already lost the game. He also claimed that nothingness awaits the young man if he fails to slay them. But the protagonist, who was fighting for his life, didn't want to hear any of it and ordered the Greed Lord to resurrect the citizens. So Prashina told him to be at ease, since everything is already prepared. Jiayu and Haiju were confused as they were supposed to be on the other side, when suddenly the Demon Lord addressed them, as all citizens were startled by an unknown pressure crushing them. The entity introduced itself as Krishna, their resurrector. None were able to stand as he claimed to be their new player in charge. The serpent assumed that he must be one of the greatest bosses as a player of the game. But as the greedy teenager claimed that he would kill him to gain ultimate power, he suddenly stopped. It was unclear if he stopped himself or if he was frozen, and it felt like time itself ceased to exist. The new player claimed that they were to listen to him in silence. He claimed that the citizens were now standing between thriving and demise, so they were free to enter the white gate to resume their existence or walk to the black gate where they would peacefully journey to the other side. The humans were to choose their fate once the doors opened. This made them assume that Krishna was asking them to commit suicide, that the idea wasn't fully revolting if it meant the end of the infernal game. But one person raised their hand to ask him something. The demon lord accepted to answer. This person was none other than the dragon warrior. As she, the detective, the inspector, and the lieutenant stood straight in this immense pressure, she asked about the time for the gates to open. Dusik, the carnival, and other citizens were also eager to rejoin the fight. The new player watched them in silence, before snapping his fingers to summon a screen broadcasting Yule fighting the City Eater. All were shocked to see him on the big screen. Kaiju was intrigued about her friend's opponent when the Greed Lord stated that the gate would open once he wins. So he showed the City Eaters on the screen and presented them as the disaster they would have to face once back to life. So the humans should think carefully since the Greed Lord had no use for those who cowered in front of the impossible. Yule clashed with the giant charging barrier as the other two attacked him from behind. When the protagonist activated the skill known as Gravity Ball, which used a powerful force to attract everything, the unit's caster if in range of it. With that, all three City Eaters were swiftly pulled to the same point, and so all three were slammed into each other. As the City Eaters were getting slashed, revealing Yule from under their carcasses, he raised his sword for the final strike, and slashed the monstrous tentacle ball in half. The three City Eaters finally met their end at the hands of the protagonist. The exhausted Yule then implanted his sword into his second fallen player, and with that, the tentacles faded into nothingness. This fight made Yule realize that he wouldn't be able to regenerate while fighting these monstrosities. He did need a reminder that time was against him. As he summoned the power of the Overlord, he asked for the next fallen player. Suddenly, something began to appear from the fog. This foe was the fourth one. All citizens would be resurrected once this City Eater is slain. To increase his chances of winning, the creature used multiple cards at once before assaulting his minuscule target. Kaiju was scared for Yule, while the lieutenant was astonished by the power of their future adversary. This made the citizens fall into despair, seeing how small units were giving them a hard time. The monster's axes smashed the ground. Seeing how the fallen player only engaged in close combat, Yule could come up with many strategies to take it down, but found himself racing the clock. He was also able to block the massive weapon with his blade. In that case, Yule decided to let himself be possessed by Jack, leaving the duel to the real fighter, who immediately struck the giant creature. The City Eater began to bleed as it screamed in pain. The Master Swordsman was amazed by all the crazy fights Yule put him in, including this one. But when offered advice by the owner of the body, he immediately declined, since the goblin could perfectly see the path of his blade. And so the man was now covered in blood after endlessly slashing the titanic monstrosity. All the citizens watched the fight, amazed and in silence. The last City Eater fell to Yulchoi's blade, and so the humans were now free to enter the gate of their choosing. All units could confront a hellish life or peacefully succumb to the embrace of death. Yul was now back to City number 8, but its streets were still empty. Krishna assured him that he kept his word, as all the citizens were choosing a path that only they could choose. The city was still out of the game. Yul wanted to know if the canon mission was still going on, which the new player affirmed. The mission wasn't over yet, but the original player of City number 8 deserted them after his game piece's destruction. At this moment, Krishna took his place, yet he was powerless to stop the city's demise. In other words, the great demon lord couldn't do anything since he was still a beginner, leaving him silent. Before losing the game, the players receive a countdown, which Yule used to kill the City Eaters. With that, an Hardglass appeared in the new player's hand, who stated that the other units used the countdown to choose between life and death. City number 8 began to emerge from the empty square. With that, the city resumed its journey in the game. And with that, the canon mission would continue after an hour and 6 minutes. Yule was satisfied with the time remaining. The Demon Lord also affirmed that no one would any longer become victims of the Greed Lord. He no longer needed victims since he owned City number 8, but Yule denied it, since this city actually belongs to its inhabitants who went back to fight for it. All units were back in the game. Even the angry serpent and his minions were brought back to life. Jiayu and the raiders were brought back to the canon map. The odd one was happy with the outcome, when suddenly a huge explosion erupted. The Angel of Flames destroyed too many towers. As something came close to her, suddenly the earth beneath her began to shake. The boss of difficulty 5, known as Doom Machine Earthworm, made from many towers, appeared. With that, Haiju ordered to warn the others not to draw the boss's attention, as the earthworm chased her through the map. And finally, the giant target was in position. With that, the Doom Machine received great damage from the laid trap, and so the giant mechanical beast found itself decapitated. The Spear Maiden praised her partner for his precision, but Yul returned the compliment, giving all the credit to her for being stronger, before asking her to protect the city since this mission would be over soon. And with his MasterCard, Yul was able to enter the cannon tower that he wouldn't be able to exit until the end of the challenge. With that, he entered the cannon tower. Now on its first floor, known as the City of Minor Goblins, Yul found it disappointing. Seeing the wasted resources of this mission, the player asked him to focus on the bigger picture, as he activated the Headhunt card that sends to the boss one of his units present in the same dungeon. Krishna stated that it was all for the sake of the ultimate victory. Suddenly, a goblin piloting a giant machine attacked the young man, as he tried to shower him with bullets. Yul disappeared from the spot, and so the goblins assumed him dead and celebrated their victory, but were suddenly shocked to learn that their boss on top of the cannon tower was slain just after. The level 6 boss, known as Multibrain, was swiftly defeated, Yul decapitating it. The protagonist ignored all the other monsters and went straight for the crucial kill, bringing victory to city number 8, and so Yul was teleported back. All those who were outside the city were brought back to their home, and all eyes were on the man who was once the greatest villain. But Yul decided to ignore them and went on his way, when suddenly someone called for his attention. Yul received a mysterious container. This small gift was these people's token of gratitude. Yul politely thanked them, before flying off. As they watched him fade into the horizon, Yujin Kim claimed that he and others weren't brought back by hope, but by the powerful desire of seeing Yul Choi as a rotting corpse. The city now had a 24-hour rest before the next mission. The owner of the book and its wielder were both alone on top of the tallest tower. Yul was happy to see that everyone was resurrected and no one would become a victim of the Greed Lord ever again. Suddenly, the protagonist tried to slash the Demon Lord with a surprise attack, but Krishna was curious that Yul's blade didn't reach him. The joking young man was aware that this Demon Lord was nothing more than a projection, before pointing out that he still had use for the Greed Lord, piquing the player's curiosity. If Yun was surprised when the player, who aimed to make him reach the end of the game, let him decide the next step of the plan, but was also embarrassed when the Demon Lord pointed out that Yul had more experience manipulating City Number 8. They all seemed to have something in mind involving their new player. Despite the difficulty, the Greed Lord accepted to grant the request as a favor for his new game piece. Suddenly, all the city began to shake. Entire buildings began to levitate into the air, leaving everyone confused. The unit's training center was a building that the player could create in his own city in order to train his units by fighting fake opponents, despite not granting any rewards that helped units gain experience without risking their lives. But according to its owner, this unit training center was unique, since it was able to teleport the units to existing maps to gain rewards in exchange for putting their lives on the line. The book owner and the book wielder were both in the control center of the new construct. The regulations were now done. Yul crafted special training programs for the city's strongest unit, but had to wait for the right map to put them to use. By using the special unit training center, the strongest units like the Spear Maiden could finally begin their training. Through the mic, Yul informed her that they only had 18 hours left since tailoring the training took some time, but due to the Greed Lord's power, time will pass differently for Hyeju. She would spend an entire year on the training map, but if she wishes to retreat or in case of emergency, the Dragon Warrior could break the hard glass in order to come back to the city. But this wasn't the only path to gain power, which is why Yul asked her to remain careful out there. For her special training, the Angel of Flame was sent to the land of the dormant sun. Determined, she aimed to complete her training. The set goal was to earn the respect of prominence the owner of the very weapon she uses. As for the two detectives in the Forsaken Mountain of the Old Kings, Seo and Dusik had to locate the vessels of Wonsa and Wusa. For the lieutenant and his team's special training in the map known as the Mausoleum of Dormant Demons, the squad had to face terrifying demons, as they sought to awaken the master of the map and take up his will. As for the next scalar training, the insolent serpent asked to be released from the unit training center as he lifted his middle finger, but the villain was confused when Yul offered him one last opportunity. The wishing orb that the teenager wielded could either become of light or darkness depending on his karma. To put it simply, it could either become a dragon on the path of righteousness or an evil serpent upon walking the path of malice. Normally, it would take one some time to decide his actions, but now the serpent's choice would save them great time. The young villain was free to leave the unit training center, but at the risk of letting the other units surpass him. And so the young man thought about it for a while. The serpent was indifferent to the others' training but loathed Yul's assumptions, and so he chose the path of darkness for his wishing orb. With that, his training began. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He was now on the horrific map known as Venom of the Wishing Serpent, with the only goal of staying alive. With that, the main units all began their training, and Yul created virtual spaces for the rest of the citizens to sharpen their skills. The guild master of the raiders wanted to repeat the ogre mission, but his members were less excited about it, seeing how they lost miserably. Meanwhile, in room 3 of 06, Kim wanted to simulate a fight against Yul Choi, so the system asked him if he wanted to lower the target's immense level. But the vengeful man wanted to face his prey as it was, and so began his impossible training. With Yul Choi monitoring the key unit's adventures, he decided to address the crucial subjects with the Greed Lord. Yul wanted to firstly know what the Greed Lord was since he wasn't exactly a demon lord or a player. Yet Krishna found the question pointless, since getting City Number 8 back to Earth was the main concern. With that, he assured the young man that he only speaks the truth. Yul wasn't surprised by the entity avoiding the question, but had a theory about it. This piqued the Greed Lord's curiosity. The young man wanted to know more about the city's first player. He wanted to know if abandoning them instead of losing them all was a way of preventing him from turning into a city eater. But according to the new player, the old one still controlled some units. Yul was astonished upon realization. The old player of City Number 8 controlled another game piece. This explains why he didn't put so much effort into them and easily turned his back on their city. The Golden Hand used City Number 8 as a way to farm resources for his first game piece. But since he didn't get much due to the victims of the Greed Lord, the old player didn't hesitate to abandon City Number 8. Yul's assumption was accurate, but not all players get multiple pieces. The Golden Hand now above game piece number 43 was, in fact, a particular entity. The units were all butchered, with a few left on their feet. 3 cities allied with each other in order to take one down, and yet they failed to even come close to it. Suddenly, someone approached the injured man. The panicked units feared the nearby individual, and so the old samurai used the battle art known as Thousand Blossoms in the Sky that could deal great damage within a shower of moves. But with one swing of his sword, the old samurai was stabbed in the heart, meeting his end, leaving him confused as to how the blue-eyed knight predicted his movements. Seeing this, the cowboy readied his legendary rifle known as Pioneering Spirit that was once owned by an explorer who conquered a continent and deals great damage to non-human targets. He used the battle art spaghetti western that allowed the man to fire the gun without wasting any bullets while decreasing the reloading time. But the bloody sword parried the bullet, and with that, the cowboy was killed by one of his own bullets that was redirected by the monster's sword that pierced his head. Then suddenly, the masked knight tried to take him from behind. But the blue-eyed knight began to walk away. His sword left implanted in the last warrior's throat, leaving the dying man confused. He was unsure if the blue-eyed knight uncovered his strategy or if he had just set him a trap. The masked swordsman was as clueless as he was scared. Despite fighting them for a week, this army kept silent even among themselves. With that, the masked knight drew his last breath. City number 99 was known as the White City of Silence, with its strongest unit being Yun Choi, its maxed-out invincible mayor. And with the rest period coming to an end, the player threw the dice. The city was now on the Dungeon Rush Square, where random dungeon's goal was to slay the boss inside. Once the countdown reached 0, the dungeon gates would open, freeing a wave of monsters. Dungeon Rush is a joint mission, and so another city that also landed on a similar square would be invoked to the map. Yul pointed out that it would be their city's first time being summoned to another square. And so city number 8 joined city number 32 for a joint mission of 5 days, and with that, the mission began. Yul decided to use his main item. By combining the writ of Krishna with the status window, the young man was able to make all dungeon data public, labeling their difficulty from A to D. With that, he decided to venture to city number 32 and proposed to join forces. Yet the Greed Lord stated that his units were fully capable of finishing the mission on their own. But Yul, who didn't think of the citizens as Karshina's belongings, aimed to return as many as possible to Earth, which is why he was determined to aid them. So the Greed Lord decided to recall their interaction with city number 17, but if one disaster were enough to stop Yul, then he would have never succeeded this much. The amused player wanted to see how long the young man would hold onto this idea. After that, in game piece number 32, the wielder of the book was left surprised. Despite offering data on the current mission, the other party refused to cooperate. The drunken level 97 city mayor, Carlson Bounder, had lost all hope for his city winning the game. City number 32, having lost all its best units, was short on equipment and resources and down to its last 1,000 citizens. Having lost all hope, the mayor advised the young man to focus on his city. Seeing the man's poor state, Yul understood that trying to reach him would be pointless, and so he decided to adopt a different approach. Carlson Bounder was convinced that city number 8 would eventually meet the same demise as his city, after reaching the White City of Silence and its fearsome mayor. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the highest difficulty known as a Fragment of the Abyss, the level 5 boss named Sealed Fenrir, the giant wolf that loathed the divinities, was now facing the Angel of Flames. The Spear Maiden gained new skills after facing the owner of her fang for an entire year. Suddenly, draconic wings made of fire burst out of her back. In the past, Haiju could only borrow the dragon's power. Fenrir felt the great danger rising from this single girl. Now the Spear Maiden could even adopt the dragon's traits. With that, the giant wolf began to chant a spell, making ice spikes rise in the dungeon. But a small light could be seen from behind the thick ice. The poor monster didn't have enough time to react. And with that, the great wolf was eaten by Prominence's fire, which resulted in the conquest of the level, a dungeon, with most credits going to Fenrir's slayer. Krishna was pleased with his unit's surprising new strength, stating that he was wise to leave their training to the protagonist. Yet the Greed Lord's curiosity was piqued upon seeing the young man lost in his thoughts. Yule was worried about not being able to convince the other game pieces, yet player number 8 was satisfied by them not becoming an obstacle. The young man was persuaded that city number 32 wouldn't survive the mission without their assistance, so Krishna asked him to tell his master what he wishes from him, which annoyed the independent young man. Yule wanted to conquer their city. This idea pleased the greedy player number 8. Someone was exiting a dungeon. The dungeon crumbled behind the Angel of Flames, who was curious about the next one, when suddenly something caught her attention. A titanic entity was facing a mysterious flying individual. The player used a card to summon magic missiles that never missed their target, but Yul Choi was easily able to slice his way through them. According to the Greed Lord, a player only leaves his astral form upon becoming a city eater after losing the game or when challenged by another player to a one-on-one battle. Player number 32 accepted the PvP match. Normally, both sides had to give their consent for the battle, but Krishna had the ability to oblige the other party to accept the challenge. And so player number 32 began to bleed after suffering a critical hit. Yul concentrated all the power into his palm and used it to implant his blade even further into the entity's flesh. With that, player number 32 was defeated by the young man. And so the Greed Lord, who would opt for taking the resources through dismantling, was offered to choose the fate of the defeated city, but decided to keep the fallen city as a whole, as a favor granted to his strongest desperate unit. Yul denied being hopeless, so Krishna reminded him that he was the one paying the price. The Greed Lord usually absorbed the fallen player's essence, but this detail was of small importance. The energy was rendered worthless in front of the lost fragment of the key. Yul then recalled how the Greed Lord uses the fragments to evade the game's strict rules, which made him assume that this was a hack. The victorious player then asked his unit to take care of all the dungeons that were transferred to city number 8 after the fall of city number 32. The Spear Maiden was shocked to see the system bombarding her with dungeon appearance notices. The Colonel stated that the number of present dungeons had now doubled, yet Yul seemed to be at ease, since the citizens were very qualified to beat those dungeons, and with him as their guide, their mission would become easy to clear. Yet the Greed Lord wanted to know if this claim involved all those who loathed him, which he indirectly denied. The future of this game piece seemed brilliant. Meanwhile, someone was using the card known as Observing Eye to collect intel on it, but the crafty Greed Lord decided to use his power, stopping the Golden Hand from spying on him and his city. The old player number 8, who turned out to be the owner of the White City of Silence, seemed to have a plan in mind. The entity wanted to reveal Krishna's personal information to all other players, and so the city landed on the Catch a Burglar Square this time. The goblin was violently punched in the face, yet the green monster mocked the detective with a smile, since he had to catch the multiple goblins. Otherwise, the monsters would get to keep all the points and equipment they robbed the city of. Seeing the many hiding spots in the city, the goblin felt optimistic, but was stopped by a huge man with a scary face holding a torch. The first confused goblin was caught by a police officer. The second was stuck under Jiayu's foot. They were confused by the units rapidly locating them. But all this was possible because of Yul's power. Things began to go well with the city units, the young man's plans, and the Book of the Greed Lord, allowing them to complete the missions on their own. At the end of each mission, they used Krishna's privileges as a player to upgrade the city by creating the Cornfield of Resilience, for example. They'd also gather the items that would let them bend the rules of the game, and track down the fallen players in order to make their player more powerful. As for joint missions, the units of the magic city of Buchin couldn't believe their eyes. They were shocked to see their players slain and defeated. City number 8 would slay the other players on joint missions in order to merge their cities together. They even persuaded the units to train themselves between missions, and so city number 8 evolved rapidly. The units didn't even need Yul's plans in order to finish the mission from this point on. Yet disasters only occurred in times of serenity. City number 8 was now on a battle square, and so 4 cities were randomly placed on the same square with the objective of terminating each other. The lieutenant feared the existence of such missions. Dusek wanted to know if it would be the units or the cities facing each other, but Steve didn't care since they were obligated to kill other human beings. Hinju feared such a moment arriving, yet the young villain looked forward to the upcoming confrontation. After all, it was this type of mission that suited him the most. Yet Yul stayed calm and didn't utter a word. Krishna stated that Yul, despite his strength, couldn't take on 3 players at once and proposed to terminate one at a time, so Yul assumed that he was asked to just watch the carnage occur. The Greed Lord found it ironic, but the young man reminded him that this was before they came to an agreement, and so Yul decided to take care of the enemy units first. But the protagonist was left confused, as all 3 cities rushed all at once and charged at city number 8 altogether. It seemed like the 3 other players decided to join forces, and so player number 8 activated Wall of Stone in order to shield his city. Suddenly, a colossal stone wall emerged from the heart of the earth, startling all hostile units. Yul couldn't endlessly defend, and so the protagonist had to rapidly terminate the 3 other players. The amused Greed Lord expected this answer as he summoned another fragment of the key, and so the other player consented to a one-on-one battle. The Greed Lord decided to grant his strongest unit's crazy wish. The three players used their cards to immediately attack the young man, but Yule quickly evaded them. And as he drew first blood, he stated that the first hit always brings victory. Yule was in a race against the clock. He had to slay one of the three players as quickly as possible, when suddenly the player disappeared from under him. Krishna noticed that the players weren't joining forces. They used the card known as Shrink to gain agility in exchange for decreasing their health. With that, the player quickly charged at the poor young man. Yule had a hard time pushing the giant monster away, and so was smashed into the ground. The player then flew away. Yule, who took some critical damage, couldn't believe his eyes, as the second player suddenly appeared, dashing towards him. As for the third entity, it was carefully planning its next move. It observed as a giant energy explosion emerged. Suddenly, the players noticed a bright light behind the thick cloud of dust. It was the first player getting slashed. Yule's rescuer was surprised. Jack was amazed to see his attacks being effective against players, so Yule pointed out that his skills and gear were currently equal to the cards of a player. This includes the skills of the Overlord as well. Yet the Goblin Swordsman wouldn't be able to rival Yule or a fallen player according to the Greed Lord. And so all three monstrosities attacked all at once. Krishna found it better to let Jack possess his strongest unit. This piqued his curiosity about the young man's next move. The stones began to crumble, all prepared to fight upon seeing the wall of the Greed Lord falling apart. Wong noticed the soldier next to him trembling in fear. The lieutenant would understand if the man retreated since they were about to fight human beings. Yet the man decided to stand his ground, and was determined not to desert his team. Finally, the wall went down, and so the three armies rushed to exterminate the inhabitants of City Number 8. Upon entering the hole in the wall, the hostile unit saw one man standing in their way. It was none other than the serpent, determined to draw the first blood of this battle. Suddenly, the front guard froze in place. Those in the back were confused as they saw them running away to the rear. The villain activated his terrifying power. His venom reduced his victims to mere sacks of bones as he absorbed all their experience points. But those who survived were either grunting in immense pain or begging for the sweet embrace of death. The teenager's orb obtained karma points as he refused to finish off the suffering man, and with that, he now had enough evil karma points. And so began the evolution of the merciless. Meanwhile, Jack was using his sword technique to fight the players. All three of them were powerful, but it is also said that a worthy foe is a better teacher than time could ever be. And so the Overlord decided to give it his all in this fight. As he and the player faced off, a giant bolt of lightning was forming in the sky. One of the players used an elemental shield that could easily counter elemental attacks, yet it was rendered weak in front of physical damage. Yule gained the upper hand on one of the players, but the third one decided to use a card to defend his kin. Krishna observed a massive explosion forming in front of his eyes. He noticed that the Overlord was about to crumble, and that City Number 8 was no match for three cities all at once. Yet the young man seemed to be waiting for something, picking the Greed Lord's curiosity. A man dressed like an Italian gangster entered the wall. Old Man Park was surprised to hear the man greeting him in Italian, but was even more shocked upon learning that the man named Jung and Kim was actually South Korean, making him question his attire. The outsider revealed that this style satisfied their players' taste and asked them to give up since their player didn't seem to cherish their city. The old man seemed shocked. As he swore to give them a tormentless death, the serpent suddenly appeared behind Jung and Kim. The young villain, who enjoyed his victim's agony, impaled the man with his venom claws. He was pleasured by his prey's blood dripping all over his face. And so began the serpent's carnage as he massacred the enemy armies. But the citizens of City Number 8 were also suffering from his poisonous gas, yet the bloodthirsty high schoolers couldn't care less. And so the Angel of Flames had to intervene, reminding the villain that they were all on the same side. But to her surprise, the serpent easily intercepted her fang of prominence. Suddenly, the young man let out an animalistic scream, worrying everyone. By collecting enough evil karma, the high schooler evolved into a corrupt serpent. Seeing this, Haiju asked Park to lead the citizens to safety. The city's situation was critical enough, but the young villain managed to make their task even harder as usual. The wall of stone was able to shield the city from three armies, yet the corrupt serpent pierced through it with ease. The crazed beast tried to consume the Angel of Flames. City mayors Miyamoto Kojiro and Sanctual Don Carlo mocked City Number 8, assuming that they had deliberately destroyed their own walls. With that, the old samurai decided to summon his own dragon, and so began the face-off between the two colossal reptiles. Miyamoto Kojiro was certain that his beast would emerge victorious, but just as he finished his sentence, the head of his decapitated lizard fell right in front of him, leaving him and Sanctual Don Carlo speechless. It was Yule who intervened at the last moment to decapitate the green reptile. The protagonist kept patience until the young villain evolved. He then asked Haiju to return and defend their city, yet the girl grew worried about his wounds. Suddenly, the beast tried to attack the man from behind, but was quickly repelled by Yule's powerful blow that knocked him to the ground. And so the protagonist, with an odd expression on his face, decided to finally take care of the young villain as he should. Krishna then asked the man to speed things up if he had a stratagem in mind, since their decoy wouldn't be able to distract the players for long. And with the red player destroying one of the copies, the Greed Lord decided to use 3 javelins in order to damage his 3 adversaries, yet the strongest unit wasn't responding to its player. Meanwhile, both hostile mayors couldn't believe their eyes. Yul kept on bombarding the corrupt serpent with powerful punches. As he kept beating him to a pulp, the protagonist expressed how relieved he was to see the villain turn into a serpent rather than a good dragon. This show terrified the invaders, while Yul explained that the wishing orb turns its user into a corrupt serpent or dragon depending on their actions. He was worried that the young villain might repent from his evil and turn into a dragon, but thankfully, the serpent had been diabolic in both the game and the home world, and so the beast's fear levels reached their peak, which would allow Yul to turn him into his second overlord. And so the high schooler known as Sun Wong Kang became his worst enemy familiar after being absorbed into the book. All the invaders were rendered speechless. With a crazed look on his face, the protagonist turned to them, asking if they still wanted to fight him, leaving them shaking in fear. As for Jack, he was now exhausted, fighting with a broken blade. The overlord stated that his master was late. Suddenly, the red player was bombarded with damage. But Yul apologized for the inconvenience, since the recruitment of the new evil overlord took longer than anticipated. After reaching a certain level, in every game, players begin to create setups tailor-made for their skills and styles. Yet some let the protagonist choose unique setups. Suddenly, the serpent bit his master in the neck. This tactic granted immense power, in exchange for one risking his own life. And so the young man became infected with the second overlord's venom, using the high-risk, high-return style. Yul was then possessed by his new familiar and immediately used the passive skill, Avatar of Self-Destruction. This led to the young man being poisoned, which meant that he would receive damage as time passed, but would see his stats increase in exchange, allowing him to butcher the player. Krishna was happy to see it fall. Suddenly, the old man disappeared from the battlefield. The Greed Lord was now the owner of a new game piece. The serpent's passive had a terrible impact on the man's health, but greatly improved his stats as the effect worsened. For Yul, this strategy was the greatest gamble of his life. The young man then struck the second player in the back, making it scream in pain. Yul's powerful blade was able to pierce the monstrosity's exoskeleton, before using his newfound powers to create a spike made out of an unnamed poison that differed from the villain's poison. But suddenly, the young man was railed by surprise by the third player's barrier. The goblin swordmaster seemed surprised, as he saw the poison of the corrupt serpent completely immobilizing the player. Not only did it immobilize the creature, but it also greatly weakened it. Yul then told Jack to look above. The first overlord now had another blade in hand, and just like that, the master swordsman obtained a heroic-class sword. The poison would soon wear off the red player, and the same goes for Jack, who was surprised to see a needle in his shoulder. The poisoned goblin felt his power rising as his stats points doubled. The red player would soon regain control over his body, but Jack used his new blade to slay it on the spot. That was a close call for the first overlord. But suddenly, the goblin started to cough blood. An unnamed mixture of poison made the green warrior lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Yul faced off against the third player. This was the last opponent. The hideous creature used multiple shields to empower his barrier that would keep repairing itself unless those shields were destroyed, which meant that Yul had to get rid of the barrier and the shields simultaneously. The passive of the serpent stopped Yul from casting his spell as it dealt great damage and increased his vulnerability in exchange for increasing his stats points. But Yul needed more power. The Greed Lord witnessed the battle from afar. Krishna realized that despite using the safest plans for himself, the young man didn't hesitate to put his own life on the line. This made the player curious if this was due to remorse or his own personality. He wished for him to use his mind to the fullest, which is why he was disappointed to see the person limiting his own potential. Yul was now under many negative effects, but each setback granted him more strength, and so the last remaining player charged headfirst at him. The impact caused an immense shock. Yul lost many stats points due to the numerous status effects, but that was a small price to pay in order to obtain the Avatar of Self-Destruction. The startled monster tried to escape, but the protagonist advised him to stay still. Yul was now on the edge, and so he cut through the creature's barrier, slicing him in half. Just like that, the wielder of the book slayed his last foe. With that, the citizens of the defeated city were teleported away. The Greed Lord now had the fate of city number 28, city number 77, and city number 90 in the palm of his hands. And so 3 players were defeated, and Yul was now free from the second overlord's power. Jack came to check on him, so the young man stated that he would soon feel better. The young man decided to give his first overlord Apater as a token of apology for making him risk his life. Jack gladly accepted the heroic-class sword. He also noticed the spirit of the new overlord that, despite his bad character, would be needed according to his master. Yet the young man had another reason for gaining this second overlord, since a corrupt serpent who is a failed dragon was unable to keep the wishing orb. In other words, the epic item would soon have a new wielder, and this man happened to be none other than the vengeful Kim. The Greed Lord seemed confused. Dusek also had the same expression on his face. Jayu also found it odd. To Yul's surprise, the mission was still going on. Suddenly, player number 8 received a notification. As a new game piece entered the action, it happened to be the White City of Silence, and Yul Choi couldn't believe his eyes. The Greed Lord didn't expect this reunion to happen this soon. Krishna was now facing the old player number 8, the one he hates and worships, who reached the end of the game with him. The new player number 8 was eager for Yul to defeat his old enemy. The young man couldn't help but notice the Greed Lord's precipitation. Yul decided to end it as quickly as possible. But to the book owner and wielder's surprise, the player versus player option was deactivated. This was due to the card known as Sanctuary's Effect, which prohibited a one-on-one battle between players, followed by Absolute Seal, which temporarily neutralized the Greed Lord. The card chain and its speed were both amazing. It turns out that the 3 defeated players were nothing more than a ruse to make City number 8 unveil its tactics, and so Yul and Jack's hands were now tied. They had to risk their lives in combat. Player number 99 was now face-to-face with the tied-up player number 8. Krishna pointed out that the Golden Hand was always a careful player, which is why it used cards to make sure his old city no longer existed. Yet he didn't expect to be found so soon, since his preparations were still ongoing. The Greed Lord's eyes were filled with hatred and resentment, as he may have to desert City number 8 himself. Meanwhile, Jack and Yul were rushing to take care of the city mayor as quickly as possible. The hack could only be deployed by players and their fallen counterparts, but it matters not, since Yul considered himself strong enough to face City number 99 without it. And so he requested a list of the city's units from the writ of Krishna. Yul decided to check on the mightiest enemy unit first, but the protagonist couldn't believe his own 2 eyes. Meanwhile, on the ground level, the lieutenant and his platoon were moving in silence, when they were suddenly ambushed by arrows that Guang barely parried with his shield. The lieutenant was amazed to see the enemy predicting all their plans. In the very heart of City number 8, at the same moment, a tornado was created, revealing the epic one-handed sword called Homosu, the sword of Huanan, the blade of a divinity that founded a nation upon arriving on Earth. Its power was able to block the abilities of the smaller deities, which shocked the detective. When suddenly, Dusek snatched the weapon away from his wielder's hand. But to his surprise, the enemy's hand was empty. The one-handed sword was now in the hand of another unit. As he was being restrained by the enemy, Dusek realized that they could share equipment. Seo grew worried upon witnessing his partner getting slammed into the ground. Dusek realized that the enemy's attacks were decisive and precise. The detective that came out on top felt like their enemy shared a single mind. But now he and his partner were back-to-back, surrounded by the units of the White City of Silence. Seeing the enemy attacking his partner infuriated Seo. Dusek proposed to retreat since they were outnumbered, but Seo stated that it would be hard, and so the enemy units raised their swords. Seo and Dusek were preparing for a long fight, but suddenly, they found themselves protected by a barrier of green poison. The 2 policemen were confused since this move belonged to the Gone Serpent. The caster opened them a path through the poison. Kim, the new owner of the Wishing Orb, was struggling to keep the spell on and asked the men to quickly escape. But the policemen were shocked to see this perfect stranger wielding such a powerful item. The sun began to set. With her quick moves, Haiju was doing her best to protect her home. But with one swing of his sword, the blue-eyed knight easily injured the Angel of Flames. The Spear Maiden was confused as her attack could never reach him, yet his blade always hit her no matter how slow it was. This was beyond foreseeing her moves. Haiju felt like the city mayor's will dictated her actions. Yet the persevering Angel of Flames decided to use Elixir to restore her health to the fullest. And with all the conditions met, the Spear Maiden used the hidden ability of the Fang of Prominence. Upon arriving, the dragon caused an immense explosion from a single blast. Yet the standing figure behind the smoke startled the Angel of Flames. To her surprise, the city's strongest unit had arrived. The girl had many questions, but the young man ignored all of them and asked her to retreat to the city. When she tried to refuse, her master insisted. The girl was left intrigued when her uneasy master stated that he would stay as a backup for Yul as she returned to their city. And so the Angel of Flames rushed back to City number 8. She noticed that her friend and his overlord weren't at ease, yet she also felt as if she would be in the way by staying with them. But Haiju assumed that this was all in her head. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the blue-eyed knight was surprised to see Yul's grim expression after such a long time. After all, these two were brothers bound by blood. But with a genuine smile on his face, the protagonist expressed his relief to see his brother in good health now. Yul then stated that they didn't have to face each other, but was surprised to see his brother aware of his plan to return to their home world. This was surely something Yul would do. Yet the blue-eyed knight affirmed that he was bound to fail, since in order to do so, Yul would have to win against him, a feat he was never able to accomplish. Suddenly, Jack, who sensed the danger, pushed his master out of the way. To Yul's surprise, his overlords began to disappear, and with a blank face, his brother attacked him. The confused protagonist found himself impaled by the blade of his own blood. The blue-eyed knight wanted his brother to stay dead for a period of time, and promised that once he woke up, he would finally be happy. The sword was now covered in Yul's blood, but the protagonist decided to surprise his brother from behind. However, the blue-eyed knight easily dodged his brother's punch as he stabbed him in the ribs. This left the young man in pain and obligated him to use his powers. and so he tried to strike the mayor of city number 99 with powerful lightning bolts. This attack totally burned the body, yet this wasn't the blue-eyed knight but one of his many allies that he had teleported in to protect himself. He then stepped inside a magic circle. This was an explosive trap that he used magic dispel to quickly neutralize. The blue-eyed knight could foresee his brother's every move. He then stated that it had been a long time since they had played together. To put it in simple terms, the main issue was the cerebral hyperactivity. The neurologist, Dr. Mingu, explained to the parents how one's body couldn't keep up with the brain in that case, who were worried that the two patients suffered the same problem. The doctor confirmed that both brothers faced the same cerebral hyperactivity. Yet the mother seemed intrigued as Yun seemed to have more difficulty than the protagonist. So the neurologist explained how his body found a way to coexist with his brain by executing multiple tasks at the same time in order to reduce his exceeding brain efficiency. Our young protagonist gazed with interest at the team in front of him as the doctor explained how his brain simultaneously deciphered, predicted, and analyzed his surroundings in order to prevent itself from overheating, before pointing out how this was the most adequate way for the unpredictable boy to survive his condition. On the other hand, his brother suffered a delicate case as he didn't seem to care about his surroundings. Both parents felt alarmed. The doctor explained how their young one needed a distraction in order to coexist with his outstanding cerebral capabilities. Both were struck by the same idea, as they were both aware of Yun's love for games. Back to the present's ultimate game, the Greed Lord was tied up in front of the Golden Hand. Krishna finally understood why his opponent chose to abandon an outstanding individual like our hero, as he already possessed his brother, a similar unit that far outclassed Yul Choi in every way. At that moment, the protagonist told the Greed Lord to initiate their escape, but the Horned One laughed and affirmed that he was currently powerless to do so. This made our hero grow angry as Krishna could easily use his cheats before implying that the Greed Lord planned to abandon him. The entity rescinded with a thoughtful silence. This triggered Yul Choi as the Greed Lord revealed that despite considering his possible sacrifice, he decided to save him in the end. Krishna then affirmed that he was really powerless at the moment, before implying how Yul Choi might beat him if he was still able to resort to his overlords, if it weren't for the legendary card Dimensional Disruption that cancelled all summons. But our hero affirmed that to his misfortune as he created his clones, and charged at his brother with his many decoys, before being immediately spotted by Yin, who immediately sent the original flying, stating that he still would be crushed by Yan regardless of his summons. With that, Yul Choi charged at the clones once again. Krishna asked our hero about the plot in his hand. So the struggling wielder of the book explained how humans used a certain saying at similar times. Just then, the duration of the chains restraining Krishna were about to meet their end. And as soon as the seal disappeared, the player tried to use his cards, but was instantly blocked by the Golden Hand, who used his own assets to prevent him from escaping. Krishna then cracked a demonic smile, as he wasn't trying to escape, but to use the card known as Armageddon that would bring great destruction to both their cities. Yan watched as the meteors began to rain. Just like that, great explosions occurred in the arena, destroying buildings and people alike. Just like that, the units of piece number 99 were wiped out. With that, the Golden Hand began to panic and immediately tried to act. Krishna was well aware that this maneuver wouldn't truly harm his opponent. But as the row players arrived, the Greed Lord affirmed that his avatar tends to use extreme solutions. The Golden Hand watched as the crazed entity began to assault the arena. This was all Yul Choi's plan, who didn't plan on winning but making Yun lose with him. With that, our hero teleported himself away, knowing that his plan might succeed despite not harming his brother. Meanwhile, player 99 tried to quickly calculate his next move. Krishna, who was well aware of the entity's cautiousness, could already predict the Golden Hand's next course of actions. Just then, Yun addressed the entity, pointing out how it was thrown into hesitance by their opponent's little kamikaze. As he threw his sword, the unit affirmed his disappointment as he was forced to submit to the coward that is the Golden Hand. At that moment, Yun looked at the opposing player and realized that he wasn't playing fairly. With that, the Golden Hand was forced to use the card known as the Grand Escape, allowing his retreat after relinquishing all the mission's rewards, piquing Yun's interest. With that, Yul Choi escaped the battle, glad that his genius of a brother is a unit rather than a leading player. But just then, our hero found himself getting impaled by the very sword Yun threw, slamming him into the ground. At the same time, Krishna used his cheat codes in order to call off the rogue players. With that, the Greed Lord became victorious. After that, our painting-struggling protagonist suffered on the ground, leaving him no choice but to resort to the system function recovery. With that, our hero avoided a bleeding that bridges to death. Yul Choi was still unable to fathom his brother's presence in the game. Krishna asked the protagonist if he could take on Yun, so Yul Choi returned the question. Both responded with an uncomfortable silence. With that, our heroes decided to reshape their strategy as their journey became more difficult. After that, player number 8 activated emergency evacuation that would put his citizens safely inside a bunker with finite capacity under the condition of possessing the said bunker. With no danger in sight, the citizens began to emerge back to the surface. Yul Choi began to think of how many casualties resulted after their short battle as the player revealed to have lost 30% of his units. Our hero was now aware of how powerful his brother and Peace 99 truly were. Krishna decided to restore the city before rethinking their plan before leaving his avatar surprised by predicting his very thoughts. The player began to grasp the unit's way of thinking as he correctly predicted that Yul Choi wanted to strengthen the city. Krishna revealed that there exists a solution that goes according to the game's rules. Our hero felt shocked as the player reached out to the system. Just like that, a new structure began to emerge next to their city. The wielder of the book was shocked to see such a sight during an intermission, but just then realized that numerous maps began to appear simultaneously. The Greed Lord revealed the existence of a unique mission that each player had one chance to accept. As they entered the open-world mission known as Abandoned World, the map was filled with a pleasant greenery. The ogre was then smacked in the skull. With that, the military successfully cleared the perimeter, before deciding to pick up the targeted flowers known as Sally Flowers, a strawberry-flavored ingredient for recovery potions. And so began the harvest. The abandoned world was abundant with various treasures and resources, making it perfect for gathering riches. But failing to clear its mission would turn the abandoned world into a prison for the losing city. This wasn't the only downside of this map, as any unit outside of the game piece at the time of departure would forever remain in the abandoned world. The old man began to grow worried as some of the citizens took this opportunity to flee the city, making the thief point out how terrified they must be after seeing the city's strongest getting demolished by his brother, leaving the spear maiden to reflect in silence. Meanwhile, at the police station, Dusek was taking care of some paperwork when something caught his attention. It had been 4 days since Game Piece 8 entered the abandoned world, and the book's wielder, who suddenly disappeared out of sight, keeps publishing strategy guides, making the inspector wonder about his whereabouts. At the same time, the Greed Lord watched in silence as our hero plotted on paper. Just then, Yul Choi snapped as after simulating countless battle scenarios, they weren't able to achieve any theoretical victory. The protagonist began to succumb to desperation, thinking that his brother was invincible in a one-on-one. Seeing this, Krishna asked the hero not to disappoint him. Yul Choi affirmed that they weren't on the clock as one turn in the abandoned world lasts a century, which the Greed Lord confirmed and assured that one could theoretically live here forever. The boat wielder began to think of how only 2 reasons push a player to resort to this open world, with the first aiming to farm resources and refine their assets like player 17, and the second being to throw in the towel. Any player that wishes to stop the fighting without becoming a city eater resorts to this open world and inhabits it until the game ends. Hearing at the name of Abandoned World, Yul Choi thought for a moment, and to Krishna's surprise affirmed that plans were ineffective against his brother, as he was completely invincible in a fair game, forcing them to resort to a shameless advantage. But in order to secure such an advantage, our hero must become 7 of the player in the game. Krishna realized that the young man aimed to acquire the knowledge that is forbidden to units, and so the player agreed to help his strongest unit, to Yul Choi's surprise. The player, who surprised the protagonist with his immediate approval, was eager to see the man's final results. Yul Choi grew annoyed after discovering that the player could abandon them in case of failure and save himself. Suddenly, space began to wrap itself, startling our wandering hero, as he and the Demon Lord reached an unknown location. Krishna pointed out how the promise of returning the game piece to its original world wasn't entirely false. Countless cities could be seen. As he revealed the true form of the game, the Greed Lord affirmed that the promised universe would already be a part of the game. This absorption was the inevitable destiny of any planet captured by the game. As he realized how worthless their victory would be, Yul Choi began to wonder about the identity of the game maker. At the same time, someone was searching for player number 8. This someone was none other than Yin. The unit learned that player number 8 was in fact a top-level monster that served as a demon lord like those he slaughtered. Just then, the man standing in the pool of blood began to think of how the monster was able to act as a player. With that, Ian finally realized that he could also ascend to playerhood by force. The victorious Golden Hand gained the cities of the players that he defeated, leaving the fates of the pieces in ruin in his hands, whom he decided to dismantle, in order to reinforce his own game piece. With that, the player stood victorious and tried to locate city number 8, only to learn that the said game piece became untraceable either by concealing or seeking protection. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, our hero decided to launch a broadcast. Yul Choi nervously introduced himself, before expressing his gratitude towards the hardworking citizens for the past 3 months, stating how they managed to better their game piece and revealing the presence of ongoing upgrades. The hero revealed that he forced himself on every unit's screen, as every unit, including those who deserted, must listen to him, as he decided to reveal the true face of the game and its players, followed by his strategy. Quietly sipping his tea, the Greed Lord enjoyed the broadcast in silence. Yul Choi affirmed that his plan wasn't free of risks but rather hasty, pointing out how the saner option would be to remain in the abandoned world. But after hearing it, the citizens would finally understand his point of view. With that, the young man began to unveil the truth about the game. The game could be a heavenly blessing, or a demonic curse that aims to torture the mortals. But this is only the Greed Lord's past perspective, leaving our hero intrigued about the true face of the game. Christian had explained all intelligent life uselessly wish for something great to worship. As for him, the concept of a perfect being that has no need to act, thus no reason to exist, was a simply ridiculous illusion. In other words, the universe resembles a jungle where each creature seeks the others in order to exist and coexist. The game is also a part of the jungle and feeds on planets and stars. Despite the fact that it targets heavenly bodies occupied by intelligent creatures, its exact nutriment is still unknown. This entity also uses the process of the game in order to select his prey, which intrigued the young man. Yul Choi was particularly perplexed as the entity used a game as a way to hunt, so the Greed Lord explained how intelligent beings easily accommodate with games for amusement. Besides, a game is the best way for self-continuous beings to push themselves to their limits. As the Greed Lord pointed out how one naturally aims for victory, our hero affirmed that their victory would be meaningless as they would all end up on the game's plate. After completely devouring an entire planet, the game simply roamed space again in search of another snack. Hiju, overwhelmed by this sudden truth, tried to summarize the shocking reveal, stating that the game is basically a monster that gobbles up planets and monsters, which Yul Choi confirmed, stating that they didn't know if the game itself was alive. Just then, Jaeon barged in, pointing out how their planet is doomed to be shredded into game maps regardless of their victory. Our hero confirmed before adding that they will play the role of monsters that attack the new units, leaving the crowds to chatter in anxiety. Dusik then asked about the players, a question that player number 8 decided to personally respond to, introducing the players as past units who became so powerful that they began to threaten the game's ecosystem, and so the entity redefines their roles, giving them more authority inside the game in order to sublime the units as players. While the Spear Maiden had a hard time understanding it all, the thief took it quite well and asked Yul Choi about his strategy, and so our hero took a deep breath. But to everyone's surprise, our hero affirmed that they will be the ones to prey on the Star Devourer, in order to use its power to restore their world and all those it consumed in the past. In short terms, our hero's main goal would be to kill the game itself. Yul Choi, who considered the game as a hunter, affirmed that they only had 2 choices to survive, the first being to coexist with it, and the other being to struggle and resist. The protagonist naturally chose violence, as he was too angry at the Star Devourer for the numerous casualties it caused, for him to accept it. With that, it was now the viewer's turn to make a choice, as they could either fight beside him in order to slay the entity, or peacefully remain in the game as a part of it. That night, the moon shined brightly on game piece number 8. His player's curiosity was piqued as the hero decided to ask him something. Yul Choi wanted to know if the Greed Lord was a player in the past, which he confirmed. Krishna affirmed that he played as a player, a demon lord, and even as a unit. But when he aimed to transcend the realm of players, his race was cut short by the game-worshipping Golden Hand that defeated him. The Horn One had his might sealed away as he was forced to be lowered to a demon lord, making Yul Choi curious about his true purpose. The protagonist asked Krishna not to give him any frightening spoilers, seeing how he affirmed that he would not find out until he was back to his best. With that, our heroes were certain to fight side by side until the end of the game, making the Greed Lord let out a malefic laugh, which Yul Choi asked him to stop doing. With the next dawn arriving, the streets were filled with silence, as the wind passed through the building's rubble. At the tower, Yul Choi made his way into the building, heading towards the door, and checked on everyone as he entered the room. The soldier affirmed that preparations were going smoothly. Temporary shelters were built for the citizens while they restore their housing, as the units gained in strength. But some unsure citizens were still discussing the trivial matter of fleeing or fighting, after seeing the huge power gap between them and the inhabitants of city number 99. Yul Choi affirmed that everyone must prioritize training alone, stating how they don't plan to battle city number 99 but to finish the game before them. And when Dusik asked about the possibility of facing them once again, our hero affirmed that he would have to count on them, seeing how he could never beat Yan, making them all consider the possibility of staying in the abandoned world. Meanwhile, as the past demon lord reflected on his thoughts, Krishna found it odd, as he found himself being more worried about a unit like Yun Choi instead of his nemesis, the Golden Hand, which he couldn't find more bizarre. Meanwhile, in game piece number 99, as the usual silence reigned in the streets, all units stood ready to fight, and further away. Yun finally realized that the past events were due to a bug inside the game. Some bugs could create scenarios within the game that even the creators could never predict, stating how the Greed Lord discovered and used one of these errors. Yun summoned well-selected items, and used them along with some well-picked skills with the right timing, in order to produce a fissure inside the reality of the game. With that, Yin finally put his hand on a glitch crystal. As player 99 was calculating his next move, it suddenly felt startled, as it found its strongest unit standing behind him, enjoying the perspective of a player. As the blue eyes of the young man began to glow purple, he affirmed that this view wasn't alien to him. Upon seeing this, the Golden Hand quickly tried to use its card, but it was already too late as Yun had already managed to stab the entity in the blink of an eye. The young man then used the system error that he created on his opponent, and after standing still for a moment, Yan peers through the secrets of the player regarding the truth about intelligent life units and players, and by further implanting his sword, the young man uncovered the truth about the game. Yan then found a similarity between him and the Star Eater, seeing how it selected him since they were both aiming to keep their lives, as no other entity could hope to put an end to Yul Choi. When suddenly the genius felt alerted, as he tried to gain some distance and saw the golden hand trembling and speculated that this was the game's answer. Just then, space began to crack, only to uncover player number 99's true form. But the entity seemed confused as it spawned free of weapons. Yan then noticed a far light in the sky, and assumed that the Star Eater wanted to see who would be the most worthy to be bestowed the title of player. Meanwhile, in the abandoned world, an old protagonist stood firm as 2 centuries had passed. Yul Choi demanded it once more, from the greed lord who summoned his cheat codes, restoring our hero's youth for a 4th time. But he wasn't the only one, as the military also regained their prime without losing their 200 years worth of experience. This concept applied to all inhabitants of City Number 8. Christiana was intrigued by the unit's will to keep the city's earthly form, so Yul Choi affirmed that this structure was symbolic. But the inside of the city's buildings were now completely different. Our hero, who felt odd without his beard, pointed out how despite their newfound youth, the game kept on going, which means that 2 turns had passed since they arrived. Yul Choi wanted to prolong their stay in the abandoned world for 1 more turn, but the player found it to be a waste of time. But our hero affirmed that their time here would be worth it. A silence reigned in a certain square in the game, when suddenly piece number 8 emerged from the void. With that, the greed lord who returned to the game now had to cast his dice. Player number 8 used multiple cards in order to ensure a great advancement on the board. To Yul Choi, taking small steps would only be a waste of time, as it would only allow Yan to outrun them. After spending 3 turns in the abandoned world, our heroes now had to rush to the game's goal before Yan reached it. With that, the game piece landed on the square called Capture the Flag, with the simple goal of stealing the opposing city's flag. Just like that, game piece 62 was randomly summoned for this one-on-one battle against City Number 8. With that, the arena was ready. The level 271 mayor of City Number 62 pointed out how the blueprints obtained from the Cannon Tower mission allowed their city to greatly evolve, before pitting City Number 8 for its earthly primal form, as his city readied its gigantic cannon, making him think that capturing the flag would be pointless. And so the shot was fired, aiming to destroy the opposing game piece in one go, which resulted in a great explosion. With that, a cloud of dust was formed. Just then, a laughing figure emerged out of it. City Number 8 used high-quality materials to rebuild itself, along with its 3 centuries-long experience and technology to create a shield around itself, rendering the enemy cannon powerless against their defenses. Just then, the heroic equipment K2 Peregrine Falcon and its magazine full of spells that the 300-year-old city was able to craft with her advancement were deployed. City Number 8's arsenal was greatly enhanced, as they were now able to craft their own equipment. But this wasn't the last of their progress that left the mayor in awe, as he noticed a massive wave of flying creatures heading his way. The hero's city found itself fortunate, as the abandoned world, which is normally composed of random maps, obtained one they were already familiar with, which was none other than the nest of the Emperor Gryphons, whose winged beasts greatly assisted them in a past mission. The mayor began to fear for his life, and found himself beaten up in the next instant. The defeated man then began to laugh at our heroes as he affirmed that they should have quickly completed the mission, stating that they won't easily escape the wrath of their player. But just then, the entity in command of City Number 62 found itself defeated by a dark unit with what seemed demonic eyes. Leaving the mayor and his crew sorry and humbled, Yul Choi began to think of how he should refine his new powers, before turning to the greed lord, who already knew what he had to do. As Christiana finished absorbing his latest prey, the player held in his hand the special magic card Second Wind that would allow his game piece to skip the intermission and use the dice once again in exchange for receiving half the rewards. With that, a new defeated game piece was added to the Greed Lord's collection. Just like that, Second Wind was activated, allowing our heroes to advance once again. Meanwhile, in the City of White and Silence, the Golden Hand was using the system. Only this time, its owner was corrupted, as his controller proudly sat on his head. Yan, who emerged victorious from the fight, ascended to playerhood and forced the past player to become his servant, whom he built a throne on his head. Just then, the young man turned his gaze to the far horizon, to find a bright distant light ahead of him. That marked the end of the hellish cosmic game. 5 turns had passed since the abandoned world, and our heroes kept achieving success after success. Their advanced technology allowed them to stay victorious after 13 turns. City Number 8's game piece collection became vast at the 25th turn. Our heroes kept on playing and winning after countless dice throws. With that, the system praised City Number 8 for being the first to attain the final part of the game. Yul Choi affirmed that his plan was going smoothly. The game's final square could only be attained by passing the last mission, where they would have to ascend 3 floors as the difficulty increased each time, in order to take on the said mission in the 3rd and last floor. With that, the Greed Lord decided to start the end in order to kill the game instead of simply winning it. Just like that, the dice were cast. Seeing how 4 stairs lead to the second floor, our protagonists realized that they could spend their turns turning around if they didn't get the proper result from the dice, leaving them no choice but to rely on good luck and pray for it. But just then, Yolchoi began to scold their player as he passed the aimed stairs by 1 tile. Instead, the Greed Lord landed them on the sealed Demon Lord Square, where his city would have to destroy all corrupt pillars after fighting their guardians. With that, the strongest of the Demon Lords, the level 10 Tumbaba, a Demon Lord of the Ultimate Fist, had been spawned, when suddenly a presence arrived to take on the 6-armed demon, leaving him surprised. Tumbaba praised the unit for its bravery, but just before he could enjoy the thrill of battle, the Demon Lord of the Ultimate Fist found himself shredded to pieces. His killer, the Master Swordsman, apologized for quickly finishing him, seeing how he was on the clock. Tumbaba couldn't fathom the fact that a Pillar Guardian became so powerful, but as he firmly stomped his feet on the ground, the level 12 demigod of the blade, Jack, who reached the zenith of his art, allowing him to enter a divine domain, affirmed that his power was the fruit of a 300-year-long training. Yolchoi pointed out their inability to resort to movement cards, so Krishna explained how the last mission releases a great amount of emotional energy, something that the Star Eater truly relishes, which is why it takes its time to savor it. With that began a new turn for the dice to be cast. The Greed Lord readied his dice. City number 8 kept on moving on the ultimate game board, as our hero prayed for a 5. With that, our heroes finally reached the next floor. But as our hero felt relieved to have finally reached floor number 2, he was intrigued by the player who noticed something. As he saw city number 99 arrive, the past Demon Lord pointed out how their true competition had arrived. The book wielder stated that their cheat codes granted them 4 more turns than the City of White and Silence. But just then, both felt alarmed, as a shady figure sitting on its throne began to appear, making them realize that the Golden Hand wasn't the city's player anymore. The title of Player 99 had now been bestowed on Yan. The young man's purple glowing eyes made the both of them realize that he was now in possession of cheat codes like Krishna, who pointed out how it only took the genius unit a small time to create and master the cheats, while it took him a millennia to do so. With that, a new turn dawned on the players. The Greed Lord felt intrigued yet certain of his victory. With that, the dice of City 99 had been rolled, landing on a 6, to our hero's surprise. This made Yolchoi question Krishna about his control over the dice, but the player claimed the 6 to only be luck. Krishna also speculated that the game itself was on Yan's side, before coming up with an idea. With that, an entity began to emerge from the cloudy void, revealing itself to be a city eater. The monster immediately aimed for player number 99's life, when suddenly it found itself being stopped by the controlled Golden Hand who stabbed the creature. Yan then used his pet to infect the city eater with the power of the bugs, allowing the new villain to absorb the monster. With that, the past player began to grow legs, making the Golden Hand even stronger. This made Yolchoi question his player about his genius plan, yet Krishna tried to brush it off, stating that they were now aware of the inability of the city eaters to defeat Yan. Just then, the young man received a notification, as the system began to bombard him with messages. But the young man reassured the monster and affirmed that he was certain to defeat his brother. After that, both remaining cities managed to reach the final floor, leaving them to face each other in one final challenge. The Spear Maiden was shocked to see the opposing city arrive at the same time as them, making Yolchoi question his brother's honesty in the game, but the Greed Lord affirmed that cheating was unlikely, as it wasn't possible for players, leaving the protagonist utterly shocked. With that, the system revealed the last mission being called War Without Borders that forced both cities to fight to the last unit. Yet the game allowed the units to choose the banner of the city they would fight for, which Haiju found ridiculous, as no one in their city would think of betraying it. All units agreed with the Spear Maiden, seeing how many fights they had been through together. But just then, the girl felt intrigued by her system window being opened. Yan decided to make a live broadcast. This was a message to all allied units of his brother, asking them to give up. The young man affirmed that he is only willing to grant such mercy, as this fight was a complete waste of his time. Yan then pointed out their past failure to defeat him when he was only a unit and how he had ascended to the status of player, causing the doubtful crowd to argue among itself. Yan then added that the citizens should fight for him if they wished to conserve the powers granted to them by the game, before affirming that the opposing opinions didn't matter since their city is meant to crumble under him regardless. With that, all were left with 1 hour to choose the banner of the city they wished to fight for. Yan waited for the result with cold eyes. All took a moment to think. Before making their final decision, system sounds could be heard all over the city, and after 2 minutes, all chose to turn their backs on Yan's offer, in order to stand firm and fight for their city, just as the main character anticipated. City number 8 spent 3 centuries in the abandoned world, while some chose to stay there and build a city of their own. Others chose to embrace a long slumber, leaving only one sort of people in the city. As the griffins flew high in the heavens, the remaining inhabitants, who were all warriors, were ready to fight until the end. Yan analyzed the situation in silence. With that began the final countdown. As the young player prepared himself for the upcoming fight, both cities readied their forces, and as the masked units deployed their wings, Haiju and her men stood ready on their winged beasts. With that, each brother began to walk towards the other. Small steps quickly became big running leaps. Just like that, Yan and Yule clashed steel as soon as the final battle began. The brothers' battle was fierce. Yan quickly evaded his brother's stab, forcing our hero to let go of his weapon. Before trying to strike a failed punch that Yan quickly dodged, the player managed to easily evade every fist directed at him by his brother, when suddenly our hero found himself being impaled by a glacier. The ice lifted Yule Choi high in the sky, who then noticed a loud light coming from behind him, as a colossal meteor was heading towards him. Yan watched as a gigantic explosion occurred, patiently waiting for the result of his attack to appear, yet his brother seemed intact behind the dust. The player then pointed out how Yule seemed to have acquired new powers, but our hero affirmed that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The protagonist, clothed with his new mysterious armor named Ragnarok, affirmed that he still had plenty to offer. Seeing how the system offered no data on his brother's outfit, player number 99 speculated that Yule had forged this armor by his own hands. As the armor designer charged at him, Yin deduced that Yule had a single reason to create such an item. The protagonist's attack resulted in a massive blow of energy, but Yin, who evaded it by a hair, realized that Ragnarok was meant to increase his brother's physical potential. This left Yule disappointed as he expected his first true punch to reach his brother. Yan then pointed out that an increase in speed would be pointless as he possessed the ability to predict his brother's attacks, leaving him speechless. Before calling out his brother on the fact that this wasn't the only available trick, leaving his brother in a tough situation. Meanwhile, thunderous clouds began to form, as the storm-summoning epic staff known as the Umbrella of Unsa, whose power and attack range were relative, was opened as two were about to fight thousands. Dusik decided to start the fight, as his partner charged up his gauntlet, determined to protect his home at all costs. And so, by combining the power of the said gauntlet along with the Umbrella and Staff of Unsa, a combined attack was unleashed. With that, a giant thunderous tornado had been created as the attack storm and thunder had been unleashed. At the same time, Hiju found herself surrounded in the sky. Yet the dragon avatar wouldn't be discouraged by this much, as she flipped her ride over while disintegrating the opposing masked soldiers, when suddenly, Hiju felt alarmed as 4 spearmen reached for her back, and so the Maiden of Flames quickly countered them all, before dealing with each and every one of her winged attackers, burning 2 of the white masks in her path. Yet Hiju was well aware that this fight wouldn't be child's play, as she faced men armed with the legendary Ice Spear of Dragon Slaying, a weapon of the Dragon Slaying Knights especially effective against fire dragons. At the same time, the Inspector stood firm, as the opposing forces shielded themselves from the thunderstorm with a particular item. This weapon was none other than the Sword of Huanan. But while Dusik complimented the enemy on his quick spirit, his partner affirmed that they did expect the fight to be challenging. Both he and Haiju shared the determination to pound their enemies until victorious, as special skills were rendered powerless against them. At the same time, the brothers' fierce fight was still going on. Yul tried to make his brother listen to reason, begging him for help in killing the game, yet Yen kept silent, as he quickly realized that his brother was just trying to buy some time, and that the key factor of the plan was someone other than his brother. Krishna was then left shocked, as he found player number 99 in front of him ready to strike him down. Yul Choi couldn't be more annoyed, as he wanted to vanquish his brother just this once. Yan was then left surprised after his rapier was suddenly blocked, as his brother resorted to a new power that piqued his curiosity. Einherjar's tactical jacket possesses a special skill, known as Berserk, that swallows its user in an animalistic madness that makes him target ally and enemy alike. As his outfit began to swallow him, our hero began to think of how his armor could enhance Berserk, and despite not affecting his uncontrollable rage, it does allow him to reach the pinnacle of physical stats allowed by the game. Yum was left speechless in front of the bestial transformation, as his brother managed to tear down a piece of his armor and destroy his rapier. Yule let out a fierce roar, before striking his brother, sending him flying to the ground. This caused a trembling inside the city to occur, making the soldiers mistake it for an earthquake. But the lieutenant was well aware that this was the sign that marked the beginning of the ultimate battle, before reloading his gun as the enemy approached. With that, an immense number of horse riders charged in their direction. Zhang quickly requested an assault before sharing the enemy coordinates. Upon receiving the data, the Cardinal ordered the activation of the ice ammunition along with a spell that differentiates allies from foes. With that, missiles of ice spells had been fired, dealing great damage to the attacking squadron of riders. The lieutenant then ordered Air Force 8 to commence their attack, as they prepared to bombard the enemy with their thunder bomb. But just then, enemy air forces arrived at the scene. Numerous winged spearmen charged at the winged beasts and their riders. The bombers were ordered to resume their original assault while the rest of the Air Force took on the flying masks. With that, the men ejected themselves from their mounts. Just like that, an all-out battle broke out between the silent masks and the military of City Number 8. Zhang then summoned a battle hammer and smacked the enemy with a skill Mace of Judgment that uses a divine mace to smash nearby enemies. The lieutenant then used the hole-digging digger grenade developed by his city, creating a massive hole for the masked men to fall in. The soldier was well aware that city number 8 was on the losing side, yet was determined to use everything in their arsenal in order to repel the invader. Just then, the ground beneath him began to tremble, as the white masks that survived his assault emerged from the soil. Jiang didn't care about the gap in power, as their main goal was never to emerge victorious from the battle, as he and his forces kept on fighting. Meanwhile, back in the void of the players, the crazed Yule kept on unleashing barrages of devastating attacks. Yen, who was covered in injuries, found himself struggling to fend off his brother, began to think of how Yule attacked him by only relying on his physical power as he tried to stab him. But the broken blade completely shattered upon impact to the player's misfortune. Just then, the beast found itself intrigued as a teleportation ticket had been used. Before noticing a light shining from afar, Yen, who pulled out one of his cards, called out his brother for making his physical power reach its zenith. Before pointing out how he was still a part of the game, Yule quickly charged at his brother once again, resulting in a great explosion. The head of the beast remained filled with power, only this time away from a severely injured Yule, who found himself armless. This sudden damage was due to the power of Yen's card, known as Aegis Shield, that returns any physical damage to the attacker, yet the shield was still susceptible to magic attacks. Despite his injuries, the pain didn't affect our hero's bloodthirst, as he began to reattach his severed limbs and grow a new helmet. Yule then charged once again at his brother, who would have pointed out the absurdity of the attack if his brother could understand him. But just as the beast charged at the young man was startled by a voice coming out of nowhere. Just like that, both brothers were caught up in a great explosion. This use of magic intrigued player number 99, as the caster was neither player number 8, and neither one of his brother's summons, as none of them possessed such magic. After checking on her child, the mother affirmed to him that she and her husband were fine. With that, the woman ended her call with her son Yule Choi. But as she proposed to her husband to go meet up with her other son, she found him petrified. As it all began, insect-like creatures began to appear and began to feast on the humans as the Choi parents tried to make their escape. But just then, our hero's father received the ultimate dice. With that, the parents received the Ankh of Resurrection that greatly enhances one's stats. This item would also allow them to cure any unit from any disease. With that, both husband and wife were struck by the same idea, but with a rampage of the citizens killing each other, along with a monster invasion, made the path difficult for the two parents. But in the end, the two of them managed to reach the hospital. Yet this victory didn't come without a cost, as the mother found herself fatally wounded. Her husband began to think for a moment, and just as he was about to use the item in order to heal her, her gentle smile served as a selfless answer. With that, the Ankh had been used on the proper person. Back to the present and the fight of the two brothers. Yan managed to completely destroy his brother's arm, before obliterating the rest of his upper body. But just as the player tried to activate a magic spell, Yule, who immediately regenerated, began to bite off his staff, before detonating himself, putting Yan in a tough spot. The young man then affirmed to his regenerating brother that defeating this form was rather challenging, but his pawns were easy to terminate. But Yule affirmed that his allies were no pawns but human lives. Yan revealed that it didn't matter, as inside and outside of the game, the weak end up being the plaything of the powerful, as the better choice was always to bend the knee to the strongest, at the risk of one living an insignificant life. With that, the inspector ordered the retreat, before ordering the police guild to cover the citizens and hold their ground. Dusik then threw one of his opponents away, before ordering their new recruit to contain himself, as a massive cloud of poison began to form. The user then sucked it back into the orb. Kim Chul decided to restrain himself in order not to defy his superiors. With that began the fallback. According to Dusik, both cities seemed evenly matched, but the truth is that the opponent was slowly gaining the upper hand, making him question how long they could hold their ground, as he hoped for the intervention of their own player. With that, Krekshana decided to act. As his goal was now in reach, the upcoming maneuver would be his last act. The Greed Lord would now either slay the Star Devourer or die trying. With that, player number 8 chattered himself into numerous cheat codes. Back to the fight of the two brothers, Yin felt alarmed, as Yule revealed that he never planned to defeat city number 99. With that, the final move began, as game piece number 8 began to transform, while its outer shell began to shatter. Just like that, a giant cheat crystal that aimed to slay the game had appeared just as Yule had planned. Yoan couldn't believe it, as the entire enemy game piece became a bug, as he realized that Yule and his allies were trying to access the very files of the game. But the player affirmed that they should have first deleted him before trying to delete the game. Just then, Yoon dodged his brother's quick attack, leaving him utterly shocked. With that, Yen began to dodge, parry, and counter every strike from the beast. The player affirmed that he was now familiar with his brother's attack patterns, before using the skill Soul Strike in order to damage his brother's spirit, making him worthy of Yule's praises once again. But as he summoned the defeated cities, our hero affirmed that he didn't expect less from him. With that began Yule Choi's last move in order to determine who the best genius is among the two of them. Yam was left disappointed as his brother decided to use this simple-minded human wave tactic. But as he proceeded with his plan and restored the defeated cities to their original scale, The protagonist affirmed his will to embrace simplicity. With that, Yen stood silent in front of a wall of fallen cities, as he realized that his brother was trying to waste enough of his time for Krishna to corrupt the game. With that, Yin summoned his epic rank orb named Long Live the King that allows one to control those of an inferior level, with the quantity of minions varying with the user's level. Just like that, the orb was activated. Yahello was well aware that the orb possessed two modes, of first being automatique, making the soldiers act according to their master's programming, with the second being manual, that allowed the orb's wielder to make the soldier submit to his current will. Yul Choi felt satisfied as he finally forced his brother to reveal his true strength. The mob boss was thrilled to fight again, as for him, no human life should be on the strings, earning him an odd look from the samurai. But when the first asked the second about the reason behind this glare, he affirmed that they were in the same boat. Just then, the old man began to reflect in silence on how Yul Choi asked them to join their cause and how he wanted to decline, as the game turned out to be a paradise. But then the samurai turned his gaze to the careless children happily playing, and so he unsheathed his blade, as he was more than determined to give his children free will, as he was ready to sacrifice himself in order to get them away from the game's control. The spear gravely injured a warrior, as the masked army began to gain the upper hand. The mob boss ordered the men to stand their ground, while the samurai was shocked to see that 5 masks were enough to push them. All moves were being observed and controlled by Yin, who began to manually command his units. The genius then dodged his brother's bestial flesh, before using his hand to impale Yul's body and launch a powerful spell through it. But Yul's spirit was protected by a robust shield. Our hero found himself struggling to keep up with his brother. Yan began to think of how he familiarized himself with this strategy, as Yul always resorts to it. The protagonist had a habit of reducing losses to a minimum in order to go all out in the endgame. Just then, the spear maiden noticed that other game pieces joined the fight, and with that ordered everyone to adopt the offensive approach, marking the start of their counterattack. With that, the lieutenant reached to his helmet in order to activate his skill that can only be unleashed once every mission, Holy War, that can only be used when the Helden set is complete. Holy War allowed one to provide every member of the guild with holy equipment sets, along with a blessing that greatly increases the guild members' stats. Yan watched as the powerful ability had been unleashed. Player number 99 perfectly predicted how his brother would use his game pieces, and as Yul was about to unleash a powerful attack, he found himself being countered by Yan, who burned his spell before he could unleash it. Yet the genius player felt odd, as if he was missing a variable. Despite being used to his brother's tactics, Yin could feel a subtle change in it. Our struggling hero affirmed that the time hadn't yet come, as they needed to attack with more ferocity. Meanwhile, in the control room, the colonel ordered the units to go all out, and demanded the use of every summoned and tamed monster along with all mechanized golems, in order to get as much of player 99's attention as possible. Yet according to Yan, their actions were meaningless, as he was perfectly able to predict each of his brother's actions and had a much better mastery of his unit compared to Yul. Our hero was having a hard time parrying the attack with his shield. Yan realized that his brother deployed more units than he could command, making him think that Yul relied on luck, leaving him disappointed. At that time, the police forces did their best to stand their ground, but this didn't affect player number 99 at all, as he kept on overpowering his brother. Our hero began to think of how his brother never reached his limits before, making player 99 unable to predict the outcome of this exact moment. Yet Yin would simply surpass himself after reaching his limits, but he would undoubtedly freeze for a short moment due to this new sensation, making it city number 8's only hope for victory. Meanwhile, Hiju successfully blocked 2 mass specimens, and despite the struggle, managed to overpower her 2 opponents, leaving Yan alarmed as Yul began to think of how the real challenge was to perceive the said short moment. Back then, all opposed his crazed plan. All began to scold the tactician as he planned to fight and overwhelm his brother, who overpowered him in every category, as Yul tried to explain himself, affirming that this was their only hope against him. But our hero was rapidly left confused as the soldier ordered him to solely focus on his brother. The lieutenant stated that he and the rest of the units shall overwhelm Yan, yet Yul affirmed that they would only get killed. But the soldier affirmed that since they were all fighting for a miracle, they should opt for the strategy with the best chances. The said lieutenant was giving it his best on the battlefield. Yan tried to command all the battlefield. Yul needed to focus on each and every action made by his brother, as the rest of his allies gave him the chance to attack by overwhelming his brother. Just then it happened. Yul quickly summoned his ultimate weapon, giving his body the powers of Jack the Overlord. And so the ultimate move of the Celestial Fang Sword technique was activated. And with that, the powerful skill Heaven Destroyer was unleashed. Yan was left amazed as his brother grasped the exact instant he showed weakness. You'll affirmed that such a feat would have been impossible back on their home world, as he was unable to focus on a single task. Yet now our hero is finally able to cooperate with others instead of taking advantage of them. And while Yun only saw humans as pawns, Yul found them to be a great opportunity for him to learn and grow. With that, Yul Choi was finally victorious over his brother. The player was confused as the protagonist had spared his life, before pointing out with a smile how this was Yul's only opportunity to truly beat him. So our hero explained how he never plotted to take his brother's life, as he only needed him restrained in order to reach his ultimate goal. Yul also affirmed that he and his brother had a lot to talk about once the game ends. In order to make someone an overlord, one of two conditions must be met. The target must either fear the book wielder or share a deep bond with him. With that, the book began to absorb the defeated Yan. Despite our hero's inability to foresee his brother's actions, there was at least one fact he was certain of, which is that Yan deeply cared about him and their parents. Our hero pictured that his brother wanted to use the power of the game in order to create his utopia. But a world crafted by a single man is no place for men to live. Yul was certain that his brother will one day open his eyes to this truth. With that being settled, our hero could now focus on slaying the Star Devourer. The protagonist began to walk towards the odd entity, which was none other than his second overlord, who even became bigger than multiple game pieces combined. Just then, Yan's orb began to lose its effects, freeing the original player 99. Yul asked the serpent to guard their city. Just then, a bright red ascending light was seen on Haiju's side of the map, as well as the military side, and police force battlefield. With Yun gone, the masked soldiers began to regain their true selves. The bright red light could be seen from anywhere in the city. As it made its way towards the gate, Jack asked Yul if he was aware of what's beyond the gate, but our hero denied it as Krishna had never set foot there, making the protagonist speculate that their action was the first of a kind to occur in this game. With that, our hero plunged into the gate, only to be met by complete darkness. Yul then used a light spell, only to find a horrifying zombie in front of him. But luckily, an invisible wall separated the disgusted hero from the nasty creature. Yul then confirmed Jack's doubts, explaining that all these worlds were a part of the Star Devourer. The Goblin Swordmaster pointed out how these zombies look human, and despite Yul confirming it, he affirmed that something was odd. Just then, a massive explosion occurred on the zombies' side. The creatures fighting the zombies affirmed that they had themselves to blame for this infinite horde. The talking beasts began to regret using humans as test subjects for their new drugs. And while Yul realized that humans weren't the dominant species in this world, Jack couldn't resist the creatures' adorable appearances. With that, our hero realized that these worlds were being used by the Star Devourer in order to feast on their emotional energy, before heading to the level below this one, only to find the worlds that became deprived of nourishment for the monster. These maps' inhabitants became frozen in time, waiting to be summoned as monsters in missions. Yul then decided to go even deeper, only to find a pile of broken and useless worlds that he referred to as a graveyard. The Overlord pointed out how they couldn't venture deeper into the gate, leaving Yul with a single option, which was to use his sword in order to break through the floor. A massive explosion occurred, as our heroes passed from darkness to light along with the shards of the broken worlds. Yul couldn't be more shocked, as he and Jack had finally reached their destination. Yul found himself in a place full of gates where Krishna was imprisoned, and so our hero began to roam through the many gates. Despite the Star Devourer's hunger for worlds, it always made sure to save any powerful unit worthy of a demonic or divine title. Jack then pointed out how challenging it will be to locate the Greed Lord, leaving Yul with no response. Our hero then recalled how the game revealed the existence of anomalies that threatened the well-being of the game when analyzed him, creating a high chance of the game sealing away such threats. When suddenly, his book began to fly on its own, making Jack speculate that it would serve as a guide. The book then suddenly moved at an incredible speed, before smashing into a barrier. Yul was shocked to see the book forming cracks in reality, while Jack was worried about the noise that would surely unveil their presence. Just then, our hero felt something, before dodging many slashes at the last moment. As he kept on dodging, our hero was left shocked, as many non-playable characters appeared in order to take them out. Yul Choi had a gut feeling that their task wouldn't be easy, as Jack tried to warn him about their opponents being strong, which the protagonist was already aware of, seeing how each non-playable character could copy his stats and attributes. But according to Yul, this wouldn't be enough to take him down. The book kept on ramming itself into the cracks, as the NPCs charged our hero all at once, resulting in a great flash of light. Yul Choi realized that he was racing against the clock as the game would try to stop him. The Spear Maiden and the Thief were shocked, as our hero realized that his home, which was now surrounded by various cities, was at risk. Many cities received the order to defeat Game Piece number 8 as it tried to destroy their beloved game. The blonde girl affirmed to the Dragon Champion that they should expect some people to be willing to embrace the game. The commander was left baffled as his forces detected 42 enemy cities approaching with a manpower of 5 million. City number 8 found itself the target of 10 city eaters and 15 players. To the inspector's shock, his partner found this attack to be a good sign, as the game clearly ignored its own rules in order to take them down. Dusek realized that the game had no other choice, as Krishna prepared himself for his grand return. Yul easily tore through the enemy forces, stabbing and kicking every NPC in his way. Just then, the book created a path, which our hero immediately noticed, before immediately charging in, and with that, our hero entered the said space. The NPCs were unable to trespass, leaving them all broken and powerless. Meanwhile, the Spear Maiden warned the enemy forces that she would charge at them if they trespassed, but the girl was only met with blades aimed at her face as a response. The Spear Maiden easily countered the upcoming projectiles, making her realize that it was pointless for them to reason with the game. The soldier stated that they should defend from their city instead of fighting all units alone. With that, the shield had been raised, covering and protecting the entire city. The mob boss ordered the immediate retreat, but the Greek statues charged at city number 8 as it tried to regain Earth back. With that, Zhang and his battalion charged forward in order to shield the retreating troops. And with that, a new battle began. The lieutenant asked his opponent about the game's intel on them, to which he replied by describing them as people who aimed to destroy the game and regain their planet. As he unleashed a barrage of sword slashes, the man affirmed that their city was filled with idiots, as the divine they used to worship were powerless against their current players, let alone the game that controls them, and yet city number 8 hoped to destroy it, which he found to be utterly ridiculous. The statue then affirmed that the lieutenant should just embrace his place as a unit, but the soldier affirmed, as he swung his warhammer, that he belongs to the human race that despises being controlled, as he decapitated him. Just then, the soldier approached the lieutenant and affirmed that they had lost their first line and informed him that more than a quarter had evacuated when asked about it. With that, the lieutenant ordered his men to hold their ground, as he was aware that Yul stood no chance if their home was destroyed, which is why they must shield it at all costs. Meanwhile, on Yul's side after entering the breach, our hero was met once again with nothingness, before being startled by his sword, which began to react in a weird way. Just then, a massive face with 3 eyes appeared behind Yul Choi. Our hero was now in front of a giant entity like none before. This massive giant was no other than the true form of the Greed Lord. Krishna felt relieved by the unit's arrival, before ordering Yul, who was still shocked by his true size, to unshackle him. The past player affirmed that the unit's sword was the key to his freedom, but Yul only gave him a silent look as he began to think about it. The protagonist wanted to know about the Greed Lord's past and real motives before destroying his seal. Krishna was intrigued by the young man's reaction to an unpleasant response, so our hero explained that he would terminate him along with the game. This angered the Greed Lord, who was certain that Yul couldn't accomplish anything without him, but our hero affirmed that he only arrived here by doing the impossible. With that, the two of them were left to face each other. Meanwhile, on the Spear Maiden's side, Haiju unleashed a powerful attack, thinking of how they could take on the enemy forces despite their great numbers. But this wasn't the major issue, as the Golden Hand and Great Serpent were unable to fight all hostile entities by themselves. Just then, a player decided to use his cards, before finally choosing one. This card was the legendary Durfreishut's Magic Bullet that targets the enemy's strongest pawn with an undodgeable shot. But just then, this player found himself being slashed in half, as a gigantic sword appeared on the battlefield. Just then, a hand broke through the void and grabbed the blade, marking the arrival of the Greed Lord. This intrigued the girl, as their player was supposed to help Yul Choi against the Star Ear. With that, 3 entities stood united against numerous foes. Just then, Krishna began to recall Yul's question. As the players prepared themselves to attack, he began to think of how he wanted to regain what was stolen from him as he quickly began to move his sword. With that, all opposing players were destroyed in the blink of an eye, as Krishna was only here to fight for his freedom. Long ago, the Star Devourer shattered Krishna's home world and turned him into the man he now is, but this didn't come without its benefits, as the game made him come to a revelation regarding the countless worlds consumed by the game, making him realize that he wanted to roam space freely and see what lies at the far ends of the universe, which is why the game decided to keep him as a prisoner as he tried to free himself from its control. Jack was shocked to see that Krishna didn't want to slay the Devourer by himself, so Yul revealed that he didn't seek revenge, which is why the Greed Lord opted for a tactic that would give them better chances. Since Krishna was familiar with the players and fallen players, he always tried to shield the city. Yul was now responsible for fighting an alien creature with unknown abilities as he held the key in his hand. The protagonist then inserted the final piece into its place. Jack then pointed out how Yul was their best chance at taking down an unknown being that outclasses them all, but our hero stated that he flattered him too much. But as the gate appeared in front of them, Yul Choi was determined to meet everyone's expectations, and so our hero began to open up the gates. But just as he opened it, the protagonist was quickly pushed away by a liquid that he at first pictured as water. But just then he realized, letting out a loud laugh, leaving Jack confused, making him struggle to explain the situation to the Overlord. As he began to cry, our hero thinks of how this liquid was in fact concentrated emotions. As an angry expression drew itself on its face, Yul Choi deduced that the Star Devourer lives on emotions. Emotions so concentrated they became a liquid with a physical form, but just as he began to think about their consumer, a giant entity barged through the cheek gates, with a face as though overwhelmed by anger. Our hero realized that this immense monster was the true form of the game. The creature was covered in eyes. Yul was shocked by the monster's true form, as it looked like a whale or a certain type of micro-creature. The hero quickly realized that he couldn't perceive the beast as passive-aggressive or even alive at all, as despite seeing, Yul felt like he was staring into the void, when suddenly an intense sensation overwhelmed the young man, as the emotional pool made him lose control over his emotions once again. Jack asked him to get his feelings under control, which the protagonist found to be quite challenging. Yul understood that he must act in order to prevent himself from fading into this pool of emotions. With that, Jack was left shocked, as our hero figured out the solution. The creature was then quickly attacked. Yul, now in his astral form, explained how feelings were originated from the brain, which is why our hero decided to detach himself from his brain and flesh in order to keep a hold of himself. The protagonist then felt intrigued by the Overlord's confused expression after inhabiting his body. To Yul's surprise, Jack explained that his attack didn't damage the beast, making the protagonist feel as if a crucial detail escaped him. Just then, bright spots appeared on the Star Devourer, right before inflicting damage to Yul in soul and body. The protagonist was shocked to see the monster use magic and weapons. Just then, the cosmic predator began to glow in different spots, unleashing a storm of spells and weapons upon Yul's spirit and his body, bombarding them with powerful attacks that seemed to be infinite. Just then, a light appeared above the monster, as Yul decided to unleash an all-out attack from the high ground. But to his misfortune, his attacks phased through the beast once again. Yul was shocked to see that his attack that aims for specter types didn't work, aside from the said target not possessing a presence. But our hero was mostly shocked about the Greed Lord's power that didn't affect the monster at all. Just then, the protagonist spotted the monster targeting them, unleashing once again a tempest of blades upon our hero. Yul speculated that the key for victory must be of a childish simplicity, as he decided to assume that the beast was on a different plane due to its lack of presence. In other words, Yul Choi should focus on getting the both of them into the same dimension. Just then, the Greed Lord's blade began to vibrate, as well as the rest of the cheat codes, including the one used as support for City Number 8, making Haiju speculate that this was an earthquake as all began to tremble. Krishna then felt alarmed, as it was his first time witnessing the cheat key acting so oddly. Back to Yul Choi and Jack's fight, our heroes tried to unleash a powerful attack, only for it to phase through the emotion feaster once again. With that, Yul and Jack would have used every single attack within the game to kill it, only to fail miserably as the beast readied another attack. Just then, Yul noticed that his sword was reacting to the beast's light, before being bombarded once again by a storm of spells and weapons. The young man then informed the old goblin, who struggled to defend them, that he had a plan in mind. Yul survived this wave of swords because of his shield. The beast was about to unleash yet another attack, but Jack stood ready with the sword of Krishna. The blade began to react oddly, just like last time, confirming Yul's suspicion about the cheat key reacting to the game's light. But since this was just a theory, our hero decided to put this to the test. Yul Choi seemed baffled, as he found himself in a completely different place, before snapping back to reality, leaving our hero completely shocked by what he just witnessed. Just then, a great explosion occurred, and the beast was finally struck, leaving him marked. Seeing this made our hero realize that a part of the monster began to exist in our dimension, upon being struck by the cheat key, leaving Jack motivated. With that, our heroes began to counterattack. Y'all began to think of how they didn't possess enough bugs to slay the game, and speculated that he could harm the monster by using magic on its exposed parts, when he was suddenly struck by another vision, intriguing our protagonist, as he only sees them when a piece of the cheat key comes in contact with the emotional parasite. This made Yul think that the cheat codes were in fact the fallen worlds trying to get the beasts into their plane of existence. Our hero was fully aware that the cheat codes on his blades weren't enough to slay the game. Just then, the monster opened its mouth, unleashing a monstrous energy blast similar to no other. But fortunately, Yul and his overlord managed to dodge the disintegration. With that, our hero had no choice but to flee the scene, as Jack asked him for a strategy, and so they dashed towards the crack, before quickly getting out, alarming all of the NPCs, only for the game to emerge from its domain in order to chase them while consuming some of the non-playable characters. The beast tried to suck the units in. Yul began to wonder about the fallen worlds who were the origin of the cheat codes, as they had recently decided to assist him with their power. But the truth was in fact crystal clear, as the worlds had been showcasing their patience for someone to finally reach the core of the game in order for them to get their revenge. With that, countless cheat keys began to rain down from the sky, all targeting the cosmic whale, slowly bringing him into this dimension. With that, Yul Choi confirmed Jack's suspicions, as they were now facing the true form of the Star Devourer. Yul Choi then noticed the cheat codes acting oddly, and was then left shocked as he and Jack were now in their original forms. The protagonist felt great strength within his body. As he regained his flesh, Jack agreed with the young man, who pointed out that this new power far surpasses Berserk. With that, a great blue light appeared in the sky, and from behind the dust appeared Yul Choi and Jack the Sword Master. Yul reminded Jack that despite their current ability to harm the beast, it still outclasses them, which Jack agreed with, and as he charged ahead, affirmed that this disadvantage was the true pleasing challenge. The cosmic whale unleashed a tempest of blades in our hero's direction, but the goblin swordsman dodged and parried every weapon before trying to strike the beast. Yet as his blades casually bounced off the game, Jack found himself getting knocked away after hitting an immovable object. Yul Choi speculated that the feeling consumer will keep renewing his strength as long as he roams the emotion pool, and so he resorted to the power of one of his swords in order to catch the monster, before trying to fish it out of the water. Yul was determined to get the beast away from its source of energy. Just like that, the colossal creature was sent flying through the ceiling. Yul then ordered his overlord to push the creature forward in order to deprive it of its source of nutrients. With that, the monster was pulled out of his own abyss. Meanwhile, as Krishna impaled an entity's heart, the Greed Lord fought with all of his might in order to hold his ground. But just then, the player witnessed the giant monster rising from beneath the clouds. The game was being pushed at high speed upwards. Yul and Jack were doing their best to get the beast away from the emotions. The Star Devourer couldn't take it anymore, releasing its first roar and bending the knee of every living creature within its domain, with the exception of the inhabitants of game piece number 8 who were being shielded by the cheat crystals. But this wasn't the end of it, as it released its second cry, crazing every creature in the game. In order to take down Krishna and his units, the lieutenant pointed out how the beast even turned their allies into foes. But despite their bad luck, the soldier decided to see it through to the end. But just as he was about to assault his crazed allies, all began to fall to the ground, leaving the man completely shocked. This sudden collective pass out even confused the great monster. So Yul Choi explained to the Star Devourer how the plan was never to mindlessly kill him, as he needed to take his powers for himself in order to restore their lost planet. Seeing how the cheat codes could bend the rules of the game, Yul directly connected his blade to the beast in order to access its status window. The protagonist then revealed that he and City Number 8 spent 3 centuries in the abandoned world in order to craft a tool that could hack into the game. This item that can currently only affect units would soon be able to command players after gaining enough power. With that, the whale charged at the 2 units, leaving them alerted. Jack and Yul tried their best to block the monster's massive body, and just as Yul began to think that he reached the end of his path, a fierce blue blast struck the Star Devourer. Yul was left confused, only to find the Spear Maiden and Lieutenant flying to his rescue. Hiju affirmed that they should fall back, which Yul Choi agreed with. Before using the emergency escape code, the protagonist wanted to know how the both of them got out of the city, so Hiju explained how the Greed Lord lent them his power, which confused him, as Krishna supposedly gave him his entire supply of cheat crystals, only to find himself surrounded by an immense number of the said crystals. The Greed Lord hoped to use these crystals to abandon our heroes in case of defeat in order to live and fight another day. But in the end, this entity was player number 8, which is why he decided to use all of his resources, as this was a unique opportunity. Yul Choi felt oddly glad that Krishna planned to leave them to their doom until the very end. As the cosmic whale let out a fierce roar, Hiju stated that the protagonist should focus on draining the creature of its power while they fight it, making Jack eager to witness her progress. Yul Choi expressed his gratitude, as he would now rely on them for this one final battle. The lieutenant activated his shield, surrounding himself with a powerful barrier, only to find himself easily tossed around by the beast. With that, Jack and his pupil charged at the monster, unleashing a powerful tempest of cuts and slashes upon it. But they quickly realized that their attacks were completely powerless, which is why they decided to just keep the beast away from the protagonist. Just then, the Star Devourer let out a powerful roar, making 4 city eaters launch an assault on its biggest threat. But the entities found themselves quickly slashed by Krishna's blade, who protected its best unit. With that, both book owner and book wielder realized that the game couldn't be directly controlled, as their tool only allowed them to manipulate it through the system. With the deities and demons being unleashed, the Cardinal ordered the citizens to keep their composure and slay the entities one at a time, in order to shield their home from harm. With that, all charge ahead, in order to take on the fierce monsters ahead. The Great Serpent Krishna, along with the 2 inspectors, did their best to fight off the attacking players, while Jack and Hiju tried their best to distract the strongest creature, as the Greed Lord tried to resort to his crystals, as the cheat sword welled deep inside the monster. Yul was trying his best to put an end to it all, as City Number 8 found itself covered in flames and tainted by the pile of corpses of the units. The sword was almost out of cheat keys. Yul, who was close to his goal, realized that his resources weren't enough, as Krishna was out of cheat crystals. All tried their best to hurt the monster. But just then, the last cheat crystal was fully consumed, before Yul Choi could put an end to the beast, making the Greed Lord speculate that his last move resulted in a failure. But despite all odds, our hero decided to embrace hope, as he planned to use the energy siphoned from the beast to restore their home world. When suddenly the protagonist found himself in front of the cosmic predator. Before being swallowed whole, to everyone's horror, Yul realized that the Star Devourer had devoured him, and that he would be fully digested once his cheat energy ran out. In the face of the end, Yul Choi decided to strike the monster from inside one last time, when suddenly a voice coming from the book affirmed that this would be his most illogical decision yet. Just then, a hand emerged from the book summoning various items, before explaining that when objects of different worlds collide inside the game with high enough energy, an error is born. Yet after analyzing the collision, one could use the correct formula to select the correct item set with the exact speed and energy. Just like that, Yeon revealed the secret to create a cheat crystal. This amazed the young man, who speculated that his brother used these errors to free himself from the book before asking him if he was trying to battle him. Yet the player only responded with silence. Before setting up the control panel for his brother, Yul was confused as his brother, who ignored him and kept on explaining, was trying to assist him in his quest. Yeon then affirmed that by colliding more than half of the existing items they would be able to get enough small crystals, but Yul affirmed that they couldn't gather the said items. But his brother reassured him as he already had the solution. Yeon, who was in possession of the starter dice, explained that they could manipulate its algorithm to reach their goal as it held every item present in the game. This made Yul realize that his brother, who surpassed him within the game, didn't even receive a starter pack, leaving him speechless. Yeon, who would rather embrace the game, affirmed that this was the hero's decision to make, making his brother even more confused about this sudden assistance. Yeon explained that the reason behind it was his defeat against Yul. Jack Jung and Heiju found themselves with broken weapons against the Star Eater. Yeon didn't want to lose time inside the game, as he was still able to build his utopia, as the game was only a quicker way to reach this goal. The player was about to finish off the policeman, but just as the inspector tried to shield his partner by blocking the giant blade, he was left utterly shocked, as they were now both in a completely different place. And while the first assumed it to be a trap, the second had his doubts. With that, Duzik used his umbrella to gain altitude. The sight left him speechless, as they had returned to their original home world. All were shocked as the status windows ceased to exist and phones began to function once again. All felt relieved, while the lieutenant was left unsure if this was part of Yul's great tactic. Keiju pointed out that neither the protagonist nor Jack were anywhere to be seen. As the planet was being put back in place, Yul thanked Yeon for his help, leaving only one task ahead, as our hero was backed up by his brother along with his two overlords and the Greed Lord. He will now try to put an end to the Star Devourer once and for all. Krishna advised all to be cautious, as Jack explained how injured beasts tend to be violent. With that, the monster prepared itself to launch a powerful attack. All stood on their guard and ready for the blast. But to their surprise, the game became stone-cracked. Yul couldn't believe his eyes, as two small Star Devourers appeared as the children of the great creature. The two newborns then began to channel their energy. All expected a devastating attack to occur. The hero couldn't be more shocked, as their assault wasn't meant to harm him and his allies. With that, a great flash of light occurred. Just like that, our heroes were left with a giant empty egg, leaving Krishna shocked, as the creature used all of its energy to get its children away from harm. Yul Choi began to think in silence of how the energy that they took had disappeared, speculating that the Star Devourer met his death by using his remaining forces in order to get its offspring to safety. Yen suspected the late monster to use its children as a way for revenge, but Yul quickly brushed it off, as it was only trying to protect its descendants, making the young genius recall his late parents, who sacrificed themselves for his sake. According to the protagonist, the past events weren't a tale of good and evil, but simply the story of Earth, which managed to escape from the claws of a natural predator. With that, our heroes stated that they should return to their world. Since every piece of the game had been put back to its place after changing inside the game, our heroes must quickly act in hope of preserving order. But Yul Choi reassured them all, as he already had a plan. According to the New Earth News, 2 years had passed since the chaotic game was brought to an end by Yul Choi and his allies of City Number 8, who were now immortalized in the Wall of Heroes. The reporter explained that City 8 was renamed Acidal, which the past unit confirmed, affirming that the game reinvented the borders that separated cities and countries around core cities, with Acidal being the most important of them all. The reporter then pointed out how some despised the heroes for their victory, which the man confirmed, referring to them as the outcasts of paradise that mistook the game for a utopia. This group believed that people could be reincarnated within the game, but the said reincarnation is but a code within the game, making these people ultimately deprived of life. Yet some didn't care about this detail, as the arguments were expected to last longer. With that, the duo decided to see what the other heroes of City Number 8 were doing. Meanwhile, in the first felony division of the solar system, the man expressed his annoyance with the outcasts of paradise, as they were only getting more and more out of hand. Despite relating to their pain, Kim Chol was well aware that the path of violence wasn't the real answer. As the man turned into a dragon, he proposed to proceed. With that, the police descended upon the riot. The Black Bear of Storms, Lunsuk Seo, threatened to attack any individual that didn't comply. At the same time, the tallest building in the city, the one on the other side of the call, affirmed to the chairman that they were now transporting 16 legendary equipment with the lady's approval. Upon hearing this, the chairman felt relieved and wished the man a safe return. With that, the man began to think of how the lady was still in her prime and how he couldn't fathom the fact that she declined his offer. Seeing how no one could rival his offer, as he was Dusuk Choi, also known as the Golden Hand and the chairman of the biggest corporation in the solar system named Homik, under the blue sky. Heiju was shocked to learn that the lady had declined the chairman's offer. Jayu affirmed that she would rather work alone, making the worried spear maiden express her gratitude towards her and her assistance despite her choice. But the past thief reassured her friend, as she was none other than the Divine Eye, Jiyu Kang, an elite item evaluator. The evaluator then asked the lady about her whereabouts. Heiju turned out to be on Mars. Jayu realized that her friend was trying to solve the other's problem once again, which Heiju confirmed as she hoped to keep up with Jack and Yol Choi. But just then, Heiju decided to hang up and resume the call once again, closing the line without letting Jayu finish her sentence. Two tribes prepared to face each other. Earth wasn't the only planet saved from the grasp of the beast. Most of the trapped worlds were restored to their original form and position, yet some were so broken that they had to be fused with other celestial bodies. The dwarf found the orc unworthy of the mine, as they would surely use its insides to craft repulsive weapons. But the orc affirmed that the only value of a weapon was its power, making its motives and design utterly useless. But just then, the avatar of the dragon ordered them to sheath their conflict. This was none other than the second son of the system, Haiju Go, also known as the Dragon Master of the Blue Flames. But just as she tried to reason with them, the woman was met by an unexpected reaction, as the dwarf seemed enchanted by her spear, while the orc was more interested in her own strength, making him fall head over heels for her. With that, the lady decided to flee these odd admirers. Meanwhile, in the outer orbit of Mother Earth, in a ship occupied by the Sambiultra Unit, an outer space special response unit of the Intersolar System Forces, the White Comet Chief Commander Jaeon explained to the men that they should be careful, as they were charged with escorting elves to their new shelter outside of the solar system. With that, the interdimensional warp began. At the same time, on the moon with the Choi brothers and the Greed Lord, Yule wanted to know if the entity would be going away. Krishna affirmed that despite his love for this universe, he sought a greater goal, as he wanted to see what existed beyond the Star Eater in order to observe the universal ecosystem. But Yule still couldn't understand his urge to leave, seeing how they had liberated numerous universes. But the entity affirmed that it wanted to explore the unknown, before pointing out the possibility that there might exist a creature that preys on the almighty game while regaining his true size, making Yule beg him to stop with the scary theories. Krishna affirmed once again that he was driven by his thirst for knowledge. With that, Yule had no room to argue, yet one major issue remained, as his own brother Yan chose to leave with the Greed Lord instead of staying with him. Yan then asked his brother if he was able to protect himself from him as he tried to prey on his land, but Yule assured his brother that he misunderstood his concern. Yan explained that family meant the world to him and how Yule wasted his chance to bring their parents back to life. The protagonist revealed that he tried to revive all who fell in the game, yet he was powerless to do so. The genius revealed that this was the reason for his departure, confusing his brother. Yan explained that if a creature mightier than the Star Devourer existed, he would aim to use its power to revive his father and mother. The Gull was then left completely amazed as he tried to explain how their parents had already reached the afterlife. But Yan affirmed that all hope wasn't lost, as he saved their data into this orb before the end of the game, before asking his brother to patiently wait for him, as he would surely return with their dear parents. The past player proposed to play once again against each other for dominance over the universe, before disappearing into the portal along with the Greed Lord. This made Yule fear that he released a far greater danger than a celestial consumer into the galaxy. Jack then pointed out how the protagonist will have many matters to occupy him, which our hero agreed with, before affirming that their approach was still the same, as they still had to create preparations, refine their techniques, while sharing intel and items. While evolving together, our heroes shall see another day. Even if a threat greater than the game existed, our heroes will surely live on. At the same time, the current events were being watched, along with many others, by entities bigger than the game. According to the system, the humanoid creatures had enough material to craft the seed. With that began the seed's crafting. Just like that, a seed of creation had been created that allowed one to create new life in the selected galaxy. With that, the entity was left with a choice similar to the Divine's actions.